Cameraman be the hero now. He'll need to be. G with the line of sight and with a glance on the board to push them to not.
Scanning for proteins. Signatures identified. Neutralize the nests. Guard the exits. They're here. Engage! Targets incoming!
It's taken us 8 days, but it's finally happening. We finally entered elimination territory. Gone are the days of low stakes, minimal tension, and passive play. Now we get to watch men claw and scrape their way for every inch, knowing that if they fail, they will have to face the maw of the last chance qualifier. Welcome to day 2 of the Super Week. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson here with 17-time LAN attendee Davide Foxe Bucci, the North American connoisseur Jesse J. Chick. Guys, there's finally the possibility that teams get knocked out today, and that is where the best stakes finally come into play. We made it. It took us until day 8, but we made it.
No, we made it, and I completely agree with your opening statement. As a man, every inch matters, and it's very important that these teams get their last few strides in because it's important. They're slowly running out.
We could see teams be sent home today, but we also could have it go the distance. It's possible that if the right teams win today, we'll have nobody knocked out of the tournament, and we'll have to go all the way till tomorrow to find out who goes home. But it just depends on how the cookie crumbles.
Part of me absolutely wants no one to get knocked out today so that we have tomorrow be where not only do our top 2 get locked in, but our bottom 3 also get locked out. There is also the potential that OXG and M80 at the very top of the leaderboards could secure top 2 today. There might not be any other running for that bye week come tomorrow. It could be done as of just a couple hours from right now.
And if you're watching from home, seeing teams like Space Station, Sonic, some fan favorites at the bottom is really scary.
Yeah.
But it's only a matter of a few points, a few inches, Jacob.
Totally.
It's really come down to it. Obviously, Lowe's probably the team who's most afraid of the standings right now, all the way down in 4. Bit of a gap. Even one game only ties them to Sonic, so they're going to need to perform both today and tomorrow. But for every other team, I mean, it is so close when you look at that standings.
So of the teams that are already here, Beast Coast could lock in playoffs. They're the only other team today that could feasibly do that. Oxygen have already done that, and Media have already done that. Beast Coast are right on the cusp of doing it. They just need a dub. And I mean, to Fox's point, life is a game of inches, and they need every inch they can get today.
Yeah, and it looks like it so far. We've talked about them. We're not going to get into too much about it, but it looks like they have been getting a step ahead of themselves, and they've been doing pretty well. These are the matches for today, and guys, in my opinion, that last game, the OXG SSG, looks really close.
Not just because it's an elimination game for Space Station, but of all the teams you could have drawn to be your last game of the stage, Space Station don't play tomorrow, and they're doing it against a team that was, up until yesterday, 100% undefeated. That's a really tough one to pick.
That's an extremely scary game for Space Station. You've got to imagine the LCQ is looming. Of course, if they can eke out even 1 or 2 points, that'll be massive, because then they start getting into the tiebreak situations, and that's when round diff is going to matter quite a lot. And Space Station's round diff is actually pretty good because they've lost a lot of their games very close. So, I mean, it's going to be really important that you can at least push those games to overtime, even if you can't secure the dub.
Even if they don't win, the last time SSG actually went into the losers bracket, they ended up winning the Invitational in 2021?
True, those last LCQs.
2022.
Won in 2020.
2020.
TSM won in 2022 out of the LCQ.
Out of the
So you're not
LCQ.
wrong. It's 100%.
So it's not it's not the worst thing in the world, because it's still possible for these teams
But
to
it's
go
a
through the
tournament you
LCQ.
still don't want to play.
Oh yeah,
Like,
I mean, I think Lax said it on the first desk that obviously nobody wants to have to go through the LCQ if they don't have to.
And there are 2 teams that could be guaranteed to face that LCQ. One of them is Los, one of them is Space Station, but we get to their games all the way to the end of the day. Our first matchup is Sonics and Wildcard, which the former had yesterday off and very clearly need to retool some things before coming into today. The other team, the latter, decided playing the same map 3 times in a row was the right move, and ultimately it wasn't.
I mean, even though it wasn't necessarily the right move, I think that's obviously where Wildcard is a lot more comfortable. And both teams, one team's really good at defense, Wildcard, and one team's really good at attack. So honestly, if both teams combined, I feel like they would make a really good mix with both.
Maybe they could.
It would be especially successful because if they combined, they would have 10 people in the server, which is obviously a huge advantage to just the 5 that most teams are working.
The first 10-man team in Siege history.
I didn't think about that.
It would be successful, I have to imagine.
Break the
But
source code trying to do that.
no, I mean, this is a tournament where I think obviously Wildcard is a little bit ahead of Sonics on the standings right now, but I do think that Sonics have looked a little bit better overall. We've seen them on a wider landscape of maps. We've seen them have their struggles for sure, but we've also seen them bounce back. So I think it's going to be a really close game, and we're finally getting to see how well Sonics have improved so far.
We need a bit of a catch-up on Sonics too, because we didn't see them play yesterday, and the standings were all over the place when we ended. The last time they played was against Oxygen last Friday, and they took a pretty hard 3-7 loss on Chalet. That's now a 2-game losing streak because they lost to Beast Coast just the game prior, and now the rest of the league has jumbled up so much, they currently don't hold, at this particular moment, a playoff spot.
Even though they don't hold a playoff spot, I mean, the rest of SQ have been showing some good amount of hope, especially on the way that they've been able to just out-frag and push through their opponents, but it just hasn't been enough so far.
Yeah, we see Sonics in the danger zone right now, and obviously they're down in the danger zone because they're so low on the standings. But I will say, they do play today and tomorrow, and they've got relatively easy games with Wildcard, and I want to say it's LG coming up tomorrow as well. Indeed it is. So those are 2 teams that are beatable for Sonics, so they have the tools to get out of the danger zone to secure their own fate. But of course, they've got to actually step up and get it done.
I wanted to talk to Gio as well, just because the way they've retooled this team over the past couple of weeks, some of it's been working pretty good. Some of it can still use a little bit of work before it totally gets over the finish line. So here, let's hear what Gio had to say.
I would say the Sonics have faced just growing pains, I would say. Just making sure we're like getting the 2 players basically just into the system. Merc and Adam are settling in well, I would say. I think for them, Merc obviously I've played with before and won before, so I know he has the experience and can win. For Adam, obviously we saw something in him. I think for him is as well as integrating to making sure he's comfortable in the roles that we need him on. So I think they both bring up like separate stuff to the team, but no matter what, I think it's an improvement. It's just about making sure we can bring it all together to make the major. I mean, obviously, I think the first game was probably the best showing we had because we 7-2 DZ. After that, we had close games with SSG and M80. I would say the DZ was kind of like a show of like maybe maybe this can work. Ambi's insane. Ambi's obviously like a little prodigy. So for him, it's just about staying confident and making sure he still believes we can win. Just kind of showed like we are capable. It's just about making sure we just make it consistent. Like always, just want to say thank you to all the fans, and we're doing the best we can. I mean, we're putting in time. It's just about making sure we can get there. So thank you, and I hope that you guys keep supporting.
I mean, if Gio says it, it's mostly the truth from someone who has the experience he does to give credit to guys like Ambi and call him a prodigy. I'm more inclined to listen to him if he's the one that says it, but he's also addressed the fact that the team still has a little bit more that they need to climb. And the problem is with a losing record, you don't want to punch holes in a team that historically does really good, but there are some places where they could still improve.
Yeah, I mean, I think the growing pains was a good way to put it, right? I mean, we've seen them have a lot of those troubles. While we did highlight their strong attacking percentage as well, they didn't do so well on attack recently. They've had some rough moments coming through. They've got some rounds to showcase exactly where those attacks were going wrong. But if you look at the numbers, they played 10 attacking rounds last week. They only won 1 of them. Ugh. They went 1-9 on their attacking halves last week, and so despite it being their stronger stat, despite it being a solid percentage for them in the first couple of weeks, last week we really saw that falling to pieces. And I think if you're watching these clips, what you'll notice is it's a lot of late rounds where Sonics are going into it with a big man disadvantage. Early game, it felt like sometimes Ambi was going in a little bit too quickly, or other players in the team were just getting overextended and were losing their lives way too early on in that. The other game they played last week, other than this one, was the Nighthaven game against Beast Coast. It felt like in that match as well, there was a lot of kind of disconnection going on, where they would have players around the map, they'd be trying to roam clear, but they wouldn't get that going. And most of the players on this team have struggled statistically last week on the attack. There was one player who did manage to put up some good numbers. That was Adam. 11-8 through those 10 attacking rounds. The rest of the team 14-45. What you'd expect from a 10% win rate, right? But I do think for Adam, a big part of him was coming in during the push. He liked to be that pinching player who kind of came in from behind, and sometimes he was a little bit slow. Sometimes he was finding those frags, but it was kind of after his teammates had lost a lot of their lives, so he did end up in a lot of 1vx situations. So it'd be nice to see him getting more involved with the push a little bit earlier on, so that those kills can be more impactful to keep his teammates alive.
Yeah, and those kills may seem impactless, but it's the way that Sonics is entering the map, like you talked about, especially against OXG. The way that they were entering was very split up, trying to take a big portion of the map individually. And obviously, when you play against OXG, they're going to fight you head to head. And unfortunately for Sonics, they just weren't winning those gunfights. And instead of calling an audible and ending up to group up and just focusing on entering the map together, just getting some legs on the floor to be able to then go for a process, they kept falling short and they kept having to playing at a man disadvantage. And Adam, as the secondary support players, obviously, and quite frankly, looked like the only player that was keeping true to what the strategy was. So that's why he looked a little impactless, because if all of your soldiers fall away, what are you going to do when you're the backline and you're the guy that's focused on planning?
Well, the good news is, for Sonics, they're only in 5th rank on attack right now amongst every team in the league. And before that slide from last week, they were doing way better. So hopefully a week on the shelf and fixing that specific isolated problem is good enough for them to get into playoffs. We'll find out if Wildcard have anything to say about it. The answer will be no. But we need to make sure they don't go to Oregon. They did it against LG yesterday. They lost 7-3, and I think they've learned their lesson at this point, because LG had them from the jump. Wildcard lost every single attacking round of that game from yesterday, so I think they've basically figured out, let's not do Oregon again.
Yeah, the man on your screen right now, Bosco, we saw him struggling in that half as well. I believe 0-6 on those first attacking rounds. It really felt like Wildcard were struggling to get going the last day, which is surprising because we've seen them play Oregon so many times and they had come up with so many different adaptations previously, but it really didn't feel like they were able to replicate that for the 4th time playing on that map. And I do think that maybe they need to start considering exploring other avenues, because we've seen it so often. The other teams have all seen it as well. So it's kind of been played out, I think, at this point for Wildcard.
And you mentioned a big player with Bosco, but another big player that we haven't seen too much out of yesterday was Kansan. And Kansan has been the main highlight player for Wildcard, especially with the numbers that he's been putting up since coming from Sonics, where he was a supportive role, to his transition now into being the main entry, you could argue, on this Wildcard roster. Even though he's been putting up amazing numbers, unfortunately, he just hasn't been able to make those entries for Wildcard. He is still more of a passive player. So when you look to him to be that main entry, it gets very stressful.
Yeah, and I think when you see Kansan's stats overall, you know, they look very, very good. And they are good, right? 1.4 overall KDR is, I believe, the 2nd highest kill death ratio in the entire league. But I think it paints a better picture when you take a look at those stats separated from attack to defense. On defense, he's got a 1.7 KDR. He is absolutely dominated by popping off in really strong power positions. But on attack, it's a little bit lower. 1.2, still good, not bad by any stretch of the imaginations. But because Wildcard have had these troubles getting going and and having that spearhead to start things off on their attacks, that's where we're seeing him and the rest of the team struggle, and so that's where we need to see the uptick.
Speaking of getting going, what is it with Wildcard and not taking the initiative? There's times where they could go quick. There's a clip we'll bring up specifically to demonstrate this, but sometimes we'll look and say, why aren't they moving at points where it just makes the most sense to go?
And it's not just on Kansan's shoulders that we highlighted how good he is and he's not going. It's the whole team. In this round specifically, they were playing against Luminosity, and Luminosity had an amazing roam on the top floor. And you can see they have a player on White, a player on Big Window, a player in Kitchen, but nobody from Wildcard is going. Everyone's droning, getting information, but what good is the information if nobody's pushing behind it? And then fortunately, they just let Luminosity slip. They waste so much time doing absolutely nothing but holding the extremities. And once Luminosity gets back into the bomb site, at that point, your opportunity to get a pick is gone. And now you have nothing. You wasted so much time, and yeah, you have the top floor of Oregon, but what are you gonna do with the top and middle floor of Oregon? You have to get down to the basement, and you need the time to be able to deal with the issues and the threats in the basement. And unfortunately, we look to Kansan to be that player to make the opening, but you can't just always look to him, especially on a map like Oregon. They had everyone set up, and no one went.
Kansan is currently the best player on that team. He's rated the highest. He's putting up numbers similar to Spoit right now, which is pretty crazy. Problem is, M80 is doing really well, and Wildcard need to find some way to bounce back. And apparently, Bank is the battleground they're going to try to do it on. Is that a good pick, or is that a little worrying?
That's a scary pick for me because Wildcard, we know they're a very slow team. They're very good at defense, and the biggest maps that you don't want to take them to, obviously, is Oregon.
Yep.
But we know that Wildcard likes to play Bank. Bank is a very old guard map, too. And when you have 4 players that are an old guard roster on Wildcard, you just don't want to go to one of those 2 maps. Those are the 2 maps I would avoid, and Skyscraper's a third one.
That's fair. I do think that this is one map. We talk about the old guard. The young guy on that team, Spiker, did a really great job attacking onto Bank last time that they were here on this bomb site. His Dokkaebi play was quite good, finding those roamers. I think the fact that Bank's a bigger map, it's harder for the roamers to get back to site as easily. I think Wildcard did a little bit better of a job of clearing out those roamers last time. So I do like this pick. I think some of their problems from Oregon may not carry over to the same extent. But at the same time, it's a great map for Sonics as well. They can get very aggressive on the defense. They can make those big individual plays. So it's not going to be easy.
All right, as of yesterday, the standings for this bad boy right here, the North American League Predictions Championship, are tied at 54% between all 3 analysts. If you want to walk away with this bad boy, you really need to step up because the best of 1 opportunities that you guys have are about to evaporate once this week is over, which means these games matter a lot. Start with you, Jesse. Lax is already gone with Wildcard. Are you about to follow suit on this map or not?
Listen, I don't mind the map pick, but I don't think it's enough to change my mind. I think I want to stick with the Sonics. I think they're a better team fundamentally, and while they did really struggle on attack last week, I have trust in the team to have fixed those problems coming into today.
Fox?
Wildcard's comfortable on it, but the old Wildcard that had Merc and Adam was also very comfortable on Bank.
True.
And it was one of their better maps, so I'm, again, not worried either. I'm going to go with Sonics as well.
So you're saying that old experience is going to help them out here. When they played it before, the old team, the old Wildcard, the old tryout team that doesn't exist anymore is not going to be able to get so they'll use that experience and actually win in this case.
I think Merc has always been a big factor when it comes to Bank, especially on his team with TSM that ended up winning Invite. So, you know, I'm gonna trust him with this one.
All right. So if Laxing is the only one that picked Wildcard, he's either about to go all the way down to the dumps or rise above these 2 goons on the couch. We'll see exactly what happens after game number 1. Just remember, this is the Super Week, and day 2 starts right now.
Thank you very much, Jacob. And I have to say, Bank between Sonics and Wildcard. On the one hand, while Sonics have definitely struggled a bit, Sam, the one thing I'm thinking of was that nightmare chaotic Bank game between Beast Coast and Wildcard, and neither team involved in that, and Wildcard in this case came out looking really great after that result.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think Wildcard, for all intents and purposes for this entire stage, have actually looked very solid given the circumstances of their team. You know what I mean? The last game, not so much. I think they kind of flirted with Luminosity too much there on Oregon. Or, you know, Luminosity is a team that's really hot to trot when it comes to their guns. And Wildcard just kept kind of showing face when it came to that. But I digress. I think Wildcard have looked really, really solid. Now, when it comes down to the Sonics and Wildcard here today, I think that this is where the rubber really needs to hit the road for both of these teams respectively. Wildcard are going to be starting off on offense. This is something that they've struggled with a bit this entire stage, but most apparently last week, obviously, or rather yesterday in the matchup that they had. So really hoping to see a bounce back in that regard.
Yeah, Wildcard is just, their attacks have been very weird. Obviously, I think the stereotype with this team has been that they're very slow, they play an old style, it's hard for them to acquire a lot of control. But then they suddenly were really good at it on Oregon for 2 play days. And then, as Jesse brought up on the desk, their third outing on Oregon, well, technically the 4th overall, but their third outing on Oregon last weekend, it was like back to the wild card we saw in the first week, their attacks on Oregon. And now going into Bank, they did win 4 attacks. Here it was, 4 on their attacking side, 4 on their defensive side, 8-7 victory over Beast Coast. But here, are we going to see the wild card that was more inclined to take risks, that wasn't as worried about taking control or more confident in taking control or hitting the site that we saw in their games against SSG, for example? Or is this going to be more the wild card that we saw in that Bank game or that we've seen on their other outings on Oregon that is a bit more restricted in scope, a bit less confident in taking fights, and even sometimes the communication slipping a little bit? That's my big concern. But then again, we've already talked a lot about wild card. We got to address the elephant in the room, Sam. Sonics aren't exactly coming into this game as favorites.
Man, it's difficult too, isn't it? Because the very beginning of the stage, and these stages happen fast, right? So like, it's very quick how all this kind of builds upon itself. But the Sonics, they start off pretty hot. I don't think they start off poorly. A 7-2 victory over Dark Zero, a really good showcasing of what they can potentially do. You heard Gio himself say this in his video, but then they immediately nosedive into this transition period where they're trying to get Merc as well as Adam up to speed, and things have just not been great since that moment in time. And that's honestly, for their sake, I think that's perfectly okay. I think that that's more than, within their right to have some time to be able to build on some things. They have a lot of young players, and not only that, they all have a lot of players that are just now coming into this system that they've built on for a very, very long time. So it's going to take them some time to get up to speed, right? The big issue is now, though, is that NA is really competitive with itself.
Yeah.
So they have fallen so far down the ladder that now they're not looking very competitive when it comes to potentially going to a major. Now, we do have some saving grace here, Carter. Here's the main thing. Before I hand over the torch to you, we do have the potential of playoffs, and I think that is more than likely what they're eyeballing.
I mean, of course, but especially when you have major aspirations, and as Sonics, I think you're just kind of grandfathered in to be favorites to make the major. But at this point, as they are down in 8th, they are worried about playoffs. That's like their concerns have become far more short-term than I think they were at the beginning of the stage, even though I imagine they had very reasonable expectations. You're a new roster. DZ the first game before we knew the problems they were going to have. You're like, okay, maybe we lose against DZ, maybe we lose against M80, but the teams like Beast Coast, Wildcard, M80, again, on paper, Beast Coast, Wildcard, and Luminosity on paper, you're thinking that's okay. But, you should be able to get those wins. Now, as you said, they're thinking about playoffs, but in a much more dire context, in a much more immediate, oh my God, we need to make playoffs. We need to not beat Wild Card in overtime. We got to beat them in regulation. We need a clean boost to the round differential, a clean 3 points, especially going into our game against LG tomorrow, who maybe haven't looked outstanding, but have certainly proven they can be a threat in, as you said, as competitive as this stage has been so far.
Yeah, and that's been the thing, right? I think a lot of the talent across the board has been talking about how this stage has been really weird in a lot of different contexts. Some teams that you think would be doing really well haven't exactly been, up to snuff. Some other teams that we were kind of sleeping on have played over the moon. And it's been fantastic to watch, but it's definitely complicated some things, especially for teams like Sonics. You come into this stage, you're trying to rework things. You re-partner Gio and, the man here, not Rexon, although it says that, Merc. Those two back together, the TSM roster that ended up lifting a hammer. And you're like, all right, let's see what we can potentially do with this. I think that, Sonics more than likely was just thinking that they could probably work something a little bit better for this stage, just over some of these, younger and newer teams. But it just hasn't exactly worked out that way, which is completely okay. A lot of these rosters have been playing I would say above par for at least right now. And it's been great. It's been really, really fun. So I think it's something that the Sonics are more than okay with. And that's, again, why they're more than likely focused on just trying to stay within the realm of playoffs and see what they can do inside of that tournament.
Well, I can tell you I'm ready to go to the game, but unfortunately we have to go to a bit of a break. We're having some trouble getting some players in the lobby, but we'll be back as soon as we can. Don't go anywhere. I told you we wouldn't be that long. We have Sonics versus Wildcard coming right up on Bank as our first best of one of the day. Just to reiterate, in case you maybe either just tuned in or forgot, I don't know what you've got going on. But Sonics are in a bit of a dire spot right now, all the way down in 8th place, whereas Wildcard find themselves right on the fringes of either making playoffs or falling a bit lower in the standings. And Sam, whoever takes away the 3 points here will basically be that final game away from making playoffs. So incredibly important to take this in regulation if you're either team.
Oh, yeah. This day and tomorrow, this is going to be prime time NA Siege, folks. This is going to be everybody trying to apply everything they've done this entire stage, everything they've worked on to try and get some big wins. Because it really, really matters. I mean, the difference between 3rd place right now and 8th place, where the Sonics is only 3 points. That's it. And only 3rd through 6th are guaranteed inside of that tournament. It's pretty wild what we have going on right now. So very excited to kick off this day and see what we got going on. Let's jump in here and see what our ban phase is going to give us on Bank, or rather what it's not going to give us, what we're not going to be playing. Dokkaebi and Monty off the board for the offense. Solus removed for the defense, which I absolutely love.
Yeah, Solus on Bank you don't really want to deal with, especially if you're trying to go for a plant, say, inside a CEO or really any of the bomb sites with soft floors, or if you just, I don't know, want to drone at all. Bank being a very large map, you oftentimes have to clear out some semblance of a roam, whether it's far away in CEO or closer inside of open area. You need to use some of that intel to try and find info on those defenders, because usually holding the bomb site itself isn't a recipe for success on a lot of these bomb sites. The follow-up with the Valkyrie, though, taking that bit of intel off the board as well, we find ourselves in a position where not only is Azami left up, which can be very common on, say, the CEO bomb site to hold the top floor, but Fenrir is actually up, an operator that most of these teams inside of the NAL hate with a burning passion, but Sonics, they take a bit more of a shine to her. They don't like Azami, mainly, and with that Fenrir up, they said, okay, Adam, maybe you can bring some F-Knots for this locker CCTV defense.
Yeah, you know, I think that extends a little bit farther than, you know, NA as well. Because Fenrir is just such an issue across the board. He's an amazing operator that really gives you an issue when it comes to the swing, right? And what I mean by that is when it comes to gunfights. When you're swinging into the map, when you're trying to, you know, dislodge a couple of these players, trying to get your gunfights going on, he is the biggest issue because he blinds you out. He makes it to where you're practically fighting ghosts. And a lot of teams just choosing to get rid of that via the ban phase, which I definitely cannot ever hold a mark against. So, but as you said, he's actually going to work his way through the filter this time around. And not only that, Azami will too. So we'll probably see both of them when it comes to something like a staff room open area defense.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. And of course, for the attacking bans for both these teams, Sonics banning Dokkaebi on their previous outing on Bank and Wildcard as well. I believe also taking down that Monty when they played Beast Coast. So attacking bans not really shifting a whole lot. As for the early round pressure, we saw Merc on that top floor early on, but he's quickly fallen back. This is a mid-floor extension for the Sonics at the moment. He's found one player up above. I believe that's Vertical on that Ash. Could also be Rampy on the Buck. We saw both the Ash and the Buck on this top floor just a few seconds ago, but as the C4 goes out, doesn't find anything for the side of the Sonics. It's likely relayed to Wildcard. Sonics not only are holding that middle floor, but there is some presence in Teller's archives.
Get him out of it as well. Can you see Sonics, at least for now, want to try and hold on to this mid floor, see if they can exchange some bodies, but it's going to be all wild card as they set up a very strong cross. Spiker picking one from ATM as Merc puts his head where it doesn't belong. And Ambi losing his life as well. Wild card with a lot of control over this mid floor now and a lot of options to be able to try and work into other pastures.
And had him in a difficult spot right now as a player. I mean, what do you want to do? I mean, you're in the 3v5.
Really just this.
Well, I was about to say, but you feel like you need to make a play. You want to work that man advantage back. With all of them around Teller's archives and open area, Sam, you got to fall back.
Exactly. You know, in that kind of a situation, it's like, what do you really do? Like you said, you really don't want to risk it there. You'd much rather try and force Wildcard into a situation where they have to execute, and hopefully you can pick off a few bodies with the extra guns you're keeping alive.
Well, at least now we can see the smoke retaking blue stairs. Geo trying to fight for some of that control, but Vertical pushes past the smoke and catches Geo completely off guard. Good play by Vert, not letting the smoke get comfortable whatsoever. I was going to say that while I think that makes sense as a play from Geo, not going to criticize it. In the 3v5, you don't necessarily want to play sight. He's in a similar bind to Adam. If you're the smoke, do you want to get aggressive? Do you want to potentially throw away those toxic canisters? Well, while he goes 1 for 1, that utility's gone. All you're relying to deny this plant is Rexon with that C4. He's all the way back inside of the other bomb site right now. C4 goes out, but it barely even touches Bosco. Barely even grazes him with the shrapnel. Adam, of course, is smoked off, as you've seen the entirety of the time of Red Hall. Not able to deny the plant whatsoever. And now Wildcard have backed out completely. Sonic's forced to go for the retake of the top floor. Basically, this is about as textbook of a locker CCTV round as you could ask for, just one that happens to be going the way of the offense. Rexon probing for a little bit of info around Elevator, but Spiker doesn't need to peek. It's a 2v4. The Beepers gives away his position. He reacts off it accordingly. Wildcard with a clinical round 1.
Yeah, and you know, that Solos ban already showing itself once again. The exact same bans from the last time that we saw Wildcard on this map up against Beast Coast. Auntie and Solos both banned out. And that Solos ban, like I was talking about, a really big deal here. They have a great understanding of what's going on the mid floor, establish crosses or at least, you know, lines of sight onto these positions on the mid floor, and they get two immediate kills, Carter. That's a huge deal when it comes to the opening game, especially when, you know, the entire gambit for Sonics is built up on that mid floor, and it's not just built up. I mean, we have reinforcements, we got other pieces of utility, we got the whole kit and caboodle around that mid floor. And when you lose so many valuable players inside of that opening first minute and a half, you're going to be forced to peel back. That's what happens to Sonics. We see Geo try and make a stand over on blue, which you kind of discussed. I think that, honestly, it wasn't the worst thing in the world because eventually, somewhere along the lines, right, somebody has to make a stand. And at least Geo got one. It kind of sucks for him, obviously, that player does push down blue and still gets that kill. But past that, I mean, Sonics really aren't going to be able to hold a candle to Wildcard when they're playing things out so very well in the situation that's basically gifted over to them after their good decision-making inside of the opener.
And that's exactly what I mean. Like, Geo, it just represents he was forced to make that decision in a position I doubt he otherwise would like to. I mean, when you're the smoke, you want to be back in gold. You want to be throwing your toxic canisters, trying to force Bosco off the plant. But if you lose Merc and Ambi so early on, what the hell else are you going to do? You got to make a play of some kind, and you end up having to take a risk you don't otherwise need to. Geo's hand was forced in that situation. He played it as best he could. It's just a reality that, as the desk is brought up, if the entries from the Sonics, if the early round continues to be a problem, let alone 3v5s, even if it's 4v5s that are lost too early on, Sonics are going to be forced to continue making difficult decisions like that if they're off-site players like Ambi and like Merc again, playing the Pulse a second time around the Teller's Archives area. You can see Wildcard not really focusing on that position at the moment. More so, looking to take control of CEO and the electrical spot. Vertical now push up the hallway. There is one player prone on that position. How much pressure will he be put on? Hansen goes in for the rappel. We saw Merc down below here, but no C4 at the moment. It's a little late, actually. Rampy's able to find Rexon down below. Merc's still got a C4 in pocket, so not only does the rappel go off completely uncontested, Wildcard get another advantage.
I can't believe it. This is kind of unprecedented right now. I honestly thought the Sonics were going to be able to peel things back pretty easily right there, but I was completely off base. Wildcard with a nice pick onto Rexon, and not only that, I do believe that was on the mid floor as well. I think just some verticality that either squad had built up there ends up being the demise of Rexon, but either way, the cookie crumbles. It's a Wildcard advantage. We're going down into the last minute of 5 versus 4. Wildcard have that top floor control. No RAM, but plenty of accessibility when it comes to breaching charges and other things.
Yeah, plenty of soft destruction. The Buck, the breach charge, they're all good. Again, another 5v3 for Wildcard. We saw how they were able to convert this last time. Just go in, force a plant, force some denial out of Sonics, but then still provide obstacles that made throwing C4s and using utility even more difficult. Merc might be the key player here to swing things back. He's lurking over by Elevator. Might go undroned by Wildcard, even with 5 drones on the board. Once you start reaching this 45 to 30 second left mark, you can leave some gaps. It's natural when you're trying to form and execute. While Spiker is over by this side, He ends up pushing into the site, ends up pushing through beepers. Do they re-clear it? Drone goes down Marble. Spiker's definitely concerned about somebody at least flanking from Marble, maybe not from Elevator specifically, so he'll keep holding while the rest of Wildcard moves into the site. We know it's a guaranteed 5v2, or 4v2, excuse me, if he does, and Bosco making that fact even more apparent to the remaining defenders. Merc has to go for the flank, walks through beepers again, and while Spiker might let him slip by, this round is certainly grabbed by Wildcard in force. 5v1, make that a flawless as they don't drop even, I think, a single bit of HP that whole round.
Yeah, Wildcard are not trying to deal with any of their antics at all. They have redundancy after redundancy set up for a lot of these things. The whole reason that Ambi dies there, folks, is because he tries to go for something over on E2. He tries to come out the doubles over towards lobby, but we have Spiker sitting inside of ATMs just waiting for anybody to try and make a rotation over towards this area for the stairwell. There's so many different lines of sight that are being held from Wildcard at this point, and they're constantly cutting off a lot of the more high-flying antics that we're seeing out of the Sonics, at least in that last round. The previous one, Wildcard, just with, again, great understanding of what happened on that mid floor. But this, next round, Sonics having some accessibility where there was at least, a realm, at least to them, where they could go for something, maybe make a rotation, maybe make a flank. But Wildcard wanted that to be there. They wanted that to kind of exist in their minds, and they nipped that in the bud, immediately when it happened.
And now if you're Sonics in this defense, you're starting to get a little worried because Wildcard ran
Honestly,
that...
I'll be real, Carter. I almost thought we'd see a timeout after that flawless. I really did.
I mean, I don't think you're far off base for that because I mistook something earlier, by the way. Sonics did not ban Dokkaebi in the previous game on Bank. They banned Ying. But importantly, they banned Dokkaebi here, which Wildcard, as the desk has brought up, Spiker likes to run. He likes to use that Dokkaebi on Oregon, Bank, a lot of different maps to make Wildcard's full clears a lot easier. With that tool now gone, Spiker's obviously rotated over to Hibana, but that's whatever. The important thing is, without Dokkaebi, without a key operator Wildcard have used to implement the same strategy they've implemented on Oregon, on Chalet, and now on Bank, they've 2-0. They found 2 5v3s in a row, and a flawless round as well, with a key operator they bring to facilitate that very purpose being denied to them. That is warning bells for me that Sonic still had a very good read and are failing to activate it. And look, Vertical pushing up again. Some shots fired his way, but he does not overplay it. And yet he still does not feel very worried about pushing further inside of open area or inside of square.
Absolutely. Also shows you the value of that Solus ban, right? Especially when you bring an operator like Twitch, you get 2 extra of those drones, you got 12 drones on the field. You can get so much information for yourself or Sonics into a really bad circumstance. And so far, it's been beautiful from Wildcard. Anything but wild, honestly. It's been smooth sailing this entire time for them, rounding off to round 3. And Sonics, they're very well aware of this. They're not trying to risk anything on the mid floor this time around. A couple of bodies, but some safe rotations. I don't think Wildcard's going to be able to do this the same way they did the last time.
Now, you don't have Merc on that Pulse anymore. Do you have him on the Mozzie, so you've got some of that intel denial. I like that adaptation because of how much Wildcard have been droning. But Vert spots him. So patient on the trigger, so disciplined right now. But as he triggers the F-Naught, his position is still revealed. It's all for naught, though it seems Merc, he's still not aware of it. He misses the sound cue. Maybe he doesn't hear it. Maybe the comms are cluttering it. But Vert, patient, doesn't pay off and still finds a kill, but Rexon trades it back. That is a key gunfight that Sonics have lacked. The second kill for the Sonics through 3 rounds. Ambi looks to get aggressive, almost pays for it, as even though Wildcard might lose a momentary advantage, they quickly widen their lead by 2 more bodies and are basically at the exact same spot they've been for 3 rounds now going into the execute.
Rampy just hit the biggest flank of the century, dropping down stock hatch. He kills 2 people that don't even know that he's there. Completely scoops Sonics out of the mid floor, and they've traded out terribly. I said they took somewhat of a risk, some adjustments there on the mid floor, but that's something that you can't calculate, something that does not compute. Gio's going to try and pull him back across the line, and yeah, he finds a cheeky one here with the SMG-11, but it's going to require a lot more. No more Nitro Cell for him. He's now dead and gone. It's up to Rexon, who has to try and swing wildly. He'll get 1, he'll get 2, but he's not accounting for the active hatch player. Wildcard with 3 rounds. Sonics,
right?
Are we already calling the TO? What's going on here?
The last time they played Bank, they went up 4-2 on their defenses against Los, and it was their attacks that looked problematic. And yeah, here we go, tactical timeout. I think it has to for the Sonics. Their hand is completely forced. Because even in that round, we finally had, to be fair, the general definition of an impactless frag is like, okay, one that's in like a 1vx or a 2vx. but does really end up dramatically shifting the pace of the round or the success of the round by the end, right? Sonics, they have more than one frag. They're only at about one impactful frag, and that's Richie trading the opening pick back inside of open area. After that, again on lockers, you have Gio able to get a 1-for-1, playing aggressive, trying to retake that advantage, and then he's immediately traded out. Sure, Rexon finds a gap and is able to get 2 big picks, but Wildcard have the redundancies to deal with that, even if maybe he overperforms right there. Sonics really only have 1 kill that's happened before the execute's already starting that actually contributed to maybe a successful early to mid round. If that doesn't force a timeout, I don't know what would. So very good for the Sonics to try and hit this pause button, but these have been some very unconvincing defenses through the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing, is that they've been very unconvincing, especially because Sonics have not found a strategy that's sound up against Wildcard's full clear of the map. Think about it for a second, Carter. Every single one of these rounds that we've seen so far, Wildcard have had to handle the map from the top down. Maybe you play somebody over in ATM/lobby, maybe you have a couple players over inside a square, this, that, and the third, right? But the morale of this story has been the exact same the entire time. It's been a top floor, full map clear, and Sonics have not been able to handle the brunt of this offense. Wildcard have been able to coil around these defenses, especially on these basement defenses, this mid-floor hold that we've seen from the Sonics, and they've decimated it time and time again. The first time was more bullheadish, where we saw kind of more of a sledgehammer taken to it. The second time, a little bit more surgical, like what we saw with Rampy. Wildcard kind of misplacing their aggression and having that player drop down inside of open area that completely dislodged them and forced them into a pretty bad situation downstairs.
How are Sonics going to change this up? I mean, obviously so far, Gio and Rexy the only ones getting on the board, but still the frag department overall looking very gloomy if you pay attention to how those kills were acquired. Ambi retaking very familiar position in that Los game, playing around the top floor. Rexon as well, looking to get aggressive around square. Again, in isolation, you'd think Ambi, Rexon, Adam as well, playing around stock. These are 3 formidable players that can take these long angle fights and win them consistently. And because of what happened in those first 3, even with Merc supporting down below, it's a huge concern. Another triple stack from Wildcard on this rappel. E1D goes out, moving into open area. Rampy might have just found a bit of a gap as the Boogie goes out to cloak the sound. He skeleton keys into Archives, quickly takes that control, and is Merc caught lacking again. The timing's certainly not going Rampy's way, but Merc falls to Spiker on a clean pinch through Tellers.
That was so smart. And the timing, look at this. Ambi more than likely distracted with what was going on that top floor situation. Wildcard slipped through the cracks over an ATM. Folks, we've seen Spiker work this side of the building for the 4th time. He's been in this area the entire game. And Sonics have not been able to have a read on this so far. He gets that work inside of the office. He's able to take down Merc. They have their initial pick. Now they're going to start working their way towards site. Now, Sonics do still have some redundancy, especially on these top floor positions, but they're going to start losing key operators like Gio.
Key operators in key positions, too. That player that could have played the triple wall, could have played behind the Kiba, is now gone. I mean, we might as well start putting this round in the column for Wildcard. How are Sonics going to fight back from that? Are we going to have another flawless on open area? Even if Adam gets a kill, he's got to get all 5 for this to be an impactful round. Diffuser goes down successfully. Bosco might get killed on the fall off. Indeed he will. Headshot found by Adam. Constantly alive in these late rounds throughout the last few Sonics maps, and he's forced to do the impossible again because of a failure early on. Beautiful shot on a vertical. He's retaken immediate control of the site, but the setup from Wildcard is too strong. Timeout ineffective. Wildcard have not dropped a round yet.
Easy, breezy, beautiful. Wildcard have looked amazing, even post timeout, using that timeout to its fullest advantage for themselves as well. More than likely talking about what they were going to be doing over inside of that square area. And what a pinch that was. Again, great recognition of what the Sonics were going for. And the fact that lobby was practically completely open unless Ambi on kind of a rotation back and forth between there and what was going on with that top floor, position, happened to be holding any of those doors at the front end of the map. That was not the case. Wildcard worked their way in on that mid-level once again and get way too much for what it's worth at the end of the day. Sonics just not able to hold a candle to Wildcard right now. You know, both of these teams kind of have to go to therapy, kind of have to go to physical therapy, especially for their 2 respective sides they're on right now. Wildcard haven't had the greatest offenses. Sonics haven't had the greatest defenses. So far, one's been working a little bit harder than the other.
Yeah, Wildcard rehabilitating their attacking woes are almost looking like a completely different team. Always, of course, a performance is never in isolation. Part of it is definitely Sonic's not putting up much of a fight, but as you said, Sam, that clear of the top floor combined with Rampy pushing and down below and Spiker pinching that Archives position. Just beautiful stuff from Wildcard. They have a very clear game plan, and when there's not any obstacles in your way, it's pretty easy to execute if everyone is well practiced. Going into round 5, moving up to the top floor, the CEO position again. I'm just left a little concerned. Are we going to let Vert take immediate control of Square again or find his way in? Actually, I don't think, no, we've not even been to CEO. This game is actually, I've seen Wildcard be so effortless in acquiring the control of the top floor. It's actually occurred to me that Sonics are just now trying their 3rd bomb site. That is rough.
Yes, yes they are. Wildcard have been surgical about this top floor clear. Again and again, it's been so very good. And now the key issue is for Sonics is how do you try and get ahead of Wildcard? The beauty of the scenario for them, though, I will tell you this, is if they're able to get some solid reads from their earlier rounds and have a general understanding of where Wildcard likes to go with these early rounds, Wildcard are not switching up that many things. Yeah, they're switching up the stuff that's required for the bomb site, right? It's a top floor attack. They're going to have a few extra people on the north windows in comparison to what they might traditionally do. But you should have a good understanding about how they want to go about things. And Sonics, they're finally going to find their very first entry kill of the entire game. It'll be on to Kansan.
And a good one for Merc. Oftentimes we see the Azami play that close position right on the overturned bookshelf around these windows and the other CEO windows. He's able to get aggressive and find Kansan. Vert's back in that square spot. No matter the bomb site, top, middle, or bottom floor, likes to take that bit of control, and he finds Merc. Beautiful gap found by the Twitch. He even spots another. Downs Geo, puts him on the floor. There's one more player close inside of Janitor. Goes for the swing, and Vert is caught lacking. No, it's actually a 2v4 now from the Sonics. As they're fighting these gunfights, they're finally fighting back. Getting aggressive in the face of Wildcard, denying them that control. Rampy, he tries to get aggressive, retake the top spiral position. He blinds himself, so has to fall off. The Aruni swings and will down the floor as finally, after 5 rounds, the first strong defense from the Sonics as a Spiker caught outside on the rappel. I doubt he's winning this 1v3.
Yeah, and you know, the key difference here is that Sonics capable of winning out these gunfights, making things odd for Wildcard. Wildcard haven't been in a scenario like this yet inside of this game, ladies and gents. Wildcard finally at a position where they don't have man advantage. They don't have the capabilities to just try and trade things out, take some of these higher flying gunfights. What the heck is happening here? Confirmed kill on the down player, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're at least going to have one inside the site here, one over on the stairwell. Spiker, very minimal HP. And that should be just about it. I'm a little worried still for some reason. I don't know why, but I am. That'll finally be it. The case goes down. Sonics with their very first round. And yeah, I mean, you know, although a great round from the Sonics, especially for the guns, Wildcard, they haven't changed up a darn thing about how they want to go about taking this, at least from a general point of view, Carter. We still got Vertical with working things over on Square. And we got Spiker over working things on ATM, just with some different, you know, guts inside of it. Let's put it that way.
And when the defense is immediately brought up against the attack, when the attack is, you know, struggling to acquire that control immediately inside of the building, because ultimately, if you're going for a direct take on CEO, you're going to be stuck on those rappels for a good portion of the round. You're only going to maybe have one guy around stock and square, maybe one guy ATMs. But even then, the defense is pressed right up against you. And if you have people who can win those fights, which he might be 1-5, but Merc's still a very solid mechanical player. He can win fights in those particular engagements. Same with everyone on the side of the Sonics. If they're able to win enough of those fights, they can get the round over the line. It is these rounds, though, now going back to lockers, not open area, of course, as it's the final defense, but still retrying some of these bomb sites. Sonic's third attempt of the bottom floor. How can they stop Wildcard from getting map control? When Wildcard have a bit more room to work with, can hit flanks, find gaps, how are Sonics in their last defense going to counter this?
Defense is going to mean quite a bit to circumstances over on their offensive side. Only switching over to things that feel comfortable for both respective squads. Sonics definitely do not want to be staring down the barrel of a 5-1-1/2 from their defenses, sins that they have committed. So far, not so good, especially when it comes to the guns, but is that last round potentially going to be the saving grace to start something they're going to want more of, something they have to find consistently. This Wildcard have looked so strong on these offenses so far. And they're going to stick true to what their entire nature has been for this offensive half, which is cadence, cool, calm, and collected, working your traditional list as we have for years and years here in Siege. Throwing things out with these drones, working your way down to these hatches. Get things open if Sonics want to try and rebuttal with anybody on a roam. But as we already know, there's really nobody home.
Definitely a huge correction from the Sonics. I mean, obviously they try to go for that, 3 roamer around open area, Teller's archive strategy the first couple times. Now it is a full anchor. I will say it is a bit surprising going for the full anchor. We don't see the Goyo that Sonics have run previously, and also pretty common on a locker CCTV defense. Still have good utility, don't get me wrong. I mean, you have the Electro Claws theoretically for the hatches. You've got the Zotos as well to fulfill a similar purpose. So a lot of stall potential for the Sonics, but without the strength of that Goyo, they're in a similar position. Once that utility is drained, and if this blue stairs position falls, they're going to be a bit strapped for resources to deny this plan.
The good news is that they do have the redundancy in the nitro cells. They have 3 of those here, so it is something that can be of some use and something that they've more than likely game planned around. That's why you're seeing this extra use of utility pretty early on in what we would consider the round of Rainbow Six, right? A minute left, a lot of people start to sweat, but in Siege time, that's infinite time, especially for Geo. He's still trying to persist here. He's going to swing again into 3, and he downs somebody. That M590 is quite the thing at the end of the day. It'll take out Vert, at least for some time, as he gets rezzed and picked back up to his feet.
Now Wildcard, that blue stairs position, not falling as easily as it has before. They never even really had to deal with it. They just acquired such dominant advantages early on that Geo was either forced to get aggressive or forced to fall back. As you brought up, though, those 3 C4s make this a lot more workable for the Sonics. Assuming those positions aren't dealt with, if these smokes don't land or these flashbangs don't land, Sonic will feel very, very free. Start going off. Bosco planting far. Will Ambi read this? It's the exact same spot Bosco planted before. The first one goes wide. None are landing. Only one is thrown by the time that diffuser goes down. Merc follows up with the second, but the damage is done. They've allowed Wildcard to take control of the site, snatch it right under their noses. They've at least got an advantage going into this retake. Adam C4 maybe can go up through one of these hatches, make it a bit more difficult for one of these attackers playing on the top floor. Even with this advantage, half the time is gone and nobody's actually moved upstairs at this point. Right as players do, they both line up for vertical. Just with a couple well-placed shots, he gets 2 for the price of 1. And now what are the Sonics to do? Still on the bottom floor, just walking one by one, right after another into the crosshairs of that R4C. It's a 5-1 half. It's done, Rexon. 2 more impactless frags on Locker CCTV for his half, but it is a disappointment and then some for Sonic's opening bout.
And it's not from a lack of trying. We got to get ahead of this immediately because, there's going to be a couple of people who are like, oh my gosh, the Sonics are washed, blah, this, that, and the third. No, it's really not that. Wildcard are playing very well, first things first. Sonics are trying to game plan. They're trying to work around these things that Wildcard have going in their favor. The biggest issue when it came down to this moment right here is that they didn't have the ability to understand where this plant was going down. They had some guesswork once these smokes entered the site. And they misplace a lot of this utility. Yeah, in a strategy like this, you're going to be able to more than likely keep your man advantage, Carter, which is a great thing. And I think it's something that's very beneficial, especially on a basement site like this on Bank. But in other scenarios, right, especially, like what we just saw here, it makes things complicated still, right? Like, although you have that man advantage, you are playing at technically a deficit because of the map control that the offense has. And really, it was Wildcard. If we had one of those percentage meters that shows you the win percentile of like who's, got a better chance of winning things, right when that plant went down, it would have shot into Wildcard's favor massively, even given what the man count was, just because of the situation that they had in front of them. You have a great position over at bottom square. You got 2 players to try and shut things down from hatch play as well as that flank over on the stairwell. There's just so many good things happening for Wildcard that even though Sonics have that extra body, you're probably not going to be able to trade out into your favor anyways. So the fact that they couldn't get those nitro cells to go off, that's really where their story ended, and they were just hoping for some saving grace at the end of the day.
Now down 5-1. We've talked about no damage done, thankfully. C4 from the top ropes, able to get out of the way. We've talked about the big issue for the Sonics in the past couple play days, not in the league overall, not in the stage overall even, but in the last two. And BC and OG has been these attacks, and right now, no easy goings to start. It's the double run out. The Mozzie and the Vigil all hop out of the building, though it's Spiker actually to fall as well. So even though they've gained a lot of utility, the Grim and the Buck gone, with Vertical outside the building and on 1 HP. This could be a 3v2 if he's found outside, and indeed he is. Rexen hops out the moment Vertical commits to the retreat. Oh my, Sonics did not shoot the default cam. That wasn't just a nice play or a 1-for-1. They left the main lobby, not the main lobby, but the front side default up. And thank God they only came away with the 3v2.
It's so crazy. It'd be so crazy for Wildcard to do this on this basement strategy they have going to, because it's very similar, or at least map control-wise, as to what Sonics had going on their basement defense that never really worked out. They could never strike gold, and Rampy looking to try and assist in this scenario. He finds Merc! What a beautiful moment. Wildcard trying to work their way towards penultimate point. Geo forced to try and assist with this wall over on the server side. Rexen in tow. A 2 versus 2. It's sub-minute.
Oh, Rexen! Downrange catches Bosco on the lineup. We talk a lot about his smoke play, but he will not be a factor in this 1v2. Rampy's got to deny this plant with guns and guns alone. Maybe a bulletproof in sight. Be something to give him intel. There will be a gun right over Geo's shoulder. Nobody watching the long angle, though. Instead, so focused on red, Rampy lets a shot loose. That might clue Rexen into the Fenrir's position. You can see how nervous Sonics are about this. Rexen repositions ever so slightly, and as Rampy commits, he's got it on the elevated angle. A sigh of relief out of Rexen as that round almost went awry before it even started. But at least they recover and get their second round on the board.
That one was very close. Wildcard almost able to pull it across the line, but Sonics, with their superior man count and superior firepower, especially when it came to Rexen, as he practically was a one-man army executing the last two members of WC. Sonics able to get their first offensive round, I would say without a hitch, but we all saw that opening bout, so.
Unlucky.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Unlikely going to be a rehost here for a split second, folks, but we've had quite the game so far, and I've done quite a bit of conversating about strategy and how I feel about these two squads and what Sonics have really been trying to work on, what's been happening. But for Carter, what are you feeling, man? Sonics, they're at a 2-5 deficit, right? They're playing things out now on the offense. We have one, I would say, pretty solid offense. Not exactly the best way they would want to go about it, but when Wildcard are throwing curveballs at you like that, you really can't ask for too much, right? But what are you thinking here? You think Sonics are able to pull us back to at least an overtime?
Well, I'm not going to make that call yet because, I mean, Sonics have had issues with their attacking coordination and gaps being left, people seeming to be on different pages, the comms not seeming fully there. And in the first round, even though they recovered, they left the North Rappel default cam up. So jury's still out for me whether Sonics have a chance at making that comeback. I also think Wildcard not showing any bit of hesitance to make a play off that default camera, committing wisely the Mozzie and the Vigil, who have no active utility to lose, maybe some secondary utility, but all their primary utility has either been placed or the ERC really isn't necessarily a factor for the late game. It was a good play from Wildcard, built off of a massive rookie mistake from the Sonics. And I think getting away with that, with a 3v2, they got incredibly lucky. I think after that, you know, Rexen and Geo played that decently well, I won't lie. So it was a good recovery, good working of that 2v2. Do I think they have it in them to make that comeback? I can't say yet. Right now, I was very impressed by Wildcard's attacks. The defenses were the one thing Sonics had going into this against their previous game against Los that looked quite good. And now they don't have that. I still am leaning towards Wildcard for this one.
Okay. If you had to put a percentage chance on it, young man, what would it be?
If I had to put a percent chance on it, what, 5-2, they won lockers, they have time, not necessarily to talk, but at least to think
And we're
about
staying
some
on
of
who
their
takes this, by
issues.
the way. Like victory
No, I know.
percentile being who. Yeah, okay, cool.
I
Just
know.
making sure you're following.
I'm talking through my thought process. What we got? Open area coming up. I'll give it 30-70.
Okay.
30 they win it, 70 they don't.
All right. I don't think that's bad odds at all. I really don't. Need to put that on a couple of those esports betting websites right now.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen an attack with a lot of problems that they managed to squeak over the line, and obviously their defensive half is done and dusted. It's only given a lead to Wildcard. That's what I would say. 30-70 would be my final answer.
I don't think you're far off base, especially with how Wildcard have looked. I think that they've got a little bit more in the tank, especially when it comes to Spark right now. Inside of these rounds, it just seems like they've been able to make just, something out of nothing, which is something that is a huge ask inside of Siege. Sometimes it feels like you're just smacking your head against a brick wall. And when people are able to just pierce that magically, come up with a couple of kills, or just like the opening frag that's necessary to try and work yourself forward into kind of, the mid or late game, whatever it is. That's something that is extremely beneficial to the squad, and something that Wildcard has seemingly had in spades, at least for the majority of banks so far. So we'll see if they can kind of keep that pep in their step as we continue on forward, at least for their defensive side. But I'd say for that first defense, they still looked pretty spry, even though they ended up losing.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, what we've seen a lot from Wildcard, whether it be on Bank, whether it be on Oregon, has been a lot of anchor holds, but to be fair, also some decent roam, specifically when Solus is on the board. So I think to see them, at least in the first round, being willing to get aggressive, willing to make plays on a site that, you could easily just run the standard, like Warden, Goyo, Smoke, Maestro, the full anchor setup that we'll see teams run, and still feel like they can get aggressive without the Solus on the board. It's a good showing from Wildcard. They're saying, okay, sure, we don't really play Solus on Bank, but we're lacking still maybe some of that intel we would otherwise like. We still think we can make that play, especially, and feel that confidence with the default cameras up. I like it quite a bit. It shows that Wildcards still are kind of on the same track of development they've had as the stage has gone on. Obviously, from the Sonics, we can still wait to see what exactly they have on their attacking side. But I'm not disappointed in Wildcard's first defense at all, especially, of course, seeing Kansan, but also Vertical, both being really successful in this game so far, and both being kind of a roaming duo on the defense in the one round we saw. I quite like what we've seen from Wildcard so far.
Yeah, no, kind of resonate with that point there too, just to, go back to something you said earlier. I really like that they capitalized on that info that they had out on the north-facing windows. That's something that you see some teams kind of flirt with, maybe send one player out and things don't really work out. They doubled down immediately. They knew the amount of bodies out there and they risked it for the biscuit. Sometimes it doesn't work out. Sometimes you don't win the round, after that. But I think it does show the fact that Wildcard are trying, and they're doing the things, the intangibles, right? Doing the things to try and win a game. So very excited about that. And honestly, the more and more that I watch them, I get more and more excited for their future. So
I mean, I could only do so much watching during the SSG game as my internet was dying. But the two games we saw from Wildcard on that play day, where they played SSG, and then earlier, what was it? They played Los on Oregon as well. Mm-hmm. Those were two of the best showings we saw on both attack and defense that we've seen from them, not only in this stage, but also last year when this roster obviously had Slothy instead of Bosco. It's some of the best performances we've seen from them within the last 6 to 7 months or so. It was very confidence-inspiring, and obviously we were a little shaken when they had that loss to LG yesterday, going down 6-0 on their attacking side on Oregon. But now just immediately bouncing back, 5-1 attacking half on Bank, not really meeting a lot of the concerns we had, looking a lot more like the Wildcard that faced Los and SSG as opposed to the Wildcard that faced LG or maybe OXG earlier in the stage, is really quite confidence-inspiring. It really is quite nice. We still need to wait, though. We will have to turn our attention a little bit back to the Sonics to see what they decide to go for. Obviously, leaving the default camera up, that being the only thing we've seen from them, and that really dictating the course of round 7, obviously, is a mistake that cannot be repeated if they want to, at least in my eyes, boost their chances of coming away with a victory at all, let alone in regulation. But here, as we sort of see the operator selections start to solidify for the Sonics, and Wildcard, we know what this is. It's going to be a roam. It's going to be an extension with the castle and the Mira, likely playing around some of those barricades and those black mirrors and holding second floor for as long as they can. We see Ambi flexing onto the Nook Sam, an operator that we used to see quite a lot, but don't really see a whole lot anymore.
This is what we need to see. You know, when Wildcard was on offense for their Oregon, one of the biggest things that stood out to me was that they kept smacking their head right into a lot of the troublemakers on LG. You know, players like Silent, players like Wi-Fi. When you look at the Sonics, the two big troublemakers are Merc and Ambi, right? And that's who I really want to see try and light up the scoreboard on this offensive side of things. See if they can potentially throw a spanner in the works, maybe get a flank off. Just try and do something to strike at the heart of WC.
Ambi at least trying to strike at some of the more extremities. Already taking control of blue stairs. It can start looking into open area alongside Adam. Inside of the electrical hallway, looking to open up part of that quad wall. After Selma's very early on. So good control acquired by Sonics. Will telegraph their take a little bit, I will say. Once you open that wall very early on, it's like, okay, they want to take this from Square's side. But that's why they've added Merc into this position. Lurking over by Tellers, waiting to see if any of the defenders in this part of the map decide to rotate out, or in the late round, once he decides to push in, well, he's gone.
You know, overall, the strategy is not one-dimensional. We have a lot going on for the Sonics, but for Merc and his positioning over there, he doesn't have any assistance. There's really nothing going on for him. So once he blows that wall open, Wildcard immediately insert themselves into the situation, remove him from play, and now Ambi has to try and pick up the pieces. And they're more than aware that Ambi's in this position now. He's going to try and at least work himself forward for the moment ahead. Too much just yet. Here comes the gunfight. He's going to get immediately gunned down by Spiker. A double kill here inside of the Teller's office.
This offside.
That's both the troublemakers I was talking about dead.
Yeah, that offside pressure for Sonics dealt with so easily by Wildcard. Even just as simple as taking a fight with them. Ambi, Merc not able to fight back. Both caught off guard by the player. Spiker playing around Tellers and Archives. And again, Sonics in a 5v3. They're able to get one, but Bosco quickly trades it back on a Geo. Adam on the second floor finding that kill. Sonics are just trying to find anything. Grasping for any opportunity they could find, but say we want about Wildcard, they don't give away bodies for free. It's often that they don't do enough with the advantages they have or the control that they have. But playing sight, holding the line, this is still something this team can do quite well. And Adam, are you still expecting, or are you expecting Spiker in this position? Yes, he is. He's able to make it a 2v3, recovers the diffuser as well. Rexon has to cover a lot from a very tight angle. The Azami Bosco can get aggressive as well. As he hops in, he's immediately down. Match point for Wildcard. And the tech pause looks like it's not changed a whole lot in at least Sonics' tempo and momentum.
Yeah, they kind of had a moment, at least when they still had Geo alive, where there might have been something they could have done on some adjustment, but after Geo's death, there's really not much you're going to be able to do once Wildcard are fully set up on site like that. Sonics will at least getting the kill on the Annex player over inside of Archives, but that's just about it. The thing that we do need to talk about, though, the elephant in the room has got to be Tellers and what the heck happened with that. I fully believe that Sonics were a little bit mistimed, a little bit miscalculated on when they wanted to go for their aggressive take or just have their, more aggressive players swing into that area. As you can see, Merc gives away that initial 1v1. He takes that fight heads up through that breach he makes, loses it to Spiker, and then 20 seconds later, now we have Ambi trying to do the exact same thing, or just very similar circumstances over inside of Archive. Both of these players kind of on their own planets respectively and not really able to pinch things out. Kind of like what we saw Wildcard do on their take, a very similar situation.
5 seconds left before
Well, Sonic's playoff chances looking incredibly dire as they give away at least 1 point in today's matchup. Wildcard very much looking like the better team throughout these 6 rounds and even the 7th, in my opinion. They still can make playoffs, but the road is very difficult, especially if you lose 7-2, you get that -5 in round differential. Joining Los down at the bottom, I think with the exact same scoreline.
Yep.
It's just a rough go at the moment. At least Ambi not really daunted. Sam immediately taking control of CEO.
And I mean, something that Gio touched on too. These younger players, especially these pupils like Ambi, you want to make sure they're confident. You want to make sure that they still think that they have the capability of victory. And this squad most definitely does. We do not want to pull away from that. They have so many talented players. This is just how competitive this stage has been in, the NAL. Sonic's not able to exactly pull the wool over the eyes of their opposing squads while they try and retool some things internally, and it just hasn't exactly worked out in spades, which, again, perfectly okay. That's going to happen sometimes. The Sonics, though, definitely not something that they want to happen and something that they're going to continue to try and see if they can work on, including in this game. This isn't out of the realm of possibility just yet, although it is going to require 4 pretty beautiful rounds in order to do so.
And Wildcard have made a very decent call, which is, all right, let's make Sonics work for this as hard as possible. Nobody on the realm. Nobody holding off-site except blue stairs. This is just a standard lockers hold. Nothing special. Mirror windows, smokes, Vulcan packs, C4s. Really? Sonic's going to look at this, and they've probably faced this a million times in scrims and on game day. But it just means that there's no easy pick here. They have to work for any of these players.
Minimal time. Like
Going
we
in.
said, trying to make it to where they have all these bodies to try and play with. Merc gets gunned down first. This smoke will force Adam back. It's an even trade so far. Adam finds the back of one, but it's been Sonics to pull ahead so far. This has been so very solid from them. An immediate execution, and it's looking to be the way. Sonic Storm, Rampy, the 1 versus 3. The plant going off inside of office. Not a lot of opportunity ahead of him.
No, not a lot. Maybe a 1v1 inside of gold, but the Bees reveal his position. Geo on the fall off. 3K in that round, I believe, from Geo. Able to keep Sonics in the race. And honestly, I think you have to give a lot of the credit to the IGL of Sonics. Not just for the individual performance, but while it might have been a team decision as well, making that call, realizing, hey, a server take is not it. Minute 15, minute 10 seconds left. We probably still got Goyos. We probably still got utility on the site. And there's not only 1, but 2 players playing around blue stairs and server. Sam, they make a very good decision. They rotate to the opposite side, but Wildcard still didn't make it easy for him.
No, most definitely not. And honestly, I think you did a great job of breaking that one down, my friend, because, you know, Wildcard, very early on, they decide, hey, we're going to turtle. We're going to do a very default basement strategy. We're going to give Sonics the platform, right, but they still have to knock it out of the park. It's kind of like the difference between T-ball and baseball, right? One's got a pitcher, one doesn't. This version, Sonics are playing T-ball. Things are already set up for them. They don't have to really clear things out on the top and mid floor. They just got to get the hatches and then set up for the execution that they want. Now, this is where things get really, really important because this all comes down to Geo and what the conversation is with the Sonics. And I think, just like you thought with your previous statement, that it was a great decision. Sonics choose to not really try and flirt with things over on the server side. And that's mostly because a lot of downstairs setups, you know, rests on the precipice of what happens over on server, what happens with your utility game, how much utility you have set up to try and deny, you know. Even having some nitro cells in pocket, like we saw earlier on in the game, sometimes isn't enough. So you have to make sure that you set up a good treasure trove over on that end of the site. And Sonic's more than aware of that. Geo, more than aware of that. So instead, he calls for more of this, central heart attack where they go for things like the stairwell, things like gold. It's just a really beautiful setup for the Sonics and very well thought out from Geo to try and strike like that instead of going for something that was a little bit more default, like what Wildcard was playing into.
And at least to start here, you can see the semblance, or at least the broad strokes of this clear already manifesting. Adam has worked his way down below inside of the open area admin office. Very quickly, some utility going out. It's likely going to be a lot of pressure from these CEO windows, and then Adam from below to maybe Skeleton Key. Try to force those players out so then the players on Rappel can cut them off, or the players maybe inside a square can cut them off as well. The first bit of the utility goes out, opens up an angle. Watch the player playing inside a conference. Floorboards right beneath the player, and Janitor also made worse for wear. As the C4 goes out, Adam forced off. So Wildcard now aware of the Bucks' presence down below, and Adam doesn't find anything for his troubles.
Back and forth we go, but it's just been an exchange of utility and a few drones from the offense for a few pieces from Wildcard. Minute and 30, vertical, thinking of a insane hatch drop here for Spiker as he's on that close edge. Yeah, I absolutely love this, but instead he's going to make himself angle up there. Eventually getting rid of a Rotero as well, just to try and make sure this shield does live a little while longer. Bosco, oh my gosh, so very smart, and he kills Adam! How? How has he done this? He gets away with so much here. You'd figure that Adam would be close enough to try and deal with him while he's applying a new mirror window, but no. Instead, a 4 versus 4, a sub-minute, a plant is going down, and Merc's got one.
Gio's got a second. The diffuser should be down successfully. Bosco's been able to retake quite a lot of control. He even finds the gunfight on the player top square, but it's still man advantage for Sonics. Gio again opening up so much of Sonic's chances in this round. Bosco will pop the mirror window, try to give himself another angle to fight these players on the rappel. There's one player actually in the building, all the way by the elevators. Bosco senses it. Kansan looking to set up a run out outside, but with both players on 1 HP, Bosco finds it. But surely on 1 HP, both of these players so worse for wear, and the Sonics players smartly on the rappel on opposite sides, and Wildcard now running out of time. Sonics on a CEO execute, flooding through the windows. Bosco might find one. It's a very nice stat padding, but he does not have the time. Surely he doesn't have the time. Does he have the time? Oh my God! I thought he didn't have it. I straight up thought he didn't have the time. But with 0.5 seconds to spare, Ambi saves Sonics from an embarrassing defeat. Whew.
Well, I just need to breathe for a second. That was a lot of energy. That was a lot going on in those last split moments. Wildcard are going to call attack timeout as Sonics are barreling towards overtime, and an insane set of circumstances inside of that last round. Moments away from a loss as Kansan sticks the diffuser in the corner. He just finds his fingertips, cuts those off, and Sonics are able to claim round 10. 6-4 right now as we sit at the TO for WC.
Oh, that almost ended very badly for the Sonics. I imagine after how close that round came, they're probably happy for the attack timeout as well from Wildcard, to be perfectly honest with you. Just settle down a bit. Game's so close to slipping away for them right there. Part of it, Bosco even just his corpse body blocking the shots from Ambi. But they got another round. They've got their CEO attack. They've got a Lockers attack. They've got 2 of them, actually. So now Wildcard can maybe try and go down open area, the one site that's been successful for them so far. Sonics haven't picked up any ground and weren't really able to pick up any ground. Sam, that was the round, if you recall, where I was hyping up the play from Merc and Ambi. Well, you were hyping up Merc and Ambi. I, in particular, was hyping up Merc playing around main lobby as he was lurking or behind the main lobby desk, seeing if anybody was playing around Teller's Archives. Then not only was Merc very unceremoniously dealt with, Ambi trying to retake the control, deleted, and then Sonics, the round was pretty easy for Wildcard after that. So for Sonics, while the attacks have been good so far, they've started to recover. Not exactly living up to high standards from how that previous open area attack went.
Which is pretty insane because as of right now, Bank sits a 55% defensive win rate in NA. So, pretty wild that it's been so offensive favored so far, but sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. These teams just decide in the moment how things are going to go, and it can somewhat be a teeter-totter. Some maps more than others. Bank definitely fall into that category sometimes. So, either way, though, Wildcard going to have at least one more opportunity to try things out before things hit brass tacks and Sonics can try and force an OT. What do they want to do with this round? Well, it's going to be a mid-floor defense. Obviously begs the question, how do you try and hold down the top floor? They're going to have some castle barricades, they'll have some mirror windows. Not only that, they're also going to have vertical for more of a roam threat on this Oryx.
Vertical can play around those castle barricades, play around really the entirety of the top floor setup, and when you've got a zombie castle and mirror on the board, as Wildcard did last time, you've got so many options, either sure through the black mirrors, maybe to find intel, but to just make it all so much more difficult for Sonics either to take control safely or to find the angles they want. It'll extract a lot of utility. The Gone 6 from Ambi we saw earlier, the Rotero drones from Rexen, spending a lot of time on this top floor, opening up angles, clearing out castle barricades. We'll have a hole opened up next to that janitor black mirror. Kansan fine with it. Knows players are going to be on that rappel. He's got different angles to support him as well. Now Sonics look to go for the rappel in. It's Merc, again, the first to fall. Ambi looking for the follow-up. Drim rappels in. He is cut down by Ambi on the rappel. Sonics at least get the 4v4 and will force Kansan to fall back.
That was almost 2 kills donated there from the Sonics, but fortunately an overwatch from Ambi able to take down Rampy. This is a 4 versus 4. Minute and 10 seconds remain. Not bring Rams, so it's going to be down to Ambi to try and strip up a lot of this. Gio might have the secondary bailiff to be able to try and assist in a few different scenarios, but he'll probably just be on Vantage, duty anyways. He tries to hold down other things. Still have a few nitro cells too here for Wildcard that they'll have to worry about. It's just the one on Kansan. With a minute remaining, Sonics have to try and find a home for this case. Now, this is where things become problematic. Wildcard have so many bodies that this site becomes so very manageable for them. There's not very many access points, and the key thing is that Sonics have to try and find a big entry, some big kill to try and find a way to safely get this plant down.
And also with Geo using so many of his Bs for the clear, he doesn't have a lot of ability to get intel on the site, but Vertical, that flank's going to be very long, climbing up through that hatch. Does he have time to even hit that? Will he find the momentum? Or will Kansan win the game for Wildcard? Yes, he will. Vertical might not make it to the site, but he's at least found Ambi. And this drop from the Sonics now faces pressure on all sides. Rexon hops in printer window. Unsuccessful 2 rounds in a row. And Adam is found out. 7-4 victory for Wildcard. Their playoff chances all but assured at this point. And yet the Sonics' journey inside of the North America League continues to face obstacle after obstacle. And that game against LG might not even be enough to get them over the line.
North America has gotten a little better, especially for the bottom half of our region. And it's made things a little bit more complicated for Sonics as they look to try and retool this roster and improve on what they had previously found. Try and find new heights. The likes of Adam, the likes of Merc. This hasn't went too well so far. We're hoping for something down the line, but this stage is all but gone.
I mean, yeah, at this point, a regulation win for the Sonics against LG, the best they can hope for is 10 points. And when the line is looking like it's going to be maybe around the 11 to 12 area, there's a chance. They're not completely shut out, I believe. But, I mean, Sam, especially with LG looking like they can hang with some of the better teams in the NAL, those 3 points are anything but guaranteed.
Yeah, it gets really, really scary, especially for a roster that's so tenured in North America. You know what I mean? I mean, there's blood, sweat, and tears in this organization from a bunch of North American players that have carried this roster, or rather this org, to great heights inside of NA. It's just really crappy to kind of see them in the scenario that they are in right now. Now, again, this is something that they can completely work out of, and this is something where they're just trying to work in 2 players that they're very happy to have. So I'm just very excited to see what they can do down the line. It's just that right now, things very hard given the circumstances of how tightly knit the NA scene is.
Well, that's our first game done, but you do not want to go anywhere because our matchup of the day, Beast Coast versus M80, is up next. We've got a couple death segments in between now and then, but don't go anywhere. We're right back with some great Rainbow Six content.
Not the way you want to start your part of the Super Week if you're the Sonics, but if you're Wildcard, it is a damn good way to bounce back after that really crushing Oregon loss from yesterday. And now it means there's somebody else sitting in the third place position for like the 4th time in the past 24 hours. Wildcard have now bumped themselves up. They're above Beast Coast. They're above everybody else. They've shot up like 5 spots with 1 game or something like that. And it's because the Sonics gave them so much room to work with on Bank.
No, they gave them a lot of room. I mean, I just didn't really know what was going on Sonics' starting half. It looked like they didn't necessarily know what they wanted to do. They were playing very extended, very isolated defenses where each player was super spread out. They had no X factor besides their gunplay. And obviously the gunplay wasn't working. So when you're in a situation where you're just losing gunfights and you continuously keep playing that same way, there's no change. And then they go ahead and call a timeout. What did they talk about during the timeout? What did you guys talk about? Because there was no, we're actually getting smoked on the roam here. Let's tighten up, try to change things until the last 2 rounds, which one of the players must have said it, but during the round, during the timeout, there was no change and they just kept getting picked apart by Wildcard.
Yeah, it's a really tough start for those aggressive players you touched on. Particularly Merc and Ambi went down so often, time and time again. You'll see it in these highlights. It just felt like in the early game on defense, they were trying to play these extended positions. Twice we saw them lose the basement bomb site because they were going for these extensions up above and they just couldn't stay alive to save their lives. And so it was a struggle for them, certainly. And then the 3rd time they went down to the basement, which is that clip that you're watching right there, the 3rd time they went down for the basement, they finally started to play it a little bit more anchor focused. They tried to rein it in a little bit, but even still, like the C4s didn't come out. The plant still happened nice and easy from Wildcard. So the first half just didn't seem like it was landing for Sonics. And then I thought they had some good ideas on attack. You know, there were some cool pushes coming through, like with the Sen's top floor and, you know, with the Grim push down in the basement. But all in all, it just didn't matter with how deep of a hole they were in after the first half.
Even though they had some good attacks, a lot of those attacks came off of big plays or big kills, especially that one round where Ambi was able to save the round off of a defuse right here, which was just so close.
Yeah.
And I did like some of the attacks that they had, but when we highlighted Sonics before the game, it wasn't about their attacks being the issue, it was the defense. And we saw a clear lack of understanding what was going wrong, and there was no change to it.
Yeah, and I do want to say for Wildcard as well, Sonics obviously had some problems in that game, but Wildcard did a great job of capitalizing on that, particularly in their attacking half. It felt like they were doing a really good job of getting those early advantages, which we didn't see yesterday, right? That was a big problem yesterday on Oregon where they were just struggling so heavily to get that initial pick on the attack. That wasn't a problem here today, and I think part of that is them adapting, and part of that is the map.
If there was anybody on Wildcard that you wanted a singular focus on, we've given Kansan all of the props so far because of how high he's been ranked and what his stats are, but anybody else on Wildcard stand out to you more?
Well, for me, it was Spiker, and I kind of thought Spiker might be the big player here because he was so effective last time they played Bank, and Sonics actually went ahead and banned out his Dokkaebi. This is from a previous game. The last time Wildcard played Bank, Spiker was on the Dokkaebi, and he had a total KD of 5-1 on the Operator. He brought it exclusively for attacking this open area bomb site. So Spiker loved the Doke when he played it against Beast Coast a couple weeks ago. And then today, when he came in, obviously it was banned against him. Sonics banned out Dokkaebi, so Spiker could not play this Operator. But he was still able to do much of the same stuff. You can see him running around on the attack. He did a great job coming through, whether it was on the Hibana, whether it was on the Maverick, whatever it happened to be. He played Lion a couple of times.
Yeah.
Spiker really was showing up and finding those frags, even without that Dokkaebi tool. So I liked the ban initially from Sonics. I said I wanted to see that Dokkaebi ban. It happened, but it just didn't seem to make the impact. Spiker got it done regardless.
And a big change that we saw out of Wildcard that we highlighted beforehand is nobody was taking that entry role, right? Nobody was making that big step.
Yeah.
And the big step was the most important thing that would solidify Wildcard not only a middle tier team, but slowly creeping into that top 4 lineup. And it was the fact that they were able to isolate Sonics' 1v1s, the droning and the crossfires that both players and every player on Wildcard was making was amazing. Even though we're seeing Rampy right here not going for the kill, he's taking that position, which led Spiker to be able to push into the back and shoot Merc. Merc had no idea where everybody was coming from, and every single round there was amazing isolated 2-on-1 positions because Wildcard knew that if they go slow, they take their time, they focus on those kills. Once they get it, they can then just execute. They didn't need the time for the late executes because Sonics was not playing for that.
Yeah, I thought the drones were really important for Wildcard. I think the biggest players for getting those picks were guys like Rampy and guys like Vertical. You know, they didn't finish with the best of stats. You see Rampy down there 5 and 9. His defensive half wasn't the greatest, but I do think on attack, he was doing a great job getting in, finding those opening picks. Vertical as well. They really did step up, and you see the 3-0 from Spiker, even himself on the entry, having a big impact there. So loved that early round play coming through from Wildcard, especially on the attack.
Well, let's talk to one of the guys who is one of the big reasons for why Wildcard is in this sort of position in the first place. Guy that we highlighted in the pregame, so let's bring him back on screen. It's Kansan Yukari in the flesh, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, congratulations on the win, my dude. Was there anything that you did from that Oregon loss from yesterday that translated some strat, some mentality, anything that you changed from yesterday to today that contributed to why you were able to knock Sonics off?
Honestly, yesterday we were just playing slow. I think the first picks really killed us there. Today we focused on making plays and making sure we get the first pick, and obviously it worked out. We had bested them on the entry almost every round. So, I mean, that's pretty much what we did.
Kansan, speaking of that entry specifically, I know on Oregon it's obviously a map dependent. It's really hard to find entry picks, but on Bank we saw a lot of these isolated 2-on-1 positions. Did you guys know that Sonics was going to give you guys the freedom to do that? Or is that just something you guys noticed as you were droning step by step?
Yeah, we watched their last Bank VOD, and they did the exact same thing they did last time. They always have Merc and Ambi solo roam. They're not really in positions to help each other, so that just gave us the free picks pretty much.
Kansan, you played Bank, and it's the second time you played Bank so far this season. You played it against Sonics in particular, kind of bringing back a couple old memories for me. You've always loved this map. Do you find it as a particularly strong map for yourself as an individual, or does it just so happen that in the past this has been a strong map for you, and again, it continues to be a strong map? Or do you think there is something fundamentally about Bank that you love?
I don't really know. I don't really feel anything about the map. I just think we're good on that map as a team, but that map is very comfortable for me. I've played it since, 5-6 years ago, since the old Bank as well. So I'm just very comfortable on that map.
Fair enough.
Your stage is also about to come to a close, and it's going to go against Dark Zero just tomorrow. Is there anything about that game in particular that excites you, that makes you go, oh man, this one's going to be a tough one? Any thoughts about your opponents to end out your stage of the NAL before your playoff run?
Nothing in particular for them. I think they've had a rough stage so far, but I think this week they're actually bouncing back a lot. So it's going to be a tough game, I think. Yeah, that's pretty much.
Fair play, dude. Again, congratulations on the 3 points up into third place, at least for right now. Keep hoping that the guys below you don't get any points and don't knock you out of playoff contention. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yep, thank you.
Big dubs for the guys in red today, and I don't think the Sonics even have that many chances left. They weren't in a playoff position to start the day because of where every other team was around them, and now they're still in that 8th place position. Meanwhile, Wildcard just shoot way up the standings and push everybody else down.
Yeah, especially how the season started. I wouldn't have expected it to get closer to ending in this fashion, especially with Sonics being towards the bottom. They looked so strong on their first day against Dark Zero.
Yep.
But I guess that spoke more about Dark Zero than it did Sonics.
That's a great point. And I mean, you look at the standings now, it really feels like Sonics have been in a hole that's going to be almost impossible to get out of. They play Luminosity tomorrow. That'll be their final game, potentially, of the stage. Of course, they'll have open qualifiers or closed qualifiers after that to try to make it into the major. But they're in a really tough spot. And I believe for Wildcard, they're not mathematically locked in, but it's looking very, very good for playoffs at this point.
Yeah, it's going to depend on a couple other things going their way and also how their own DZ game goes. But at this point, 11 points. The minimum threshold to qualify for playoffs in last stage, where there were also 9 teams, was about 12. So all they realistically need is one really good performance against DZ, and suddenly they're going to playoffs where they weren't able to do that in stage 2 of last year. But a team that can lock in playoffs is coming up next. M80 plays Beast Coast in game 2 of day 2 of the Super Week.
Winning, honestly. I think that motivates me the most is winning.
Just like watching other people play the game, when you get kicked out of a tournament early, you watch the rest of the games, you're like, damn, I wish that was me.
Probably the biggest reminder is just your teammates and like the people around you. You want to be your best self.
Every day I wake up and it's a good thing, you got to be grateful that you have another day on this planet. You have to be here to compete, and if you're not here to compete, why are you here, You're here to be the best human you can be.
I quit baseball in high school, which I really do regret. I've always been really big on gaming, and my friend made me play Siege. and the game is so hard, I want to become good at it. I know I'm better than these players, and I want to prove it. And, you know, people always hate, say I'm not, say my team can't be better than these teams. You know, that's just motivation to keep going. People keep talking, I keep playing. You know what I mean?
This might be a game of number 2 against number 4, but under the surface, it's actually a game of survival. M80 are going to playoffs, but they're only 4 points above Beast Coast, who could usurp them in the top 2 if they were to win today. But Beast Coast, for their own part, are trying to lock in playoffs, which they can do with a win. And if they don't, then suddenly, because of all of the jostling that happens in the North American League standings, they could even lose that top 4 position if they don't win today. So, big stakes, even if on paper it doesn't actually demonstrate it for both Beast Coast and M80 in this game.
I'd say it's huge stakes because both teams, in my opinion, have a similar element of creativity. They're both very fresh teams to watch, a lot of new additions. And Beast Coast, I mean, we talk about it, it's a band of misfits, and it's nice to see them finally find a little bit of more success.
Yeah, I think Beast Coast was a team where coming into the stage, a lot of people had different expectations. Some people saw this roster and said, you know what, they've got no history playing together. Who's this diffuser guy? They're not going to do anything. Some people took a look and they're like, hot and cold, that guy rocks. The rest of these players, tons of experience, all going to pop off. So, I mean, I think a lot of people were questioning where Beast Coast would finish, and I like the idea that they could finish quite high in these standings because they still got a great opportunity to get those points.
A lot of people must have thought Diffuser would be planting.
Yeah, they would have. Yeah.
God, I hate it here. Both teams are entering today on 3-game win streaks. Beast Coast were 0-3 to start and then famously have worked their way all the way back up to a 500 record. Meanwhile, 3 games ago was when LG beat M80 and they've won everything since then and are still one of the best teams categorically in basically every stat that we track at this point.
Yeah, M80 are an extremely strong team right now. Obviously, we saw their stats there, second across the board. If they win today, they jump up to first, at least in the standings. I don't know about the attacking and defensive win percentages, but they're playing very well across the board. As you said, Jacob, this is a team that we've seen have really big individual moments, but they also can play together really well.
Well, let's give Beast Coast some props before we jump too hard on the team that is currently in second. These guys were in third to start the day, but now they've gone down to fourth because of Wildcard's win. But yesterday, 7-5 over SSG on Cafe. First half, they went blow for blow, but in the second, they adapted wonderfully to some adept shield play, won 4 rounds straight, and handed SSG a losing record for the first time in a year.
Yeah, Beast Coast on a bit of a streak now. I believe 3 maps in a row they've been able to take down, and it really does feel like they're starting to put themselves into a strong position. I think that last game against Space Station, despite it starting a little bit rocky, especially on that first half, their ability to get that plant down, focus consistently with the Monty plays, turn it around after their tack timeouts, really impressed me. So from Beast Coast's point of view, I think there's a team that comes through with a lot of great ideas, and they absolutely could shut things down here.
Well, we talked to Spirits before we got into Super Week competition, and this is when Beast Coast were really starting to amp their wins up very slowly. So let's see what he had to say coming into Super Week.
Our team is built from 4 different main team. We have players from SSG, DZ, from Wildcard, from Sonics, and it's all different play style, but all combined to one that we're all comfortable on. Our adaptability and our change of the pace is super good. We're just very unpredictable. I think Diffuser's performance from last week has been showing his real potential. During the first week, we had an identity crisis. We were still figuring out roles. We were still figuring out who was better at what spot, who was better at what role. And we had Diffuser on a role that it didn't really fit his style. And now that we put him on the role that he wants, the role that he performs well, he's been showing some amazing potential, and he's been performing super well. The chemistry has been amazing since the beginning of the team, but it keeps every week it keeps improving, and the potential is just a sky. We double scrim every day for the past month almost, and been putting a lot of work to stay at the top and to become a top team.
What was once a point that we were really critical of Beast Coast on and confused about where all these different players would fit as they came from different teams now seems like it's a real strength for a team that has now really started to figure some things out. But true to form, it's come with trial and error. Some things had to go wrong first for them to actually have something to fix, and they have been fixing it pretty decently so far.
They have, and I'm happy we heard Spirits address the identity crisis. It feels good when you say something on the desk and the players are able to confirm it themselves, because we've talked about it a lot. But not only has changing the diffuser made them not only play a lot more comfortably, but we've been able to notice it in their play by the way that they've been able to observe, adapt, and overcome every single round, not only outside of the server, but inside of the server. This is their game against SSG, and there was first few starting rounds where Beast Coast was not identifying the problem against SSG. They were letting J90 play in the bathroom up here, uncontested. They were going very slow, trying to utilize their utility to win the game when they want to go for the plant. And unfortunately, when you give players like J90 uncontested ability, they're able to take advantage of it. And this is a round where Beast Coast notifies that. They understand it completely. We cannot play based off of utility. We need to be able to use our Monty pretty much bring it out and start going for these fast plays. And this was a huge read that they were able to understand. We don't need to go off utility. Let's try to focus just on going for the execute very fast. This round, they get the diffuser down. And obviously, right here, they use the Monty again to get a critical position and continue to go fast. They weren't letting SSG slow them out like they were prior. They were able to read it, adapt, and improve live in front of our eyes.
And I think a big reason why they're so strong in this sense is because of hot and cold. You know, after that game, we talked to him in the interview, and I asked him the question, you went 3-3 on Cafe defenses, were you worried? And he said, you know what, I'm the attacking IGL, I'm confident in my team's attacks, I knew we could bring it back. And he was absolutely right, they did just that. Yeah, they started slow, they didn't have all those answers right at the beginning, but they problem solved, they figured it out, and they finished with some really strong attacks.
Well, it was 4 rounds in a row as soon as they picked up the Monty and decided we're going to use all of our strats and combine all of our efforts on just this one player. And it worked out. They beat Space Station yesterday, and another team in this lobby has already also done that so far this stage. It's M80. They've only lost 1 game. It was to LG on Skyscraper, and at this point, it basically feels like ancient history. They beat Lost yesterday on Clubhouse, but oh boy, that thing came really, really close. I think closer for comfort than any of the guys on M80 would have appreciated.
I want to say a lot of M80's games have been very close. They're a very consistent team so far, and I'd say they have a little bit of everything. They're very good at everything, but I'm going to need to see a little bit more consistency to be able to say that they're great at everything, but I think they're almost there.
Yeah, and I think probably the biggest thing that I've seen from them has been their attacking roam clearing, and in fact, they've been the best team out of all of the North American squads with the Deimos usage. The newest operator joined Team Rainbow. M80 have actually ran Deimos more than every other team combined. 10 rounds from M80, 9 from all of the other squads put together. You can see the percentages there. Solid win rate with it, 50% overall. You see Spoit running it 6 times. Citizen has the other 4 plays for M80. The way they like to use this operator is actually pretty different depending on who's running it. When you've got Spoit on the operator, oftentimes you'll see him kind of playing a little bit farther back, maybe feeding that information to his teammates so that they can go in and try to grab that kill, which is kind of what you're seeing here from Citizen as well. But when Citizen plays the operator, he's more so honestly just playing for the gun, trying to go in for the lurk. He does a great job of sometimes not even using the gadget, but finding a lot of kills when he's playing that operator anyways. I've been loving the different ways that we've seen M80 use this new Deimos operator. I don't think there's any team in North America who's doing it quite as well as them. They're
bringing a lot of different looks with the new operator, not only just Deimos, but they have picked 28 different operators on attack. The #1 team has picked 29. So it's almost there, but we see a lot of creativity and from everybody. We obviously remember Kino jumping in the CEO window and kicking somebody to stop the plan.
That's going to live in infamy for a couple months at this point. Yeah.
It is, but we've seen a lot of operators, the Yang, the Monty, the Deimos, the Grim, and it's very refreshing to see them try to just switch it up every single look that we see out of M80.
Maps are in for this matchup that, again, will decide whether Beast Coast lock in playoffs or not. It's Oregon, and they have defense first. I kind of like the Battleground, even though we've seen a whole bunch of Oregon recently. What do we think of the pick?
No.
No? No?
Oh, what? This is stressing me out. Oregon is just a map where I feel like everyone has such a good playing ground. Everything's so consistent. Any team could win. So when you look at it and you're like, oh, M80 might be a little stronger. It goes to Oregon. It doesn't matter at that point.
Yeah, it's also one we've not seen from Beast Coast so far through the season. They've been kind of maybe keeping it under wraps. We've seen a lot of Oregon from the other teams, but not from Beast Coast just yet. So, yeah, I don't think it's a bad choice coming through. Maybe a little bit risky from M80, but we do always talk about Oregon. It is very default, so there's only so much you can do to kind of catch your opponents off guard.
I really want to know if Fox's reaction to seeing the map is also going to lend into predictions by too much, just because you don't, like, we said no when we saw Wildcard play it a whole bunch, but this is different territory for both teams here. So who do you take?
Oh my, I'm sorry. I have to switch it. I initially was going to pick M80, but when I'm seeing the map, I mean, I feel like there's a reason that Beast Coast went to it, and when I look at the roster, who would win a 10-man, pretty much, just a 5v5, I would pick Beast Coast on Oregon.
Okay.
I don't know. I think M80, the way that they've played the game so far, I think M80's ability to pick apart the defenses that we're going to be seeing from Beast Coast should be quite strong. I think Beast Coast have been relatively reliant on playing these like really plant-focused games, which sometimes can be tougher to get done. You really need to be able to win the early games sometimes on Oregon. So I'm sticking with M80. I'm not too worried about the map.
Okay.
But yeah, this could be a close game.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just funny. Laxing's jumped up, so now Fox kind of has to do anything he can to get a leg up.
Yeah, Lax is just trying to be different, but when I agree with your points. When I look at M80, I'd say maybe a player like Sport or Citizen, I feel like they're so talented that the map doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And when I look at player to player, I feel like Oregon is going to help Beast Coast more than it'll help MAD.
Okay, so you agree with his points, but you also don't agree with his points as well.
I agree with his points.
It's fair.
But I respectfully disagree.
Fair play. Let's see which analyst comes out on top. Is Relaxing and Jesse right on this one, or is Foxay going to do literally whatever it takes to equalize his percentage? We'll see. It's Carter Hannafeld and Sam Stokes on the call.
You know what I think? Against a team that is on the come up, why would you take them to a default map where they don't have to really worry on inventing a whole lot of new stuff? Now, to be fair, Sam, I will say this. While I agree with Fox that I think this map certainly helps Beast Coast more than it helps M80, at the same time, if we can just reduce the factors that Spoit has to think about when he's entering on the map, I don't think they're going to complain a whole lot.
Very true. Very, very true. And rounding that off, I think Oregon is going to be a pretty good catalyst for both of these teams to really see what the hell is going on in North America. You and I had like a 10-minute conversation in the green room about what the heck is going on, what's really going on for NA. And it's been a pretty wild stage so far. I mean, when your technical worst team in the entire region is Los, who have still looked like they could potentially stand the test of time with this roster, there's a lot of really good things happening for this region. And there's a lot of really good things happening for both of these squads that we have respectively. M80 and Beast Coast have both looked fantastic for kind of dim, similar circumstances a little bit, but for some other things as well. We'll start with M80 here. I've really liked what we've seen from M80 this stage. I think they've looked really, really good, especially for the amount of people that they ended up picking inside of the stage, or rather picking up inside of the off period before this stage. They look so very dynamic, especially with the players that they had chosen that are completely across like the entire spectrum. You got players coming in from Europe, players coming in from Brazil, players coming in from America. It's crazy. It's completely across the board.
Yeah.
I think M80 have done a really, really good job of being able to tie this whole thing together. And not only that, but kick off a pretty competitive stage with a really good shout at making playoffs. Whereas for Beast Coast, I think that they've shown up in a lot of different regards, especially with some of the new players that they've picked up as well. The shining hope, the shining beacon for me for BC for their off period was definitely Hot and Cold coming into this roster, just because he's been a really long-standing player, Carter.
Yeah.
And not only that, but like, although he's been a long-standing player, sometimes you have to worry about players when they get up there in age as well. Do they care as much anymore? Are they in it to win it? That kind of thing. That's something I have never been concerned with Hot and Cold, and it shows once again here on Beast Coast. He is worth his stock, man. He is such a solid player, and BC has looked really solid because of that.
They have. I mean, his calling on Beast Coast, stepping into a bit more of a leadership role where, I mean, he's mentored younger players. He's been sort of the veteran on rosters. I mean, comparatively speaking, I mean, obviously, Foltz has been on SSG for years now. So bringing on players like Forrest, like Jane, I know, there is a bit of a mentorship there. They are younger. They are a bit newer in terms of tenure. So Hot and Cold's been, I think, in a mentor or leader figure before, but actually in game kind of coming off his lurker role on Space Station and on previous teams, and actually fully taking on kind of the more IGL role and being a leader in and out of game. It looks like he's been doing it his whole life, man. I mean, the jump between that change, between stepping up to the plate, when you have that experience, I imagine it does make calling a little easier, but outside of those first couple play days, when, I mean, they'd only been a roster for maybe a month or so with very little to no game day experience, Hot and Cold is looking really quite strong in that leadership role. But I have to say, I'm a bit insulted that you forgot to bring up somebody on M80, because it has not been, Spoit. That has been my standout player on M80. It's not been Cameraman coming in as this experienced IGL. The re-education, the revival of Kino's playing career, now that he has been taken out of Hard Breach and Monty Jail, has been one of the most entertaining things to watch this stage.
I can entirely agree with you. Also, the little shout out to the re-education of Lauren Hill there as well. Shout out to you on that, Carter. Amazing. But yeah, the re-education of Kino and his reapplication to M80 has been more than a firecracker. Let me tell you, this guy has been his own monsoon, if you want to take a feather out of the cap of Beast Coast. He's been so impeccable this entire stage. And yeah, I'll be right there with you carrying this cross, my friend, because he has looked so stellar.
On this map especially, if you want to take it specifically to Oregon, this was, you know, the second game M80 had played. We had just seen them beat Wildcard, and at the time, we you know, unfortunately, weren't taking Wildcard all that seriously yet, given this, you know, the roster's middling success previously. But especially going up against a team like M80, we're like, okay, you got to win 0-7-4 on Chalet, a map we think you're better at anyway. What do you actually have to offer against a team like the Sonics next week? And on Oregon, it looked a bit shaky. The attacks are a bit slow, but what was really great was when they were starting to stall, when they were starting to struggle. A lot of the times, Spoitwave was doing a lot of work, but Kino in particular was finding huge multi-frags entering into the site on basement or clearing upstairs to bring M80 back into the game. And as the ban phases transpire, there's a lot of things to talk about, in particular that Blitz ban. But Kino in general, but on this map in particular when M80 played it against SQ, was such an instrumental player to give them a fighting chance on attacks that had honestly gone awry.
This ban phase was gorgeous, by the way. Just to let you know while we're in the background here, for the ops at least. M80 are going to ban out Blitz and Solus. We'll get to the shield thing because you and I talked about that in the green room. But I really want to point out the fact that M80 banned Solus here, because the last time around, what do we see them ban out, folks? We saw them ban out Fenrir when they ended up taking this away from Sonics 8-6. But they knew through their own homework that Beast Coast, for the majority of their bans on the defensive side of the coin this entire stage, they've been removing Fenrir. So instead of removing it themselves, they thought that Beast Coast would just remove it for them. And they most definitely did. They take out Solus, they get the Fenrir ban for free, practically 2 bans that M80 wanted, all on the defensive side. So very well done for them. Very happy that that worked out for them. But, you know, the shield's coming through, Carter. We talked about how you really thought that the Monty was more than likely going to get banned out. I thought the Blitz. What were you thinking about the Monty ban?
I was about to say, why don't you hold that thought? So that way we have something to come. We have something to come back to, because I do believe we have a bit of a break to toss to, unfortunately, as we've got a tech pause. So we'll be right back after this with more Shield talk. It's just like 2 seconds. We just had to get it figured out. We just, you know, we had to, listen, when you have to literally crack open the game servers, you don't want to reveal what's inside, okay? You don't want to see how the sausage gets made. You don't want to see how it works. But I did promise something. We would get back, that we would talk about the shield, Sam, the Blitz ban we saw from M80. And I thought it'd be the Monty. I'm going to keep it so real with you. I thought the Monty was going to be the more pressing ban for M80, but the Blitz, taking down that player who can take quick control of bunker, not a bad idea.
Yeah, and I think it extends a little bit, you know, more vastly to Oregon as well. You know, you look at the map and you look to see what the heck happens routinely when it comes to a lot of these collisions that we see, both of these, you know, the offense and the defense on a, you know, course for. Blitz is usually a better option for things when it's a little bit more congested, because he can be more aggressive. He has the ability to flash people out. He has the ability to try and work that pistol out from behind the shield in a little bit better circumstance than Monty, just because he does have that flash on the front. Whereas Monty, he's a constant aggression, but there's tools inside of the defensive kit that you can use to try and work your way around him. And I think that that's what M80 is really focusing on, in the fact that they want to try and limit people like Hot and Cold and people like Spirits, who are both very talented shield players, and their ability to try and open up these rounds when they get on the offense.
You can see Sport taking a bit of a quick control on that white stairs. Using the Ash Charge down below, covers the sound, allows him to get up to the top of that staircase, where there is one Beast Coast roamer currently playing. Thinking about a bit of a hunt, but of course there are those 2 defenders on top, Freezer and inside of security, who could flank him from behind. Just got to be careful. With that drone, you start backing off. We'll fire some shots. Away his position. And Gavini will remain. Now I'm starting to get curious. I think they had a red ping on him. Surely they know he's here at this point. It seemed like Spoit did, and Gavini doesn't really feel all that worried right now. As we don't see Spoit actually deal with him, anybody go for that pinch on the top floor? By the way, we're a minute 40 seconds in, by the way. No, he doesn't know! I gave M80 far too much credit.
Yeah, you really did. You really did. Gotta read the body language sometimes there, my friend. But that was definitely one of those moments. Spoit had no idea from the jump. The drones completely miscalculated on this top floor. And I hate to say it, that's got to be one of the most routine spots you see somebody. So M80 just really not paying attention to some of their corners and things along those lines. If he gets away with another kill right here, this is all, yep, that's the round right there. This is absolutely absurd. They should not be going down this way for M80 at all. Gav, are you good for 2? I don't think you are. You shouldn't be, and you won't be. Keena's going to gun him down, but with 30 seconds remaining, M80 have so much to do on the basement level, but Noodle, there's no way. You shut your mouth. You shut your mouth. 1 versus 2, he's gunned down. It's a trade kill, though. Beast Coast get away with 1 person alive. What was that round? Let's start at the very beginning here.
Dude.
We see a full map clear from M80 that ends, at least the clear ends, with Gavini going completely unnoticed on the top floor, while Spoit is also working the area, and not a single person is aware of the soul that is just existing inside of games.
Yeah, once you see M80 committing to hunting down this Goyo with 55 seconds left.
That's so insane.
It's like this round is probably cooked. Like, unless they find this guy in the next, like, literally the next 5 seconds. Like, if they do not find him immediately, let alone if they drop another body and Gavini's able to go 1 for 1 after the opening kill on Spoit, the round is cooked at that point. I mean, I was sitting there like, okay, you know, they see the super aggressive position on Freezer, Freezer, Security, and inside of Generator. This is before I knew that they misdroned Gavini. I was like, okay, they're probably going to set up for a pinch. They can see a lot of people here. They'll maybe try to get a big man advantage in one fell swoop. That'll make up for the amount of time they're spending on this part of the map. That'll make up for the minute 40 seconds they've spent with not opening up many of the hatches, not getting a lot of pressure on maybe bottom laundry or the back tower stairs. That'll make up for it because they'll get a 4v3. And then, of course, they misdroned Gavini. That changes things entirely. And now, in hindsight, that round looks way more questionable because, I mean, obviously there were a lot of mute jammers. Hard to get intel. But what was M80 doing for those 2 minutes that they spent so long acquiring so little?
You know, I think the main thing is that if let me paint you a picture real quick. Let's think about this round as it happened. Now let's reposition Gavini from that top floor downstairs into a turtle setup. Everything that M80 did was completely correct, right? Right. Okay. So the thing is that Gavini being able to, I won't even say like circumnavigate or be able to like work his way around the drones, just being straight up misdroned by M80, them not going through and making sure that every T is crossed and every I is dotted. That is the reason that round falls flat on its face. That's legitimately the only reason. And that right there is why when you're droning things out, folks, you know, I know we probably got some young players in chat, some people that are trying to figure things out with a young team or just got on a college esports team or whatever. That is why we drone things out to the nth degree. Because if you don't, then there's a player like Gab that knows those corners are deep and he's just going to sit there and wait things out. And he ends the entire round all because of his own efforts. You can't have that kind of stuff, especially when you have a caliber of squad like you do with M80.
And for Beast Coast, I mean, obviously, in the first couple play days, they were not particularly strong on either side. As Spirits mentioned, they were going through an identity crisis. The attacks and the defenses were a problem, but there were bigger issues to concern themselves with that affected both sides, but they couldn't immediately start tailoring their strategy for one or the other. But since then, they have started to refine both sides of play, and against SSG yesterday, especially with those Monty executes, the attacks looked quite good, and it seems with these defenses, which initially in the first few play days were less than stellar, if we want to be polite, now we're starting to look into quite a good position, not only because they can play off each other well, but you can see Gavini go for plays like that, go for one-for-ones, and instead of seeing haphazard or ad hoc, it seems like part of an overall strategy.
Yeah, it feels way more sound. And the other thing is it doesn't feel as though, like, if that does go awry, that Beast Coast are now less than, you know? And that's a great feeling as well when you have players that can make some of these grandiose things happen on either side of the coin when they can go for some more of these high-flying antics. It's great to have a team that can, you know, fall back on their backbone when those things go wrong, because that isn't going to be 100% accurate. That's just not how the game of Siege works. You're never going to find a player that is going to hit, their mark 100% of the time in that scenario. So it's really nice to have kind of things building upon themselves for BC in that regard. It's looked so very well done throughout this entire stage, and I think it goes to what Spirit said, inside of that little video that we saw on the analyst desk. They have players from across practically the four corners of North America, the four corners that you really care about, right? And it makes to where they all have a really solid understanding of how Siege is played, how these systems should be implemented, and now they're creating their own, and it's looking beautiful.
Citizen got a bit of intel on that player playing inside of the closet. Passive angle at the moment. Talk about a team with players from all four corners of the earth. Europeans, Brazilians, Brazilian Americans.
Oh, no way.
Well, none can hold a candle to the Beast Coast defenders at the moment. Diffuser fries Citizen off that angle. Cameron on the Deimos. Cut down as the second. Just talked about M80, one of the most prolific Deimos users in the entirety of the NA League. Citizen playing him, Noodle playing him, Cameraman in this particular case playing him, but none of the utility, none of the positions, the operators, anything for M80 is working out so far. Gunner's even fallen back from the big tower position he was holding earlier, now rotated into Attic. They've also, or Beast Coast have also reinforced off the bedroom wall, forcing some hard breaching out of M80, but credit to Spoit. He reacts very quickly, and one thing M80 still have, with the Dokumi and the Blitz being banned, they've got Ying and Grim on the board, some of the strongest execute ops we have in the game. And if anything can get a man advantage back, it'll be the utility of those two.
Well, time and time again, when M80's bell has been rung, it's been Spoit that has answered the call and been the one that pulls them back across the line. Beast Coast, though, battering and bruising M80 at every single corner. It's down to Kino and Spoit. If you toss Citizen in there, you can talk about the 3 stars that we've seen across this entire stage for M80. We've had some moments for Noodle. We've had some moments for Cameraman, but it's been these 3 that have made the most out of situations that seem to be nothing but dust. And so far, it's looked at least somewhat good. Very minimal time remaining. I don't think they get that much farther. And Kano's going to get gunned down, more than likely a sign of the times, and it will be a BC round on the top floor.
And just a strong defense. Also, I want to highlight something, okay? Because he gets a lot of flack, and I want to take some time to praise him. Gunner is a lot of things. Very good player. But he sometimes has a bit of an over-aggressive streak. He sometimes can peak a little too far. I believe Super said on a co-stream, he's a great player with the talent for dying at random moments in 5v5 situations. And it's true. If you even watched the SSG game yesterday, a lot of times Gunner's sticking his head in the window where it doesn't belong, dies early. Takes a gunfight he shouldn't, dies early. This time, is he playing on a far-off position? Yes, but it's big tower with the Azami, a calm position to play. But look at right there. Kino is praying Gunner peaks the entirety of that final minute, and Gunner doesn't give him an opening until the round's pretty much lost with 7 seconds left.
Yep.
And against the SQ game, that's how M80 were finding a lot of their openings. Kino in particular were finding a lot of their openings. SQ getting a bit over-aggressive, M80 punishing them. It might seem like something small there, but the fact that Gunner plays so patiently in Attic and never takes the fight until the round is pretty much won anyway, not only is indicative that Gunner can rein it in when it matters, but also East Coast can rein it in and deny M80 a way back into these attacks.
Yeah, and also just to put this out there as well, a great recognition of one's own reliance to try and get into those early engagements, you know what I mean? Because honestly, at the end of the day, when you have an advantage like that in Siege and you're able to play things out on time, especially from the defensive perspective, my thought has always been, Carter, why not? Why not? Force them into a bad scenario. Force them into a bad swing. There's so many things that are poor that can happen to the offense in a situation like that. And speaking of poor, M80, they've been completely discovered. Yeah, you know, you're at least going to have Gunner get down for at least a moment, but they'll pick up Cameraman. And this is already a huge deal. M80 now down for the 3rd time in this game, and it's only round 3.
That is actually kind of unfortunate timing for M80 right there, because as you saw, there was actually a big gap in the defense, and then right as Cameraman goes up the hatch, Spirits is like, oh, Gunner's down, I gotta go help him. Walks up, somebody just break through the hatch inside security and is able to get the opening pick. So I think M80 found a very real hole in the defense right there, and then Spirits just rotates and fills it at the exact wrong time for M80. He's even able to get Gunner back up, so East Coast fully reclaiming that 5v4, still holding this top floor control as well, with Gavini and Hot and Cold both upstairs. 2 attackers, though, looking to cut them in 2, moving into Trophy. in with the defense a little separated, especially hot and cold found inside of Attic. A couple picks could go M80's way if they play their cards right.
And you got to be worried for hot and cold inside of that attic. It's a soft wall, and there's an LMG on the other side. If he makes a misstep, he's more than likely going to end up getting ball banged, and that'll be a big opener for M80. Going to be Spoit onto Gunner instead, who more than likely was flanking. We saw that player around the main stairs, but not too much to come from it just yet. Gav's going to back off. I do know there's still some players over inside of Small Tower. Free Fire coming out from the Valk now, and not too much to find. Both of these teams a little discombobulated, trying to figure out how to be able to line themselves up once again across from each other.
It just favors the defense, though. I mean, Gav can feel a little insecure. Maybe I need to rotate back. Maybe I need to go upstairs, but as you see, M80's insecurity is their gain because now they rotate over and are trying to go for a fast play through Green Hall, but hot and cold right around the corner with his shotgun. Here's the barbed break, sees the Runegate deleted. He's only able to down one, though. No, he does get the kill onto Spoit, but it's only a 3v3 as he's quickly traded out by M80. Great reaction right there. Oh no, Gavini giving his position away a little too early. Tries to salvage it by hopping on the boosted angle. Will thankfully come away with his life. Citizen taking a lot of damage on the entry into the meeting position. Forced to back off even. Kino shut down with that diffuser. Great find by diffuser. Great double find by the diffuser. And Gavini still alive on that roam. Gets the third kill on the execute. Gets Beast Coast third as well.
These defenses are looking so very solid for Beast Coast right now. M80 have only been able to garner one advantage this entire time, and really it didn't make any headway towards the site. It's going to be attack timeout from them, and M80 have a lot to discuss. These offenses so far have not been very clean. They haven't been able to make, solid headway towards the actual site, with really any man advantage going their way.
Not 3 times now, Beast Coast have been able to get that open pick, get that 5v4, but honestly, more importantly, not throw it away in any either long-term capacity. If a kill's been traded out in the case of, Gunner being found on that flank, Hot and Cold's able to set himself up in a position to anticipate the rotate from M80 on back tower side, and still keep it an even contest. Still keep M80 on the back foot, keep them guessing, force them into positions in which they are uncomfortable. So the Beast Coast defenses have looked excellent so far, as you said, especially getting a win on Meeting Kitchen, where the entire time it seemed they were one step ahead or were keeping M80 more one step behind them. Now they get to go back down to basement and dorms after this. Obviously, this is the time to see what adaptations M80 have, but these have been 3 very comfortable rounds from Beast Coast without a whole lot of mistakes on their part.
Oh, very true. They've looked sound across the entire board, and that's something that is really hard fought, especially for teams like Beast Coast that just came together what seems to be like a fortnight ago, right? Like, Beast Coast have not been together for that long, and they're already, capable of producing rounds like this up against M80. Yes, it's Oregon. Yes, it's Oregon defense, but still, M80 is a really, really solid roster that has more than the capability to take away rounds from Beast Coast on the offensive side of things. And it's been a perfect defensive half so far from Beast Coast. That's why we see this timeout so early from M80. They're a little worried.
Yeah, a lot of the times on Oregon, a lot of the times in NA, I will say, it's definitely been a bit of a defender-sided league at the moment. A lot of teams in rebuilds, and typically, if you're figuring things out, whether you're a new roster like Beast Coast or bringing on a new IGL in the case of SSG, or even in some ways, M80, new IGL to Spoit and Kino, the attacks are usually the part that comes later. The defenses are a bit easier to figure out, but that coordination on the attack, that momentum is a bit more difficult to find with a new roster. So right here on Oregon, a map that is typically always decided by who can get more of those attacking rounds, getting as many as you can here, at least 2 would be ideal. Maybe even 1 depending on what happens. The Demos going out, at least this time we are seeing a bit more use from early on, because when Cameraman last played Demos, he was pretty much one of the first 2 dead and found no impact with those trackers. But here though, on a full anchor setup, he's not going to find a whole lot of impact in the early round, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely not. Little sidebar for a second. Love the fact that Hot and Cold's rocking the old OXG MP5 tractor skin. The very first
Deere.
OXG skin that ever came out. Amazing stuff. I actually love that skin, and it's, it's not for the looks, not for anything. It's simply just because of the nostalgia factor. But either way, M80 still making some solid progress on this mid floor. There's really nothing in the way for them, minus some utility pieces around these stairwells for them to try and get some of these hatches open, try to get some of these angles freshened up, and then we'll start to work into execution period. Execution time. Spoit flirting there with an M590 that he didn't really know about.
He knows about it now. That's the thing with that mute jammer. I mean, you generally should probably assume, like, all right, if I can't drone down there might be somebody playing aggressive. Not for sure, but might. And he'll quick peek and thankfully dodge out of the way of that shotgun shell fired by Spirits in response. We also saw one of the death marks actually fail because cameraman tried to track him, and obviously being in the radius of a mute jammer, and the death mark tracker being electronic in nature, was not able to start pinging Spirits' location. I believe cameraman might actually, yeah, he's out of those for the remainder of the round. And sure, you've got a lot of great utility for this execute. You've got the Capital Bolt, smoke and fire alike. You've got the swarm grenades from Citizen, but having the ability to maybe just power that player playing in Laundry or playing in Long Haul and have full intel when cameraman floods into the site, lacking that could be a bit of a problem. There's a lot of utility still for M80, but lacking that could give the edge to a Beast Coast defender in a gunfight where they might have lost it otherwise.
Look at this time. 5v5, there's 30 seconds remaining. So many different bastions existing for Beast Coast. They'll be able to persist and try and extend themselves up towards these gates where M80 are going to attempt to enter. Diffuser has the goggles on. He's not able to find too much, though. M80 capable of dislodging the players inside of the mirror. And not only that, but getting the plant down. This is something that I did not think that they were going to be able to do. And Noodle with a triple kill. Cameraman with the last one. I cannot believe my eyes, Carter. M80, they completely sweep the entire deck. They are able to repel Beast Coast, and not only that, they're able to lodge themselves directly into the heart of this site, kill these players around this mirror, and make this entire Laundry space their own home in the matter of like 15 seconds.
You obviously got to give Noodle a lot of credit there, you know, pushing in with that buck into the small closet, dealing with the player on the mirror window, because on a front side plant, if maybe not necessarily there's a warden playing there, but if you've got somebody with a C4, that could spell doom for your execute entirely. So I like that play from Noodle, and then he ends up getting a 3K to boot. That's all very nice. One thing I do actually find a little bit interesting, I'm sure as you guys noticed, Diffuser was the first player to get a kill there, cutting down Citizen, but right as he turns on the glasses, when he goes for the swing on the mirror window, obviously when you move, the glasses start fudging a little bit. You know, you have to be stationary to see through that smoke, and as he moves, that's actually the exact moment Kino goes in to start planting the diffusers. So Diffuser actually can't find the exact intel on his position. Kino ends up slipping by unnoticed, and he can't react to Noodle pushing him in time. So bit of favorable timing going Kino's way there, because while Diffuser had the right play, just the way the gadget works ended up costing him a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that's something that kind of, you know, people forget about Warden as well, is that he does have that aspect where he worked a little bit like Glass, you know? You do have to stand still in order for those glasses to work through smoke. And when you even have to take what would be, you know, at least assumingly, a micro movement, 2 steps to the right, it's just enough to be able to mess up those glasses. And that right there is just enough for M80 to be able to pick up a round, at least for Noodle's sake, as he flew into that closet. 2, maybe 3 beautiful kills there. Now, into round 5 we go. M80. Kind of fast acting, at least initially, but we knew there was nobody up top. It's just going to be Kino trying to get some ground for them, as they'll have quick access to the top of the tower through Amaro.
Noodle with quick access to the opening round. The Diffuser looking to make that a very short-lived advantage. Instead, Gunner to make it a 4v4. Sound around the garage window. That'll perk Diffuser's ears. How has Gunner killed Cameraman with the super shorty? And this could be a 4v2 right now, depending on what Diffuser finds. I think the call might be given a retreat back. I was about to say, you can see Noodle is just immediately downstairs inside a pillar, as Sam just mentioned. Beast Coast going for a very loose roam, but one that I think M80 are making the call to leave. Noodle and Kino both downstairs, but Sploit with the Diffuser is just too far away. Ooh. Where is he right now?
I mean, genuinely, yeah, I was going to say, this round is practically just burned out, all because of the solid utility from Beast Coast. M80, I think that they have a pretty good understanding of what the heck is happening with this Beast Coast roam, but then we see them try and work their way over into the pillar position off of Noodle's recommendation, more than likely, you know, just his calls working out from that scenario. But those gas canisters, especially from hot and cold, man, they just make it to where the entire area, you can't traverse it, Carter. You can't work your way in anywhere. What are you going to do? Run over to elbow and try and take a fight with that guy who is 100% prepared for it? That's not something that's going to happen. So M80, especially with that play that they were going for initially, they just get completely stunted. Beast Coast, unaware of this, obviously, they weren't the one who even activated the Goyo, but that single panel on the soft wall Goyo that they ended up placing, that's exactly what slowed this round up to this point. It's just so insane sometimes that it can boil down to something as simple as that.
I also cannot believe Gunnar has somehow worked his way past Spoit.
A triple and he's still on the mid-floor.
Yeah, the breach opening up. Gunnar exactly still on the mid-floor. Everyone from Beast Coast playing passive. Spoit could surely find the Vigil on this prone angle. No, he roams right around the bench. They only trade. Diffuser's able to find the kill before he's taken down Noodle just where he began, in the bomb site, but it's not enough to get the round over the line. I want to go back and watch that defense because it happened so fast. We missed a lot of the finer details, but arrived at the conclusion all the same. Beast Coast up 4-1.
Yeah, you know, short, skinny version, M80, I think they did a really solid job of trying to get things worked, at least over towards the pillar position. They didn't really understand where we were going to see Gunnar around that round. No solid control over the meeting area. They really just wanted to try and reinforce things around Noodle because they assumed that they were going to be able to just fly into sight off of the positioning from Noodle. But because of that utility being in place, because of the 2 Goyo canisters, the ones that we saw over in Freezer, and the single panel one that we saw blown up by the likes of M80, it completely stunted that. It makes it to where they can't try and work their way into sight anymore. They can't go and try and take up those gunfights that they thought that they could. And now they have to try and go back to, you know, their basics. And there's really nothing there for them because they really didn't accomplish that much across the mid floor, right? We see Gunnar being able to run amok of that entire scenario. And that would be the basic that they're trying to go back to. So overcomplicates things, and M80 really never able to pull things back across the line.
Kind of crazy we see that strat get whipped out on the 3rd basement defense. I mean, with how far out Beast Coast were set up and the nature of basement, you know, because the side is so strong, you don't often see super extended or super aggressive roams like that. Kind of surprised that, obviously it might have been a strat Beast Coast had in the back pocket anyway, but, you know, think especially after round 1, we'd see maybe that pulled out on the 2nd basement defense, but no. 3rd try, catches M80 completely off guard. Either shows the depth of Beast Coast playbook or shows the prowess they have calling an audible. Still a very solid round. For the final defense, Sam, we are going back up to dorms. So Beast Coast will evade defending that tertiary bomb site for a 2nd time this half and go instead to a site that they were still very strong on.
Dorms and probably the most straightforward operator lineup you could potentially ask for on this top floor. I mean, you got Frost for the windows. You've got Eva barriers to try and harden up a few of these softer points around this top floor, especially over towards the dorms position. And then, you know, if you've been watching Siege for a while, you know the rest of this tried and true trio. We got good info, got good ability to try and soak up some things, as well as smoke along for the ride. Trying to lay. Gonna be Gav to strike first. You'd expect that out of your Valkyrie, as he'll be able to take down Noodle. This is a great start here for Beast Coast in what I do believe is their 5th out of 6 available entries.
Really strong from Beast Coast in the early game, and I think that's just from an old favorite on Oregon, either hopping out of the white window or finding a run on that side, as we did see Noodle on the rappel on the gen window. Maybe Noodle's also going to clear small tower late. Either way, just a bit of a jump out or a bit of a peek on the opposite side of the map gives Gavin there first, and Beast Coast not really daunted all that much. I think it was Diffuser in this spot last time that smoked Citizen off that angle, but Gunner's playing a little more passive, putting up the keeper barricades, keeping the 5v4, forcing M80 to use all of their utility to accomplish relatively little. Some of the smokes even coming out for Beast Coast at this point to stall out the flood in through Trophy. But to M80's credit, they have a lot of the base angles they need. They have the bedroom wall opened up. Beast Coast were not able to get out the reinforcement this time. They also have both the Yings and some Bs in the back pocket, but again, Diffuser 2-0 against Citizen on this bedroom angle. M80 in the 3v5 going into the final 45 seconds.
And M80, you can see, once again, they've hit this brick wall. They don't know how they need to go about this. Beast Coast have been able to not only get the initial picks, but also make these points of the setup where they've been able to extend themselves out a little bit farther. They've been able to reinforce these positions with solid utility. And now M80 have to try and battle back. Cameraman trying to assist from Attic. He won't be able to do too much so far. It's a Spoit show, but it has been time and time again. We're going to have another player go down. Gunner. Spirits is going to kill him with the smoke diffuser in from behind Spoit. He'll be able to at least take out one more. But now before we see Spirits clean it up with the M590, Beast Coast with a 5-1 defensive half here on Oregon.
Really, really strong defensive half too. I mean, it is rare that I come away with a defensive half just thinking to myself, man, they stumped the attack. You could see M80 trying to do things, trying to get things started, bringing the right operators, clearing the right util. But on dorms, both times, that Azami in that closet position, M80 had some decent utility clear. They were able to take off a lot of that utility that made it easier to play directly in closet. But Beast Coast still weren't giving it up. They were still getting aggressive, and both times M80 were completely caught off guard by that. And to Beast Coast credit, once they're getting these advantages, they're winning gunfights that M80 give them. They are not seeking anything they don't need to. They are not pushing too far all that much. Now, to be fair, they did let that 5v2 slip into the 2v2, and not exactly great. They still got the round over the line, and through all of these rounds, the 3 basements, the 1 meeting, the 2 dorms, Beast Coast's defensive half has looked really strong. But to be fair, their attacks took a little bit to get going yesterday. The one thing I'm thinking about is exactly what Hot and Cold has brought. They had that Monty. It was smooth sailing against SSG.
I think this is so smart. Beast Coast, as you said, they had a couple of issues, some rough chop, you could say, out on C for Beast Coast. And they finally found the angle they needed to try and cross these waves. And it just so happened to come in the form of a Monty. And I think that it's going to happen again. I like that they're not trying to go back to something different. They're not trying to reinvent the wheel card. Where they're like, nope, this worked, and we're going for it. Monty's in the lineup. We want to try and be able to take control here. We're going to have 2 hard breachers to back this up. Secondary hard breach for Buck. Also having the Maverick come in here too. I think that this is a really stellar lineup for Beast Coast. I'm excited for how round 7 goes. They might have 6 rounds here.
And they might, if we're just thinking about the momentum they were able to gather with this kind of execute yesterday. But to be fair to M80, Beast Coast have to go through basement. And basement is perennially going to be a site that we're at least leaning towards the defense, especially when M80 aren't trying to change things up too much. We have a bit of an aggressive hold on back tower, but it's just to allow Spoit to rotate back. That's the entire reason the Warden is there. Kino on Freezer Stater is still in a very default position, has got the C4 on the doorway just to ward off the Monty, dissuade him from pushing in. Of course, he basically gives up the C4 now, unfortunately. So he will likely have to back up, maybe not have it for the late round where it would otherwise be important, but East Coast getting good information at the moment. Know that they're trying to contest Freezer early. Not sure what exactly they know on the backside. I know they saw the Azami earlier, but since then, a lot of positions have changed. It seems Beast Coast are just going to get on their way with their normal clear.
Hiki. Really smart decision here from him. I was a little worried about him, Carter. Once that hatch gets open, you do have to take some risks to try and cross back across that freezer space. But instead, Spoit. Oh, gonna be a full dislodgement here from Gunner. He's gonna check the corner, unlike what we saw inside the wild card game where Wi-Fi was able to take full control of the round from that position. Instead, Spoit loses his life. Now Beast Coast, they've got the pick that they've been looking for so very long, starting to work their way onto site. It's going to be hot and cold with a lot of information here from Freezer.
But notably not with the diffuser. He's just applying pressure. Spirits is the guy with the case, so as they flood in, this diffuser's getting planted on the big tower side, if we even need it to go there. Gunner flooding into the site, has got 2 big kills. Kino finds 1 on the Monty, ADSing just for the memes at this point. The Buck now down, but he's just wasting Kino's time. He's allowing Spirits to put that diffuser on the floor, softening him up a little bit too for Gunner on the triple to finish it off. Match point for Beast Coast, a very, very strong attack right out the gate.
Yeah, if you just came back at the midpoint of the season and looked at the results that we'd had, if you looked at the leaderboard, the standings of the NAL, you looked at things and been like, Beast Coast, they're kind of doing a little bit better than I'd exactly give them merit for. And yeah, I think that at least can be silenced for now. When you're going up against a team that is as stacked as M80, and you're kind of in similar circumstances, right? It's kind of a reworking period. You're bringing in some new people. You're trying to figure out everybody's identities across the board, especially for M80's sake. I mean, a whole different IGL in here. You know, there's a lot of different moving parts to this. Beast Coast, though, they've not only hit their stride, they've looked fantastic practically every single step of the way.
And I think if you were going into this game, and I was thinking some of these thoughts myself, looking at Beast Coast results in the games where they have looked so good and saying, okay, they beat SQ, who obviously now with a lot more games under our belt are clearly one of the weaker teams this stage of the NAL. They beat Dark Zero, which that game was DZ's low point, like their absolute low point of the stage. And then they followed up with a 7-5 over SSG. You're like, okay, the first 2 games, definitely at least either at that time or in totality weaker. 7-5 over SSG, okay, still maybe a bit underperforming for SSG, but that's a solid win. This was the game where I was like, is this team truly for real? Because I was buying into it, but I was now looking for like full confirmation that Beast Coast are here to play. 6-1 on the attacking side. Obviously, M80 could come back, the no slouches, but I am fully on the Beast Coast train now because with a regulation win, they are in the playoffs, my friend.
Yeah, especially after that basement defense out of M80 going awry. You know, Beast Coast having more than the capabilities of handling that, and not only that, but making sure that they do cross those T's and they do dot those I's like we were talking about earlier in the day, right? They did not let things go awry that were definitely built upon from M80, like Spoit over there inside of T1. And I think that Beast Coast being able to combat against those antics, it's just so very smartly done out of them so far. Kino! He gets punished by the most default cross on this top floor. You don't usually just meander out into that space, and he does. He's immediately punished.
Parker's got the Nerf Blackbeard tweet already written out after that kill. Exactly, though. Gunnar just sitting on the gen window. Maybe Blackbeard, sure. Maybe a different operator than we see, but just sitting there. Goes unread.
Still here.
And I was about to say, he's Blackbeard. He doesn't need to. He puts Citizen down to below 50. He's just trying to go for the rotate, just trying to hop across, and Gunnar certainly punishes him for it. Spoit now finished off.
What?
We have a 7-1 on the cards for Beast Coast. Is at the 5v3. They're requiring that out of control. They've still got Gunnar on this angle, cutting the entire site off, but a little bit of a mistake there. The Electric Claw is able to reactivate in time to cut off that remaining Selma, but because of the work they've done so far, Hot Call not really worried,
Look at
and
this.
Beast Coast
Look at
not
this.
concerned at all. Cameraman's in small tower. He doesn't even get more than one. My boy's in the most impactless position, but not entirely his fault. Beast Coast are looking far improved from their woeful state at the beginning of the stage, and on attack or defense, this team is legit.
It's a 7-1 victory for the Tide of Beast Coast. And M80, y'all got a lot to think about, man. These antics, these crazy things that you're... And I won't even... Honestly, I'm not even going to try and, go over the top here. Not even crazy things that you're going for strategically, but some of these, more high-flying antics that you were trying out, trying to get in the face of Beast Coast. It just simply did not work. And even past that last take that we saw at a Beast Coast, Carter, that's one of the more straightforward takes on the top floor. You got two people set up over on the master side, two people trying to help with Attic at that moment in time, and Spirit kills, Spoit over on double window. Where else do you think that last player is going to be? They're more than likely not going to be trying to apply themselves over towards white. That's kind of played out. They're probably going to be over on double window. And M80, they're just so, they're trying to dissect themselves and figure things out in the moment. So many things going on. They just get completely bowled over by BC, who are cool, calm, and collected. And they are more, well within their right to take this entire game.
Now, I will say this. I've been here before as a Beast Coast fan. Stage 1 of last year, very different roster. Beast Coast seemed like they might end up being a dark horse for the major. They've reclaimed that spot, and I don't want to get my hopes up. I have to say, I think they might just do it. I think this iteration might just do it. But we are already halfway done with the day after that very quick affair on Oregon. We got the desk to break down that dominant win right after this.
Be honest, I don't know if there's a better way to get into the playoffs than to beat a team that is already in the playoffs. M80 tried to play gatekeepers in this matchup, but Beast Coast just proved they were the superior team. 5-1 half to start on Oregon defense and just blew through M80 from the word go. Beast Coast are our third team, now going to the best of threes, and M80 are just going to try and hope to shake this one off because now Beast Coast are on a 4-game winning streak.
Yeah, I mean, Beast Coast have been seriously impressing me. These last couple of games, the ideas that they keep bringing to these matches, their coordination inside the server, I've been really, really happy with this. We talk about Beast Coast as a squad who, yeah, you know, it's 5 different players coming from 5 different teams. They should have problems with coordination to start things off, but they really haven't been. It feels like a team that's been playing together for so much longer than they actually have.
And we may look at the map that we talked about beforehand and be like, oh, Oregon, like, of course they were going to, when they started defenses first, but the amount of unique abilities, the zombie that they were using, the different looks that Beast Coast were doing to keep M80 on their toes consistently, and they didn't let M80 slip them up once. They weren't getting caught out, and obviously 7 opening kills to 1 opening kill.
Yep.
That showed. They weren't letting the kills affect them either.
The one time we saw M80 win a round was it was laundry defense, and it was the time they took Freezer in main, and Noodle was just sent in as Buck to try and take Small Claws.
Oh, he got in there.
And just said, you know, he got in there, and they won the round, but that was the one time they were able to successfully do anything. Every other time, Beast Coast lockout over and over and over again on defense.
Yeah, and the key thing about that laundry round, it was the only time they defended laundry and they chose not to roam. Rounds 1 and 5, they went for the roam games, and I wanted to kind of highlight these rounds in particular because both times we saw Beast Coast going for a hyper-aggressive roam, and the first time, obviously, you know, it's a missed drone. They don't realize that Gavin is top floor. That's fine. But what I want to highlight is the response. They notice this roamer's up top, and they make the call on M80 to say, we got to clear this guy. We have a low time at the moment, about a minute on the clock, but we're going to spend our time to try to get this guy out of here because we don't want to have to deal with him late round. And what ends up happening is a disaster. Gavin gets a second kill playing up here inside of kids' dorms. They don't have good enough intel on him. Obviously, they didn't have their drones at the start. They don't have it now. He will eventually die here, or in a moment here. There it goes. But it's already wasted so much time. He's killed 2 bodies. He has basically won the round for his teammates. And the push ends up so scattered, so last moment from M80. They just don't have a chance. Easy cleanup from the anchors. The next time they do an aggressive roam strategy, again, the roamers find the 2 opening picks. Beast Coast make a different decision. They say, we're not going to focus on the roamers. We're instead just going to hit site. We know there's these players aggressive on the top floor. Let's go hit site. What happens? There's a Goyo canister on a soft wall that they buck open that completely stalls all their momentum. And then Gunner, who was the player on the roam that got the first 2 opening picks, is able to continue to have impact. This is exactly why they didn't want to ignore the roamers, because as you'll see from Gunner on the hatch, he's able to come in from the back and continue to pinch. It just felt like whatever choice M80 made was wrong.
So if there's anything like consistent that Beast Coast did that enabled this kind of playstyle, that got them to a point where that 5-1 half was at all possible in the first place, Fox, is there anything that Beast Coast were doing in particular that you really liked in this game?
Absolutely. I love that Beast Coast were not scared. We're going to see in this clip right now that they were just one step ahead of M80 every single time. A lot of M80's attacks are based on fear. They want you to move into uncomfortable positions, but Beast Coast was so spread out that they were always able to gather information. Hot and Cold was on Big Tower. Not only does he go 1 for 1 to get the trade, but he sees 3 members from M80, the whole team that rotated over to Big Tower. He gathers all of the information and is able to relay it to the rest of Beast Coast. Beast Coast can set up confidently that there's nobody behind them, and Diffuser is able to just clean it up because the time was not on M80's side. They went for a split adaptation, and unfortunately, just Hot and Cold was in the right place at the right time. And a lot of these rounds, Beast Coast was in the right place at the right time to get all the information, and they didn't let themselves get scared by M80.
Guide the back end of that clip, by the way. Diffuser with the 2K on Kitchen. Phenomenal game out of the Rook. It's great when we can like point at rookies and say, hey, they're in the hot seat. They need to do really good. Diffuser had a mammoth game when it really, really counted for BC today.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we've talked about rounds where Beast Coast defend on meeting. We've talked about rounds where they defend on the basement. Diffuser, for me, was most impactful on that top floor, consistently holding down Closet, really shutting up Citizen, who did not have a good game. Big reason why Citizen struggled in this matchup was because Diffuser was so consistently able to shut him out of where he wanted to come on in. We saw a lot of that util coming through from Diffuser and the rest of his teammates, whether that's playing around the Kiba barriers, playing around the Wamai magnets. It all meshed so perfectly together, and Diffuser was being put in the right place at the right time and hit the shots.
And Spirits talked about it in the pregame that now they have have Diffuser playing comfortably, playing the roles that he wants to play, the position where he wants to be, and obviously he's thriving at it. It makes them feel that much more comfortable when you're watching Beast Coast. And on the other side, M80, this is the first time that I've seen M80 go down this decisively and just not have a response back. And I really think the comfort was not in their side, because if you look at the kill cams, after each M80 loss, everybody was quiet on M80. Nobody was necessarily having a response or an answer to what to do. And I do think that has a little bit to do with Oregon, because Oregon, it's really hard to find a response. There isn't that many opportunities. Even if you're me being on wildcard, eventually you're gonna run out of outs.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw it in the stat line too. Citizen and Cameraman both not having the greatest of games. I believe a combined 2 and 11 through the attacking half. You got to have those guys showing up. Citizen especially, you know, feels like the guy who needs to be part of that entry engagement. Finding those roamers, I don't want to put it all on him, because I do think the droning had to be a bit better to not get so caught off guard by some of those aggressive defensive plays. But obviously, if you're not having your big players putting up big numbers, it's going to be a problem.
Let's see if there's anybody that's behind on that Beast Coast team. It's on Cloud9 right now after how that game went. We got Gunnar on the line real quick. Brother, the last time we got the chance to talk to you, it was an 0-3 skid. Everyone hopes that we can kind of wipe that off the board, so to speak. Now we come to you having won 4 straight, lock in for playoffs. You might hate the question, but I really want to know, are you feeling relieved right now?
I mean, yeah, it's great to make playoffs, but I mean, at the end of the day, like, this was just the group stage, and like, those games, it's cool that we're winning all these games, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really mean anything unless we can win a BO3. Like, I mean, I'm obviously super excited we made it to the playoffs after our amazing start.
I'm glad you bring up it just being, you know, the regular season, because we highlighted that it didn't look like you guys were scared by M80 at all. You guys held your ground every single step of the way. Was that a lot more just confidence because it's not as important as the playoffs, or was it strategy and preparation?
No, I mean, I just don't think there's a team right now that will like genuinely get in our heads. I just think we're on like, I mean, if you heard the like what goes on before the games, dude, like I don't even like, it's just too fun. We're just having too much fun right now.
Yeah, that's right.
But it's also like there's a lot of hard work going in, and there's a lot of bad days where we're not having fun. But like, you know, all those days make like days like this worth it, because we're just going in so confident, knowing what we need to do, and just executing.
Nice. I mean, we clearly see the hard work, and after this statement 7-1 win, do you think that you guys finally have found your identity, and this is the new normal Beast Coast that we should be expecting?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I think like, I mean, we have everyone comfortable, everyone's flourishing. I mean, there's just right now, there's just nothing bad to say. I'm having a great time. I know my teammates are too. So.
Yeah, I mean, you've been a joy to watch so far, Gunnar, your whole team, because it feels like every single match you come in and you just have so many good ideas that work perfectly. The executes seem like they're all going according to plan, whether that's Monty executes, whether that means a Zombie Kiba setups, or even a Blackbeard on that final round. How much of that is pre-practice, you've got the ideas going into the game, versus how much of it is just like a judgment call towards the end?
Most of it's like pre-planned, but I will say I brought Blackbeard one time in scrims, and then the team that I scrimmed said you wouldn't do that on game day. So
fair.
Just out of spite, I went games window with Blackbeard, because I knew what like the push we were doing with the Montagne, assuming you would push him back, and I got my one. So
you got to name drop the team now.
No.
There's just some secrets you don't give up. I get it. Let me throw a hypothetical at you real quick. You've already qualified for playoffs. Los have the next game that comes up in game 3. If they lose, they can't make it to playoffs. So let's just say the game tomorrow doesn't end up really meaning all that much. From a standings perspective, you both are locked in or locked out already. Would that change the way that you guys would play the game tomorrow, or would it still be standard fare and you treat it like any other best of one that you've played so far?
Oh, I mean, we're going tomorrow to win. Losing sucks. So.
That's a pretty universal constant, right, Fox?
We're going hard. Like it's any other game tomorrow. There's not going to be any let up.
Well, fair play. Hopefully the same exact play that you brought against M80 is going to show its ugly head again tomorrow against Los. Dude, again, congratulations on the playoffs. Take a load off. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
Good job. These guys, I feel proud watching them, even though they all have major experience. Hot and Cold's been playing for a long time, but to see it come together like this after that amazing start, as Gunnar put it, it's a really fun story right now.
It's nice because I feel like everybody on the team just didn't get they all got the short end of the stick on prior rosters.
Yep.
And so it's nice because it gives you a team that you want to love, that you want to see succeed. And of course, because of that amazing start, they had a rough road. So it's nice to see them be able to just grab onto it and show a little bit more success. Obviously, still a lot of ways to go.
Yeah, I mean, I said it before the season started. This should be the best roster Beast Coast has ever produced, and
Throw the
I think
tweet
we're
back
seeing
up.
that. I think it officially is. Like, they're finding wins. They're the third team confirmed into playoffs. They're playing confident. They've got good ideas. They're following through on them. I've been really happy watching Beast Coast so far. I love seeing them succeed, and I'm excited to watch them in playoffs.
Well, we've had one playoff confirmation today, but that's the only one we're going to see. The next two games that we have on the docket are both elimination potential. Los is on the chopping block first, and if they don't win, they're done. Coming up after the break.
Hi guys, it's Nathan DZ, and this is Drone in the Unknown. It's easy. Cafe Train.
Cafe Train. Looking at like the fireplace from inside a train.
This one's Cafe and Train.
This is Cafe, Train rotation.
This is Train in on Cafe.
This should be Chalet. It's either in Solar upstairs or it's in Trophy. I don't know. I just know that's where it's at though, but I don't know.
Chalet, kind of by like the master closet, maybe.
It's on Chalet in Trophy, I believe.
I'm gonna guess it's Trophy downstairs.
Trophy, I would assume.
Chalet, somewhere where the owl is, like somewhere Solar. Is that right?
This is Chalet Solarium.
Oh, it's that one. Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh no, it's in the solar room. Dang.
I'm smashing these.
Judging by the top left, it looks like Cafe. And I think, wait. No. The bricks on the bottom right make it bank, I think. This could be Cafe though.
If I were to guess, I think this is Cafe. Or actually, no. This could be bank too, now that I think about it, because there's bricks.
Okay, I'm gonna guess Cafe. I don't know, Christmas?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to guess it's bank. And the painting should be... I actually don't know where in bank, but I think it's bank.
This one's definitely gonna be Bank. I see the little gold at top. Bank third floor.
This looks like bank, marble stairs. This is it bank top main stairs? It's not top main stairs. It's bank, but it's not top main stairs.
Okay, this painting. This is bank. Loan office is my guess. Oh, it is. Nice.
Oh, I know it. It's loan office and bank. It's that big portrait on the wall. Nah, let's go.
I'm never there. How would I know?
I never go in there, so I would have. God.
Never been in there that much.
Through 6 games, this Brazilian experiment, taking a whole team who haven't played together before to a whole other league, hasn't really worked out so well. Their own scientists haven't really been able to make it work, and now is the last chance for Los to make a breakthrough until the whole lab just explodes. This is their final opportunity to get somewhere into a playoff position, because if they don't, if they lose this game to Luminosity, then they are out of the running for playoffs. Gentlemen, we finally get to elimination games. It took us until day 8, but we are here. If Los lose, they're donezo.
Scary place to be, especially for a brand new roster. You know, this is their first stage. I'm sure they were wanting to come out, and maybe they didn't have the highest expectations. Maybe they didn't think, oh, we're going to make the major, but they certainly didn't come into it thinking they would be finishing dead last, the first team not to make it to playoffs. So it's a big one. We got to see them step up here today.
Yeah, they've shown some good promise, and I mean, Luminosity on the other side of things, in my opinion, have shown more promise. I feel like Luminosity is slowly finding their footing, and they have a good idea of what they want to go forward, finding their identity. Los is almost there. I really think the strategy is there. I think the players just need a little bit more time to get comfortable.
The problem is, with Los, despite having a lot of games that can get close, they'll win 5 rounds, but they still won't win the game. It's like they're just trying to find a way to not shoot themselves in the foot. Over and over again, there's always something that comes back up for this team, and again, the close games would indicate on some level that they're doing pretty good, but they could get knocked out of playoff contention and still have one more game to play tomorrow. They could get knocked out while still leaving a whole bunch more points on the board.
Yeah, which is an unfortunate spot to be in, but I do think, you know, the good teams, even when they're down and knocked out, they're coming into those games wanting to improve, wanting to treat it as a real match with real stakes. But I don't think you want to worry about that just yet, right? I mean, like, win this game first so that tomorrow does matter.
One step at a time.
Right, I was going to say, you don't want to play Beast Coast tomorrow and suddenly have that game mean literally nothing. So for their sake, and for Beast Coast's sake, so they have a competitive opponent, Los really need to win here today. They played M80 yesterday, 5-7 loss on Club. They fought back a lead in that game, and the score might sound really good against an M80 team that's usually good at everything, but it was both ridden with mistakes and had a lack of unique attacks for them to take advantage of.
Yeah, Los has been able to start off, I want to say in the maps, start off a little mild.
Sure.
It looks like they have a good understanding of what the other teams are doing. They know exactly where they need to go, where they need to make the picks play, especially from Sexy Cake. He's been doing very well from start to finish. And he's shown that he's been able to hang with the rest of North America. When it comes to the other players, obviously I think the rookies have been doing pretty well, but when it comes to the full team, I feel like as a team, it's just going to take them a little bit more time to, I guess, tighten everything up, because there are clear gaps in the way that they've been able to make plays, specifically, in my opinion, their maps. I feel like the maps so far that we've seen from them have been very lackluster compared to what their play style should show. I feel like they should be going to these big, extraneous maps that are promoting roaming, but they aren't.
Yeah, and I mean, it's difficult, right? Because I think the pieces on this team are good. You mentioned the rookies briefly, and one of them who's been really impactful has been Legacy. You saw it in the stats. He's the only person at above 100 EPS. And I like his individual play, right? I think he's a mechanically ridiculously good player, but he's had some rough moments. We have a couple of rounds here coming up where he's in a 2vx and he's just making little mistakes that's costing his team's rounds. First it's a 2v2 and he overswings before his teammate can go into construction. And then it's a nutty shot, but it's a TK onto his teammate, and then he clutched that round down. We didn't see the end of it. He brought that round back to a 1v1.
Yep.
And you got to imagine, man, if Legacy had a teammate in that 1v1, then it's a 2v1. Maybe he wins it instead of losing it. So Legacy's stats overall have been really, really strong, but it's just been unfortunate that he hasn't maybe clutched up in those really low man count situations like we've been wanting to see from him.
I don't think it necessarily comes down to the stats part, because I feel like everybody on Los has been putting up decent stats, but I really like that you highlight that it brings it down to a 1v1 and then he loses it.
Yeah.
Because I think that's the story of Los. I think the pressure
100%.
of being in a whole different region, all of these players never playing with each other before, everything stacked against them. I think when it comes down to these last minute details, they just aren't comfortable enough to be letting the pressure slip away and closing them out. And that's where the issues are occurring.
The thing is, with a team like Beast Coast, who are already proving not playing with one another beforehand is not a problem, for Los to come in and not gel with any of their teammates to a point where they can get more than one win definitely is a problem. For LG, their opponents, it's a different case, because they came in knowing that everybody on this team gelled in the server and on a personal level. They got a really big dub against Wildcard in Wildcard's third straight straight Oregon game yesterday, but still a perfect defense half, and then they just ran away with it from that point.
Yeah, listen, Luminosity have had a lot of ups and a lot of downs so far through the North American League. There have been games where they look really put together, like that last one in Oregon, where they seem to know exactly what they wanted to do, how they wanted to play their defenses. They clearly had it start to finish planned out, looking great. I do think there have been some times where like things have gotten a little bit more scrappy. The auction game kind of comes to mind where, yeah, maybe they did make a comeback on their attacks, but for the most part, it did feel like there were a lot of mistakes coming through. Maybe mechanically, they weren't winning on a lot of their swings. So this is another team similar to Los, where there are strong points, right? We've seen them really highlight themselves in certain areas, but there's still also a lot of mistakes that they've got to start fixing.
But the thing with LG, they noticed where some bright spots existed in that wildcard game, and then they found a way to really quickly dice the whole thing. They said, nope, whatever wildcard's doing that's working, screw it, we're going to do our own thing.
I believe it comes down to the preparation that Luminosity have been putting out in this game before. This is wildcard's fourth time where they're playing Oregon, and obviously Luminosity has done their preparation because they know that wildcard is going to go for a big window execute, and so they're constantly putting pressure downstairs. Hat and Wi-Fi both putting pressure downstairs to make the players below be stressed out, stall their timeout. And so when wildcard decides to finally go for the execute, the Azamis are on the doors. The Arunis are on the doors in the big window. And that's where they knew Wildcard was able to succeed in their game against Los. And Luminosity was prepared for that execute. They just wanted to stall their time down. And that was clear preparation difference that got them that win against a team that was superior on Oregon the prior 3 times.
Plus, having a teammate go 17-5 in one map is obviously really good for your chances too. So we'll see if Wi-Fi can replicate that performance on Consulate?
Consulate.
Of
What
all
a
maps?
weird map.
That one seems strange.
Did you notice the last 2 maps in the map ban phase, it was Los's decision. They had Skyscraper and they had Consulate. Through the 6 matches that they've played so far, they've banned Skyscraper twice. They don't like to ban Skyscraper. That felt like the obvious map to go to. They banned Consulate in 5 out of their 6 previous matchups.
Ooh.
So they've really liked to play that map. Coming into this week at the very least, they've liked to ban it. Now they bring it out last second against Consulate. If I'm Luminosity, I'm probably not expecting that curveball. They would have known it's an opportunity because they left it up. But I think Skyscraper was the more obvious pick there from Los, and they may have just turned this matchup on its head by going Consulate.
Maybe this is a case of Los hoping they've got something in their back pocket for a map that they purposefully have been banning every time, and knowing if they don't win this game, it's all over for them. Like, what do we think about this?
I'm very excited to see it because I just said before that seeing Oregon and Clubhouse is getting stale from Los. I think a big factor on why they're losing is because teams have that footage on them, and we're not seeing anything new. So going to a bigger map like Consulate, even though it is a little bit of defender-sided.
But that was kind of what you wanted, right?
Yeah, that's what we wanted. It allows new variables, and that is very much an untested map. And I actually would predict that Los would win, but because Lax picked it and I want to win, I'm going to stick with LG. Because this guy's ridiculous. He's just picking, he looks at what we pick, and he's just picking the opposite. So I'm going to stick with LG for this pick.
All right, cool. So Lax gets the surprise factor, and he's just picking whatever he damn well pleases at this point. Jesse?
I like the map curveball. I do. I think Luminosity have looked better throughout this stage, but I'm gonna go Los. Maybe we all want to pick the upset. Yeah.
Wait, is this the first time Jesse's been below everybody else in the standings?
Nah, he's used to it.
All right. All right, that came out of nowhere. Well, at the start was Fox was in first and Lax was in last.
True.
And now Lax is in first, I'm in last.
Luminosity, take me home.
Dude, Fox is out here doing whatever he can to knock Laxing off his perch. Jesse says, nah, I'm going to try to actually get the right call and hoping that the surprise factor of Los taking Consulate is enough to propel him up the standings. Again, this bad boy, just waiting for whoever on the couch has the best rating. It's Sam Stewart and Carter Hannafelt to take us through a very interesting Consulate pick in Los's elimination game.
Actually, on your point, Jacob, I do want to talk about that for the second. I typically will try to predict the map ban phase. I don't need to. I'm just a nerd. I had a map decision between Oregon and Skyscraper, and I had Sky as the map being played, similar to what Jesse did. I had Consulate being banned first by Los. Now, it's a best of 1 to be fair, Sam, so the order doesn't necessarily matter in some cases. Not in a million years did I think this was going to be Consulate, and I think the fact that they have snuck this through the pool, I agree with Jesse. I absolutely think LG are probably going to be thrown for a loop on this one.
Yeah, I think them, us, the desk, people at home. I think everybody's going to be thrown for a loop when it comes to this. Yeah, exactly. Except Los. Los are the only ones that know what the hell is going on right now. And honestly, I'm excited for the ride, Carter. Consulate has been, even in the previous iteration, has been one of my favorite maps competitively. And the reason being is because for the defense, it's a map where you are almost beckoned to try and hold map control. You are forced to fight. And I really like that. And, you know, I think it's going to really work in the favor of both of these teams, respectively. I think that Los is a really, really solid squad. I think that, you know, NA overall, this stage has looked really, really solid. And that obviously means, you know, especially since Los is the bottom team, they've looked pretty good. I think they've been trying to work some things, trying to get used to the NA play style. You know, I think they've had some big highlight moments. The biggest highlight for me in Los has to be Farias, man. Farias has been impressive time and time again. He might not be, you know, at the highest of highs for Los, but he definitely, when it comes to impact, you know, makes matters most when it comes down to it. When it comes down to brass tacks, I can always count on Farias for Los to do something. And I think that when it comes to a map like Consulate, he's going to be very applicable here. I'm excited to see how Los try and go about this. Now, the biggest thing is for me here, Carter, you and I talked about this in the green room here, is Luminosity, the fact that they have a lot of dogs when it comes to this team. Specifically for me, Silent and Wi-Fi, and how a map like Console, like we were talking about, it beckons you to be aggressive. These players, they love to answer that call, and they do it better than most. How do you think Los is going to handle that?
That's what I'm also really curious about. I will say, seeing them take off the Deimos initially, I'm going to work back around to the question you asked. Don't worry.
No worries, no worries.
Seeing them take off the Deimos initially is giving me a few ideas. We've had one other Deimos ban in the NAL. It was on the first play day between OXG and Beast Coast. OXG banned it on Border. On Consulate, one thing that I've talked about before, plenty of people just talked about before, is with the change, you can't sit outside on Rappel and hold cutoffs like you did before.
Yeah.
You're oftentimes, like you talked about, people are beckoned to get aggressive. Silent taking at least one definition of that without spawn peak. A lot of the time, the attack is forced to get into the map to actually take entries, whether that's vaulting over Yellow Skylight, moving into admin, and trying to push through this checkers hallway. They're forced to get in the defense's face. Well, Deimos is a powerful tool for that. You basically give somebody full intel on a player that you can try to power and coordinate with the rest of your team. Los taking him off the board makes me feel really confident, not necessarily in their clears, but with this right now. We see the Amaru and the Grim. I'm curious if Los are going to go for a lot more kind of pocket executes, getting in quick, trying to get the diffuser down, then backing off. And if that's their game plan, I think they could easily get a couple attacks on the board, with this map already being a surprise for LG anyway.
It feels the most comfortable.
So
It feels the
that's
most
how I
sound
think
for
they'll
sure.
take it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's definitely a really good option for Los, especially with Sexy Cake and this addition of the Buck for the offensive line. It feels like what Carter's saying is definitely going to ring true here. Trying to set themselves up on the west-hand side of the building. Little bit of verticality, but Sexy Cake doesn't want to make his presence known until it's absolutely valuable, and it will be here. They need to get rid of a little bit of this utility. They do definitely have the time in order to do that before they go for this execute. You can already see they've got Legacy built up on the yellow stairs too, just awaiting the call to see what Los are going to do.
I think LG are starting to get aware of it, though. Now it's more so just trying to meet the threat once it arises. With how much time has been spent, how many of these Vulcan packs have been popped. Well, you probably know that the diffuser's coming from the CEO side. Do they think that's where the Amaru is coming from? Farias, the player you highlighted, the player with the Gara hook, going for a bit more of a backstab, not necessarily trying to be the first into the action, but definitely to be the player to catch LG off guard. Gets the Gara hook, I think, or at least still has it equipped. Meanwhile, we see Hat thinking about a fight with that player on the yellow stairs. Legacy in there so early on. The flashbangs start going out. Farias hits the go button, but Eddie, is he ready for it? He is, and he still loses the fight. Shotgun key for that close engagement. He just decides to hop back out. Traded out by Wi-Fi. Diffuser forced to be paused as Bursa with the recovery. The Grim with the rappel in has given Los another advantage. He'll hop right back out. Making good use of that old chain, but if he's Bursa low on cover, no! He's late getting into the position. Now Silent can retake and has full control of the diffuser. Sex Cake down below, a little bit lackluster on this vertical control, but he fights back in spades. Cuts down kicks from the floor down below. Was Silent on such low HP, the only problem here is the attack still doesn't have the diffuser, at least fully in their control. Sexy Cake has to cover this from below. Rise forced off for a moment. Silent in such a good position here to make Rise doubt himself, make him second guess. He wraps around and lands the pre-fire. He's just got to run away. Dodge Sexy Cake as best he can. He's so close, he just traces around the Goyo. But it's still LG with the first defense. A nice execute, but some small mistakes in timing cost it for Los in the end.
That's incredible. Just the way they conflict here too. Los with practically a picturesque plant attempt, but they're not able to get it off. Luminosity, their last player, able to flirt with things, able to at least elongate things for long enough where Los weren't capable of trying to get that plant down. The angle downstairs just not strong enough. The verticality, I mean, it existed, Carter, but once we switch over to the defensive POV, I mean, it's like Moses. There's just a perfect path right to the defender planting, and he walks it all the way there, able to take him out, make it to where that is practically an impossible position, although the buck so very close. I mean, I'm pretty sure we all kind of just for a second thought that he was going to hit that shot through the floor, but just not capable. And Luminosity, whereas how, you know, crazy that round got, they were able to prevail with cooler heads.
Lowe's have at least conditioned LG with that round a bit, even if it ends up coming down to a lost 1v1 for Sexy Cake and a repeated denial of that diffuser by LG. They've at least made LG likely a little concerned going forward. Right as I say that, Kicks are going for a spawn peek onto the main balcony. Oh, will he find somebody? Oh, the timing! He looks the other way, spots him at the last second, but takes more damage than he deals. Fortunate right there. The Sexy Cake just had to land the one shot to put Kicks right down below 50 HP with that glass. Still, though, like I said, Lowe's conditioning LG a bit with that aggression. I imagine we'll take things a little slower, but then again, we've only got the Thermite and the Ace.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that just yet.
I'll hold my tongue.
Yeah, but we'll say this, though. Needs to go towards your stock. LG's going to force them to slow down. It looks like initially there, they really wanted to try and berate that breach as soon as they got it. Hicks, though, he's going to catch Bursa. This just seems like something. Yeah, exactly. This seems like something that should have been a non-factor. I think he was trying to work things for himself over on the mid floor, maybe off some info that he got, but there was a lot more bodies in the area than I think he gave it credit for, and he ends up getting punished for that. Smoke on smoke action there. That's going to force Los to try and slow down once again.
Silent.
Which does beg the question. How does Silent try and answer this?
I mean, he's got the timing. Like, he's so in the clear.
Oh.
Sexy Cake does find one. Wi-Fi with a nice clean trade once those smoke canisters evaporate. Silent could still go for the backstab, but the rest of the attack has completely left the premises. They've all rotated over. I mean, Furious has at least found on the backside that it's relatively open. With those Selma charges used by Rise, or one of them used, they're able to find a way in, but this attack is completely thrown out of sorts right now. The Thermite on the front side with the diffuser. He does find one. At least he's able to get a kill for his troubles as he pushes into the site. I think somehow rotating back, but it is just a complete blunder of a round from Los at this point. All over the place. Gaps left and right.
Wow.
I mean, that's a pretty easy round for LG to pick up. It seems Los didn't even know what they wanted to do.
I think they got completely stunted with that initial breach getting thwarted from the impact. They got slowed down. They couldn't get things opened up. They had to try and call an audible and start messing with things on the mid floor. And they got completely caught off guard with the amount of bodies that were stacked there by Luminosity. For Los, for all intents and purposes, right? They think everybody's downstairs, Carter. That impact comes out. They're like, oh, okay, they're kind of playing more of a built-up thing on the basement. They got some impacts here. They probably have some extra utility. We'll try and take the mid floor and maybe try and make an adjustment. Maybe there's one person around there. There's 3 people on the mid floor from Luminosity, and the only person trying to work it at that moment in time is Bursa, who gets taken out because of those circumstances. So it just makes it really, really hard for Los to try and find any headway in the way that they were trying to go for things. They can't get anything going on the mid floor. They can't get the breach open in the way that they want to. Instead, they have to try and work their way in through yellow and other means. And none of it is giving them anything positive because it also falls back to what I was saying earlier about Luminosity. This team, they are really, really solid when it comes to shooting, specifically Silent and Wi-Fi. These guys, if it comes down to a heads-up gunfight, it's not a 50-50. You know what I mean? It's one of those moments where it's like, I think it's slightly in their favor.
I think Wi-Fi in particular on this team has been a pretty solid anchor when he's played on maps like Oregon. He might get a little aggressive, but he's always holding down positions. He's always anchoring positions in a way. Sure,
map presence is huge for him. Yes, absolutely.
Exactly. And maybe it's a little off-site, but he's always holding down something, contesting an area. And he's done a really good job with that, especially that round, able to fend off pressure alongside Hat inside of the site. Really good stuff. Now we move up to the middle floor, and at this point, if Los aren't able to find around here, I don't think it's over by any means. In fact, we might have a tactical timeout called by Los, but I think the momentum, at least the potential that could have been gained by Los early on, will basically be gone. I think LG will have a pretty good shot at a positive defensive half. I mean, obviously, if this is 3-0, that's a given. But Los clearly wanted to try to get early momentum with those very quick pushes. It's not worked out. Now they're going for a bit more of a standard clear. And if they lose on that too, then you're the one fighting for the pace in this game.
Yeah, I think a lot of these early, aggressive angles that we've seen Los try to take have connected inside of some of the recent things they've been doing their homework on. And it's just not something that Luminosity, aren't prepared for. It's something more than in the realm of reality, because Luminosity are so used to aggressive things like this. A lot of these players are born from the depths of ranked in Siege. They're used to an aggressive angle or two, and they're going to continue to take it to Los. Los try and go for an active play over on yellow, and Luminosity trade out positively once again. Versus got inside a bathroom. He's now dead as Kix guns him down with a single burst out of the super shorty. Yeah, it's a 2 versus 3 after Rise gets Eddie, but you still got Silent and Wi-Fi with Kix sprinkled in to try and take out. And yeah, Kix is going to go down, but he's just down for the count. It's a 2 versus 2.
All right, I made the 3-0 call just now, and then LG have trolled a little bit. Kixero caught with his back turn. I was going to say, not a great clear by Los. You see, I believe Farius initially hop in through the bathroom window, and Hat is just watching it, so he dies. And then as the Monty's focused on Hat, Wi-Fi's easily able to get the trade. But now, is it a bit late? Is it a bit haphazard? Yes. But Los have still got a 2v2. They've still got an equilibrium, and they've got intel on these, one at least, of these remaining site players. But Wi-Fi, we talked about how he can hold down presence, stake out a claim on the map. Yesterday, he found a huge gap in Wildcard's attack and completely won the round just by being in a bit of an off spot. Here, he might have found the similar thing. So much info is on silence, so much attention paid to the Fenrir in sight. Do they know about the mute? Yes, they do. They've got pings on his position, and that means Legacy's waiting. He's got to do double duty, though. He fails on the initial swing. Rise might be able to get the pick, but Wi-Fi just has to back up. He's saying, no thanks, my friend. I'll just pull back, win the round on time, and get a flawless site rotation for Luminosity.
A little shake of the head there from our boy Wi-Fi as he is no. I'm going to try and give even a look towards Piano. And what a moment there for Luminosity. It's going to be the timeout, as you called, Carter, from Los. I think this is a perfect moment for them. Nothing has went the way that they really thought it was going to. And Luminosity, even in crunch time, like we saw inside of that, round 3, they're still able to make water out of wine. It's great for them. Los have a lot of presence on that top floor. They still have the capabilities to drone things out, and they have great information on these players. They just can't win out the scenario.
And I think, if you're just looking at Los after round 1, it's like, all right, that's a pretty common execute we've seen. I think Los generally executed it well. Some small gaps, some small timings that Luminosity just happened to take advantage of. They end up losing the round. Still comes down to a 1v1. I think technically a 1v2 for Silent. Okay, that's fine. The next 2 rounds, though, don't look great. I mean, we're trying to open up the garage side in round 2. And they're completely stunned by an impact trick. It's like, it's almost like that exothermic blew up and they were like, oh shit, we didn't think about that one. Crap. And they just rotate and then the round kind of falls apart from there. And then round 3, they try to go for a yellow clear just to completely, roll up, run over the players on Luminosity. And a lot of them just hop in or walk into angles that are already held by LG. Round 1 was one thing. It was a decent execute overall that lacked the proper, it was like an 80 instead of 100. Now, rounds 2 and 3 did not look great from Los. And after this tactical timeout, if they aren't able to mount something more akin to round 1 after they burn their tactical timeout after 3 rounds, I'm going to start questioning this map selection for Los. I'm going to be 100% honest.
This is, here's the thing, though. We can definitely see that they had a game plan coming into this. It's just that I think that Luminosity are like... what's a good analogy here, Carter? They're like trying to herd cats. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I have a good idea, but I don't think that it's exactly going to go according to plan. And so far, that's exactly what we've seen. Luminosity have beaten Los's odds all 3 rounds. Everything that Los has set in front of him, Luminosity have been like, yeah, I can handle that. Not only that, I'll knock it out of the park. Even down to a clutch scenario where Los are somewhat in the advantage with the position they have upstairs with that good intel. It's not really capable of taking those fights and winning them convincingly. And now Luminosity have 3 beautiful rounds they've stacked on top of each other. Los are forced to try and fight back. Timeout's already burnt. Yeah, a couple drones too for the round, but Los have some decent control for Sexy Cake in the mid-floor.
And do have some decent control. I do want to keep in mind, by the way, if somebody's wondering why I'm setting that high bar, Los chose between Skyscraper and Consulate because they banned second, and 9 teams out of 10 will pick the defensive side on Consulate. Very easy possibility to anticipate. So, and if they aren't able to find a round right now, it's a situation that you should have prepared for. And right now, you talk about the mid-floor control for Sexy Cake. Almost all of Farius' utility cleared out or used to clear out a hollow setup. Nobody there. Not to say that it's not understandable that this would take Los time, because when you see those reinforcements, somebody might be playing far up inside of the break room to go for a C4 when you repel inside an admin. Perfectly logical to clear from Los. But all of that execute utility, we've seen how powerful it is. He's only got 1 remaining and 1 Dokkaebi called. That's a lot of utility expended that Luminosity completely baited out.
Absolutely, and I think the key thing here to highlight as well, just to back up your point, is that they still have a really solid drone economy. There's a minute left. We have 6 drones. We could have just, we could have just invested our stock, our money, our liquid, into a different part of the building. I think we just invested ourselves into the wrong stocks here, Carter, and things might go awry because of that. We'll have to see how the market works out.
And we will. Wi-Fi's still behind this shield too, and they're just trying to push up Visa. Sexy Cake does have 3 flashbangs, so Wi-Fi is not exactly going to get a freebie on this staircase. With Hat around the corner as well, the flashbangs go out. Wi-Fi likely giving the call. We'll try to swing ahead of it just for the half second. It goes. All flashbangs now used. Where's the follow-up? Where's the play? Bursa hopping into the long bar. Sexy Cake will push on in. Wi-Fi's still not dead. Sexy Cake's found a bit of a gap, actually, but he's quickly traded out by Eddie on the site. Kicks the next to fall. I'm still amazed Wi-Fi's alive given his position, but Los, aside from that flood in from Sexy Cake, haven't found a whole lot. That's the guy with the diffuser who just got taken off the board, by the way. So Luminosity have the win condition for Los in the palm of their hand. They've got to get these remaining 3 players dead, cold on the floor, and there's no intel going their way. 4-0 for Luminosity. Another very, we'll say, struggling and middling round from Los on the attacking side.
It's shoddy. It's very shoddy. It's not for lack of trying. I think they have a very good general plan, Carter, but it's the little things. It's the little things that are betraying them right now. Like what you said, they kind of a ghost setup over towards the admin side. They invest a lot of their utility into that setup. A lot of Bs, a lot of logic bombs. Not really a lot of bodies and not really a lot of drones, something that could have saved them and made it to where their utility pieces could have been used down the line to try and prevent people from trying to, take some more aggressive swings and stuff like that while they're trying to go for a plant. But instead, what we get is a round that is really off kilter for Los, and Luminosity are more than, inside, in their right to be able to battle back. Especially once they're able to get that position inside of, Suicide. They get that kill on the Suicide single, and that's case. Everybody has to try and fight through the entire setup at that point, with crosses coming in from, front desk as well as CEO. It's so very problematic for the offensive perspective to try and get anything back in a scenario like that.
Los just don't really have control over these rounds and how they're going. I mean, I do like, the gap Sexy Cake found, flashbanging Wi-Fi on that shield, then kind of moving into the long haul to catch the anchors inside off guard. I think that's a really smart play, but I also don't think he should have been in the position where he's forced to make that play to bet the round on. You called it shoddy. I think you're definitely right on that's how this game has been for Los so far. And after the tactical timeout, what does this team have to bring?
Yeah, what do we do? You know what I mean?
We've got the Amaru on a basement attack right now. I mean, that might be good to acquire some control on the top floor, but
I'm happy you brought attention to that, because I hadn't even noticed that yet. I was more, looking as to what Luminosity's next move was going to be. But yeah, Bursa on a basement defense. This just goes to show that Los really aren't doing their due diligence. They aren't going through the necessary steps right now. And yeah, they're going to get this kill into silent. That's great, especially with the stun working from Sexy Cake. Got to give him his flowers on that. There's quite a bit of a road built up here. Yeah, this is a great moment. This is a great moment in round 5.
Oh, Kixro actually giving his position away a little bit. He's still right by those Visa stairs, so he can easily fall back. Sexy Cake now aware of his position. That is when the Legion will fall back. The reason the Amaru definitely confused me was, normally when you see the Amaru, you kind of have some cutoff drones on the top floor, then Ursa would immediately take that control. Think big tower on Oregon. That's a lot of what, when we see Amaru play, even on a basement attack, it's for that position. But Bursa's been on drone the whole round. A minute and a half, he has just been droning. All the control is acquired by other members of Los. Now, to be fair, they've already opened up the garage breach really quickly, so they've acquired a lot of good control. They've opened up a lot of key angles, and this front side take could very well happen, especially with a 5v4 favoring Los. But with that Amaru on the board, what operators are you lacking? Grim being number 1 in my mind. You don't have any of those Bs. No Capitals. The only smokes we have in Legacy's hands. You're just trying to lurk down on the site now, and a lot of utility to find players like Kixro. You're lacking, and he punishes you for it.
Honestly, the biggest thing here for me that we haven't seen out of Los just yet, Monty. We haven't seen a Monty here. Both shields are available, and Los have looked fantastic playing around their Monty plays. So just something that we could still see, but at that moment in time, it'd be round 6, too little, too late. And once again, like we said, Luminosity, great on guns, Carter. That's something that I will never take away from them. They are fantastic when it comes to looking for these kills, even up against a Brazilian squad like Los. The plan's going to go down now for Legacy. A beautiful nitro cell from Eddie from Yellow Pillar. And that's more than likely the round unless Farias can say something about it. He tries to go for the kill in behind the kitchen counter, but he can't get it. He swings back through. Eddie at range with the M590. And that's going to be it. Luminosity, 5 rounds in a row, and they've soaked up Los's timeout too.
I'm going back to it. I was praying Bursa would show me why he brought that Amaru. I was on my knees saying, why did you bring the Gara hook? Why did you bring the Gara hook? Because again, I can see in theory why you'd bring it. If you want to go for the full clear, if you want to take vertical control to maybe put pressure on the 2 roamers that Luminosity did have, I see it. But he's on drone the whole round. He's not getting control. He's outside the building for a minute and a half. And again, it's not that Amaru is a troll pick. There are uses for her. We saw a good use for her in round 1 from Los. But if you're going in for a plant in garage, would it not be nice to maybe have that Monty applying pressure on players either from the yellow doorway or bottom spiral? Would it not be nice with the vertical control Los established to bring that Grim and put Bs all along the pillar or the rotates, so that way when somebody, I don't know, goes to C4 the default plant, maybe you get intel on it? That's what I'm talking about. And thankfully we see Bursa flex onto the Amaru for about 0.5 seconds and then go to the Grim, so I do like that change. But it's just part of a broader theme where you let Consulate through. You knew you were going to the attacking side, or could at least readily bet on it. The calling from Los, the strategy, is very lacking after that first round.
It goes back to something that we heard earlier in the stage, something that Foxe said that I've also, shared for a very, very long time in my thinking in the way of how Siege works. When you look at maps, you look at their favorite side, right? Like, for instance, Consulate, we think about the defensive side a lot. You don't really consider that when you're looking at it from a team point of view. You're like, okay, defense at that moment in time, folks, it should be easy, right? It's the favored side. It's the side we should be winning rounds on. We can get things figured out on that side. What you should be trying to judge teams by is the opposite side of the coin, whatever it is. In this moment, it's going to be offense. So for Los, that's where things have kind of failed to launch for me. When you come to bringing this map into play, you're going to flush out your defenses, right? That's not what I'm trying to take away from. But what I am saying is that there should be some very solid consideration as to how all different things go on this offensive side. And so far, Los have only seemingly had really one pace, one game plan. And it's constantly been punishing them. Silent's going to get down now, though. And I will say, even though for what I was saying, Los have at least been a little bit more considerable about what they're doing inside of this round. They found a gap. They found a moment to plant here. Rise, he's already halfway through this. And Carter, I think this is going to... Oh, no! Sexy Cake! He's going to get 2, but that's going to be it. Cakes and Eddie, what can we do here?
I will say Sexy Cake fried that guy bottom yellow, by the way, so great shot from him. Diffuser at least stopped for the moment, and Los might have done just enough work. They even smoked the Diffuser to make sure that Luminosity can't get an angle on it. It should be the round for Los at this point. Yeah, Kixrow gets one, but that is it. Good gap found by Los. Solid attack, solid rotation down to the middle floor to get that Diffuser in. Really good round. It's the only one they got, though. It's a 1-5 half. It's still possible they could win this game. LG's attacks have not looked the best in the league so far. But this is such a hard deficit to work your way out of.
Yeah, absolutely. 5-1 is something that you really never want to be staring down the barrel of. But yeah, it's been hard fought for Los. Really, that round, you know, kind of hard to say, but it's just like it's one of those things where they find a huge gap in Luminosity's defense. I mean, there's practically nobody home, Carter. There's no verticality. I think Luminosity really thought that Los were going to try and go for maybe a top floor clear or just try and address the top floor in general. And instead, they were trying to play very open and honest, trying to drone things out and, you know, make the call in the moment, which I think is a great idea, especially for how things had been going. I think that they really needed to try and understand what the heck was going on inside the building before they tried to make any big sweeping changes. And instead, what they found was a pretty empty site and something that was ripe for the taking, a nice diffuser plant.
And I will say, credit to Sexy Cake. Obviously, I believe a triple kill in that round. He's definitely, you might be a big fan of Farius. I know the desk highlighted Legacy, both for his upsides and downsides in his play this stage so far. Sexy Cake is still my #1 player on Los. Everything he does on the defense, on the attack, whether it's being a really impressive bandit tricker on maps like Clubhouse or just constantly contesting space against teams, whether it's LG right now or SSG, really a lot of basically everybody in the NAL. Sexy Cake has been a really good player. Obviously very experienced as well, but I've really enjoyed watching him so far. At least now, we gotta hope that on the mute he's able to do something similar. LG 45 seconds in have already got control around the yellow stairs, and I'm seeing the Buck, I'm seeing the Amaru. I'm starting to think we might have a similar play that Los tried to do in round 1.
Let's beg the question. How are they going to go about this? They do have a few extra tools inside of the mid floor that we didn't exactly see out of Los when they went for things. I like that they've gotten a hat here early because he's going to be able to clear out a lot of this utility and make it to where LG can just sit on the side of the building, kind of hang out. They don't really have to do too much. He's got to wait out this timer, and they have plenty of time in order to do so. So that'll allow the rest of them to kind of clean up shop, make some new angles, make it to where once this execute does start going off, they'll have the ability to try and shut down a few of these rotations. Maybe get a kill as well. If they got that would probably be the biggest icing on the cake, but you can see Los is going for something similar.
Here we go.
How many nitro cells do we have? We just have Sexy Cake. We don't have a smoke on the defense. This is looking really easy for Eddie.
We got no plant denial. Yeah. We had the 1C4.
Oh.
Sexy Cake now dead.
He can't even get there.
Well, this is why the addition of the gridlock is so nice, because if you remember the carousel of defenders from LG that threw themselves at the default CEO plant in round 1, that's why you bring the gridlock. To stop that very thing from happening. It's why they brought the Nomad as well. Air jabs down below to stop the retake on the middle floor. Track stingers up above to stop the retake on the top floor. And with an execute that looked as easy as pie, LG have secured match point and at least 1 point out of today's game.
Yeah, that right there was probably the easiest round I've seen all day. And, you know, that had a pretty extensive burn time as well. You know, we get the 2 people on the mid floor, opening things up, trying to clear out utility, trying to make it to where the offense can actually move forward and get that plant down, setting up new angles. What's up?
The most annoying part is, like, I hate to interrupt you. The most annoying part, that was a better execution of the one, like, really good execute from Los. Like, they didn't end up winning the round, but LG had a better handle on the CEO plant than Los did, who picked the map.
Yeah. You know, I'll tell you this, for the Los fans at home and some of the newer fans I'm sure that they've gotten since moving to the NAL, I'm really sorry because there's really nothing that I can say to Carter to try and defend Los at this moment in time, because it's absolutely true.
Well, and you know what's super frustrating too? We were talking in the green room that, like, even though this team is last place, they've had a lot of really good moments, a lot of really close games. I mean, the 8-6 loss to DZ, they're like SSG, where it's like a bunch of 7-5s and 7-4s. A lot of games that, honestly, they probably deserved a point in. And now, to have what, in my opinion, has been the absolute worst performance we've seen from Los this stage so far is really disappointing, because I think they had a lot of potential from the previous games to get maybe 1, 2, even 3 points here, and just falling completely flat on their face. This is not the team that I've been seeing in the first few games I've played, even the first few recent games.
Where has my Los gone?
What happened to the team I love?
What happened to the team I love? The team I support. The team I cherish. Our Brazilian brothers, Los. I don't know. They need to stop letting their little brothers play on the computer. I can tell you that, though. Something's got to give. And there it is! What did I tell you? It's all about Farius, baby. It's always been about Farius. Wi-Fi and Silent be damned. Even though I said they're fantastic, and they still are. But it's going to be 2 amazing kills out of the Vigil. Who, you know, to this day, I will still say, one of the most selfish operators you can choose on the defense.
Big dog Farius. The double admin hop out. All right. It's going to be a hard round for LG to bring back. There's one player alone on the middle floor right now. But
oh, my
Farius
God.
with another. He's cut down kicks row. He's hunting top fraggers for lunch. Now Hat 1 and 6, 2 and 6. Nice little one. Brother is in sight. He has found his way bottom yellow. What is going on? One play around the corner though. First able to pick up that one for free. Had not knowing exactly what he got himself into. And Eddie might be able to find one, might be able to find 2. He's got to switch to the pistol. Barriers going for it, but it's Sexy Cake to steal it away. Selfish Sexy Cake. Let him get the 4K. Los get their second round on the board, and we'll move on.
That was something. That was something else. Now, here's the thing. Although it has been a really bad game for Los, I will say this, at least in their honor. I found the one thing, folks, for the people at home. They have stayed true to what their game plan has been, right? We really haven't seen them deviate too heavily from the soul of their path, have we? We really haven't seen them try and go for something that was a huge pacing change, anything like that. Instead, at least in this defense, in this vacuum that we just saw in this round, they doubled down. We see them fly out of the admin windows, get 2 huge kills and a conversion, to boot. So really well done there from Los, but a really long road ahead of them as well.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they're in a situation where it's like, I want to give you credit for that, and I will give you credit for that, but like, Darius got a great run out and a triple kill, and Los have technically 4 rounds to not make that mistake again. They have a gap. They can drop rounds like that in an admittedly silly way, and we can give credit to Los and say good read right there. Able to get the hop out. Darius really successful in that roam. Good work running all over that LG attack. But it's still around that. Can you really replicate? Can you replicate another 3K for Farius or anybody for that matter on the roam? I don't know. Maybe they can. Liquid won a game doing that inside of Brazil. They basically won 2 games in Brazil doing exactly that.
Yes, they did.
So it's absolutely possible. It's just that Luminosity being on match point, you better hope you keep getting performances like that out of Farius or Legacy or anybody or Sexy Cake. If the underlying strategic foundation is not there, which we still need to see an argument that it is.
Well, if you see somebody explode in this round from EDDs, we all know where it is.
And it's the boy Farius back at it.
He is indeed. The nuisance, one that could bring this back to bear for Los. And he'll be starting things off on the top floor, which does mean he'll probably be the first point of contact, the first point of conflict for Luminosity. Gonna try and swing things in from the admin side. This is what I expected out of both of these squads, honestly. Irrespective of what the site was, just try and work somebody in from the admin portion while you try and clear out this top floor, or really what have you. And that's gonna be kicks this time around with the gridlock.
Able to cut off key rotations. Pulse down below. We'll send out a C4. Just a pre-placed. Nobody there right now, but Legacy has read that it is an admin clear. He sees the gridlock, starting to walk over that way. Legacy is praying right now, but silent on that IQ. Can find that heartbeat scanner, hunt down Legacy, and also find that pre-play C4 as well if he ends up turning his attention over there. He's not found it yet, by the way. It's actually been detonated, and now it is gone, so he doesn't need to find it. It's been found out for LG, thanks to Los, though it finds no impact, and neither does the second.
And this is a thing that's caught me so off guard for Luminosity so far. Is like initially, like on the surface, you're like, oh, it's just a bunch of guys that really shoot straight, and they have some coordination going on. A pretty solid squad. But you start to peel back, you know, the surface. You start to open up this engine compartment and really look what they got going for themselves. And there's a lot of sound strategy. There's a lot of really solid utility work on this team, Carter. And this is just another moment where it's worked out for them. They've not only brought the IQ, but Silent also manning that scanner time and time again. And he's forced Legacy to go back to the site.
He's forced Legacy down below. And with that C4 gone, obviously, They might have an idea that Legacy's used his C4, but he knows that Pulse is going to be below to try to deny the plant. So once they go in for the execute, he'll go in for the push. But Legacy spots it, turns around, but ends up losing the fight. Furious able to go for the retake, but that's a key bit of plant denial they no longer have. And also a bit of a distraction. Furious forced a bit out of position. The rise through the wall. He's able to drop the diffuser on the floor. Wi-Fi's got to pick it back up. Knows the mirror is all the way on the opposite side of the building, basically. But with 10 seconds left, he doesn't have time to concern himself with it. Vertical control a little bit more tenuous than I think LG thought. Furious on a key retake somehow kills Had with the pistol. Great individual play by Furious. I didn't actually think we'd get another Furious 3K, but I'm
Never
here for
talk
it.
about my GOAT ever again, okay?
He's done it 2 rounds in a row. I'll give him that. I'll give him credit for
heartbeat
it.
of Los is through Furious, baby. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I got the 1,000-yard stare out there. I was like, who could it be? Had to be Furious. No, he's been looking very, very stellar today. And the only reason that I am so high on my horse when it comes to Furious is, to me at least, it seemed like time and time again, when Los has needed somebody most, not only has he been there, but he's been so beneficial to them. He's time and time again found a way to be successful, but not only that, he's also found a way to be very valuable to them in these rounds where they really need somebody to pull things back across the line, whether it be in round count or man count. And that's why he's been such a big player to me. He's 9-7 right now, but you can still look across the board here and see some other players like Sexy Cake, like you named yourself, still, you know, making a bid to be one of the top players here on Los. The biggest issue right now for them is that they still have to try and recreate themselves and give a few different looks on this defensive side. Luminosity still have a lot of opportunity to try and take this inside of regulation.
They do, but this is a great play from Los right here. They hide Sexy Cake inside of this, you know, the small little cubby area inside a projector. They hide him there the entirety of the prep phase, bring him out. And do LG have any counters to deal with that clash? Not really. I mean, they got the fire bullets, but I bet you they want to bring that for the execute and not waste it on a clash. And aside from that, no Zofia, no nothing. And that's not entirely LG's fault, I will say. You don't often have a lot of tools to deal with a clash brought anyway. Callie, obviously not. Zofia's really fallen out of favor. And now once they see that shield staring their attack directly in the face, they're going to realize they'll probably have to burn some utility a lot earlier than they would have liked.
45 seconds off the board here. Luminosity dialing things back when it comes to the aggression, but loading up on utility. And this is what I've liked about Luminosity this entire stage. No matter how they apply themselves to the map, they try and back themselves up appropriately through what they bring to the table. This time around, like I said, they're going to try and bring the pacing down, bring that speed down for how they want to clear the map, but they're going to try and assist themselves with utility and solid gunplay. Farias, a little bit too big for his britches. Yeah, I've been singing his praises, but what are we doing here?
Just immediately running out. That's the clash also now spotted, by the way. Eddie making the call right as we pass the first minute mark. So not as brutal of a surprise as it might otherwise been, but still, the reality facing LG is still very similar. How are they able to deal with this? There aren't a lot of immediate ways brought by their lineup to make this work. Some B's already, gone out inside the projector position. Maybe they'll be able to flood around the clash as Hat is droned into the long desk and there's nobody actually playing there at the moment. Nobody close on the doorway either, though the Goyo just now getting into that position. Hat will see it at the exact right time, but still nobody there. He's actually backed off. Hat might flash himself, and he triggers the F-Naught too, but I don't think Los are aware he's actually worked his way in. Burst is able to find Silent, so it's not a man advantage for LG, but Hat might have the play right here if he can win this fight with the Goyo.
I'll put your own here, and still have plenty of time to try and assist with this. Kicks, a great idea. He's going to EMP the Clash, forcing her back, making it where that shield won't be active for at least a couple more seconds, and he's going to reset that timer too. The plant going down for Wi-Fi. Sexy Cake, he's got to continue to call this. He's going to bring out the SMG, and he whips it onto Wi-Fi. It's all down to Hat. Legacy, he's going to be the sole man now. It's all up to Hat, and he can try and pull this across the line, and he does! I had no idea Luminosity had that case down. I thought that he got it before it even happened. But Luminosity, in the blink of an eye, they pull it across the line, and it's a 7-3 victory off the backs of Los.
Wait, what? Hold on. I'm actually so confused right. Oh my God.
What?
Do you remember when the desk highlighted how Legacy would cost Los in key moments?
Oh, what
He
happened?
C4'd Sexy Cake.
No, he didn't.
I
happen.
I see Hat in that 1v1. I see him in the 1v1. And I'm like, what? This was a 2v1.
Oh,
Sexy Cake just
no.
killed the guy with the diffuser. How is it a 1v1? And I heard a C4 toss. In my brain, I'm like, no, that didn't happen. Like, Hat didn't die. What? He has C4'd Sexy Cake in the 2v1 and lost the 1v1 afterwards. They're trolling me. Sam,
Yeah.
I mean, do you have anything to say? I'm calling it there. Like,
You know, Los, it was a great stage. We'll see you in stage 2. That's about it. That's all I got.
Hey, we'll see you stage 2. See you in the Open Qualifier playoffs, and we'll see you guys after the break.
The first team to be eliminated from the North American League is the team that has absolutely no North Americans on it. Los decided to come to play with a brand new roster that had never played before in a region they had never played in before. And not only are they the first team to get knocked out, with one more game still left to play, they are now locked into 9th place, dead last at the bottom of the league, which means they're not going to the last chance qualifier. Oh no, they're going to the open qualifier playoffs. And Jesse is exactly the way that I feel about how that game went.
He C4'd his teammate.
Yeah.
The last guy in the 2v1 wasn't even near Sexy Cake.
Calculated.
He wasn't even there. Legacy, this is the second time he's team killed in a 2vx. We've seen him throw multiple 2vx situations. We see it here. The C4, the last guy is all the way over by like circle desk. He's not even close to to where the defuse kit went down. Even the guy downed is not near the defuse kit. He's outside. It's so frustrating to watch as somebody who's cheered for Los, who wants to see Los succeed. There's just so often these little mistakes are coming through, and it's costing them every single time.
It was calculated. Don't you know, pro players, we're absolved from sin. We can do whatever we want. I bet you he meant to do that, to do a little 1v1.
Yeah, 100%. But did Los also mean to pull off the plant literally every time they were going for a defuse at any point? Because it felt like they did that too. That was a problem you even highlighted like 2 or 3 weeks ago, Jesse.
Yeah, last week I talked about how Los are consistently getting off the plant, and I think like it's a bad call to get off the defuse kit when they are getting off of it, but it feels like they just have a 0% chance of winning a gunfight if the defuse kit is going down.
Yeah.
Like consistently, the plant coverage has not been there. So the guy who's on the kit needs to get up and try to take a gunfight, but by the time he can get up, often he takes the fight and he's too late, and it's like, so many plant-focused rounds, you'll see it in these highlights. There's so many plant-focused rounds where they just can't actually get the defuse kit planted on the ground. Even the one round where they win, in round number 6, when you'll see it here, they still get their plant denied before they successfully get their execute done.
Yeah, there's a lot from Los that they just didn't do right. They tried to go slow on their attacks. They tried to go fast on their attacks. I love how LG just felt like they were in the momentum the whole time, and especially when Los called that timeout. The timeout. LG actually just decided to switch their tempo. They ended up playing a lot slower, just bunkering up and forcing Los to go find those opening kills, which, based off what you said, Jesse, in my opinion, it looked a lot like the Shakes. A little bit of late game issues where they were stressing, especially pulling off of the defuse as many times as they did. C4ing your own teammates. It looked like a very big lack of confidence, especially as the round count went in the other team's favor more and more.
Yeah, and it's happened the whole stage.
How much of that was Consulate, just out of curiosity? Yes, Los took it to Consulate, but LG had defense first, Consulate super defensive focused, and it was a 5-1 half. It felt like that game, before we even got to the second half, before that side swap happened, felt like at that point it was kind of already over.
It did feel like it was pretty much over, but Luminosity did have some amazing attacks.
Yeah, it's true. So let's just break down what they did well as opposed to what Los didn't do quite well. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this attack... Oh, this is not the attacks. This is the stats.
Whoops.
I mean, the stats, Luminosity, once they got to the attack, obviously, they were playing very good in the crossfires that they were able to set up. They were going slow. They were dissecting exactly what Los needed to do, getting rid of the utility, getting rid of the positions that could stop Luminosity from planning and just shutting them down step by step. Right here, we see the Amar go in, and as you notice, Luminosity's cleared out the metal player, and the Buck from below got rid of all the utility, but also is putting pressure on Legacy and the rest of the players, so they can't close that distance and stop the defuse. And the person that's in the position with the C4 is not in the position with the C4 because I believe it's Kixrow was on connector window, and he just completely stopped the whole cross. So there was no moment where Los was able to get into the game because they were getting shut down and pushed away by Luminosity, and they just didn't do anything to respond to that.
Yeah, LG had a couple of really beautiful top floor attacks, and again, you just got to compare it to when Los were attacking that same bomb site. Very first round, I think 6 different guys swung the person who was planting, and yeah, some of them got shut down. I don't know how it was 6. Some of them got shut down. Some of them didn't though, and some of them were able to stop that plant, and in the end, they didn't end up in a position where they could get it to the ground. So I think it's a real tale of two halves here, with Luminosity really being able to nail down these problems that Los just couldn't seem to find an answer for.
Well, you want to know what that win just did. Like I said, the minimum threshold to qualify for playoffs in stage 2 of last year with 9 teams was 12 points. Luminosity, with that dub, have just secured themselves the 12 points required for playoff contention. So let's talk to Wi-Fi in his rookie stage, who's now qualified for the NAL playoffs. My guy, tell me what you're feeling right now.
Feeling pretty good. I mean,
I'm a rookie and I'm just fucking shitting on these guys. Oh shit! We're just destroying these guys. So,
dude, hey, classic soundbite immediately for the first interview already making playoffs. Good stuff though. Hey, out of curiosity, did you guys just come off a 9 to 5 again to come play this game, or did you have a little bit of a break beforehand?
You know, we had a little bit of break, so
hey, good stuff.
It wasn't as bad as our other games.
Wi-Fi, we saw a lot of preparation come out, especially your guys' attack. We just highlighted it where they jumped in CEO and you guys step by step cleared out. Did you guys, even though Los has no information on, have you guys had a chance to practice against them in this, or did you have an idea of how aggressive they would play? How did you set up for a team that you don't have information on the map for?
I think we just classified them as kind of just one kind of big region, like their type of teams, kind of just like aggressive and loose. And, you know, we scrim a lot of those teams and we're pretty comfortable against them and we know how to counter them. And, you know, I have to shout out our sports staff, which is Vivid, our coach, and Mossy, our analyst. Like they've been with me since T2, since Carnico, and now like they're just prepping us. Like it's insane. Like they're literally top 2 like sports staff and everyone else is X dealers.
Nice.
Okay. Well,
way to put it.
Listen, can you dive in a little bit more? You want to shout out your support staff. What specifically have they been doing behind the scenes to help you guys out, particularly with this map coming through onto Consulate? I mean, first of all, did you know with their preparation that this would be going to Consulate? And how much are they helping to maybe make those strats versus helping you fix the problems that they're noticing while you are in your off days?
For the map preferences, I think every single game day we've had, we've known the map we've gone to, and then the week before each game day, we've nailed down those maps that, you know, that we potential to go to. So, I mean, the preparation from them map-wise is insane, and you know they're with us every day, anchoring down our strats and fixing them up, and just helping us grow as players.
Nice. Great. Wi-Fi. My question is, for that first round, it was really hectic from a viewer at home perspective. You guys continuously threw bodies to stop that CEO plant. Was that the game plan the whole time? Or did you guys just realize we just have to make sure that this diffuser doesn't go down?
I mean, it got a little hectic. You know, I think our smoke died a little bit earlier. So, I mean, the second resort is obviously just going to go kill that guy and run across. You know, it got hectic, but you know, as many buys as you can throw, we'll kill them.
Of course.
Same record as Beast Coast, locked into playoffs. It has to feel really good, but at this point, you've still got one more best of 1 left to play. Wi-Fi, congratulations. We will see you tomorrow, and hopefully you don't let your foot off the gas.
All right, thank you.
Big dubs. Dude, this is another case where I'm proud of how far this team has come. Very different playoff cycle from what we saw from stage 3 of last year or stage 2 of last year, because look at what the standings look like now. There are 2 playoff spots still left in the league at this point, and they're being fought for between Wildcard, DZ, Space Station, and Sonics of all teams. That's crazy.
It's a ridiculously competitive field, and the teams that you see at the bottom are not the teams that historically have been down there.
No.
For Space Station and Sonics in particular, I mean, both those teams in a really bad spot. Dark Zero as well, without playing today, are going to have a difficult run at it. So, yeah, I mean, it's anybody's game, open season for those last couple of slots, and I mean, that's kind of what we wanted from the NA League, right?
Absolutely, and congratulations to Luminosity, because at the first week, we just said that we wanted them to keep it in contention. Because every single last year, when we saw from them, it was close games after close games, but they weren't able to finish that, you know, cross that finish line, and now they finally are. So it gives me a lot of confidence looking them going into playoffs, because they've not only shown that they can compete with just an aim battle, but now it feels like bringing on the support staff along with Wi-Fi, they are able to now compete mentally with the rest of the teams in the league.
I mean, I also really appreciate the guys in support staff never really get the love that they're supposed to get, especially guys on mid-table to low-table NA teams that sometimes make little to no impact on a stage-by-stage basis. So him giving shout-outs to the guys that he has on the back line, especially just knowing how hard you have to grind at a tier 2 level to really make it or have a shot to make it in the first place, that's class from Wi-Fi, I think. That's a really good thing to do.
It's really hard to get noticed as a support staff, as a coach, as an analyst, when you're not in the T1 scene. And there, like Wi-Fi said, there are a couple check stealers in the NAL where they will just hold that position and not give the chance to anybody new. So it's nice to give flowers to the people that deserve it.
Yeah, and sometimes you also have to go and make your own opportunities as well, which is exactly what the guys on LG have done as this stage has progressed. We have one more game lined up for us today, and just like Los, there's another team in the hot seat, and it's another team with an orange logo. It's just crazy to think that they're down here in the first place. Space Station could get eliminated from the league. next.
Sleep well. If you don't sleep good, you're just, it's chalked. If you don't sleep well, it's chalked, simple as that.
No matter what, I always wake up at 8:30 all the time. Always on game. I don't care what time the game is. Always 8:30. Take a shower, eat breakfast. Because most of the days I don't eat breakfast, but for that day I make sure I eat breakfast. And I have a G Fuel that day. I never drink G Fuel. I only drink G Fuel on game days. That's it.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's a habit, but I think I just watch a lot of other regions like EU, Brazil, that kind of stuff.
I do enjoy working out a lot. I feel like it helps me with my mental clarity, and it's kind of my yoga time, if you put it that way. It's kind of like just peaceful for my head.
Just like physical health, like going to the gym helps me kind of just reset every day, and it's good stress relief for me. Meditation and just kind of going through and calming myself down, really digging deep, just calms you down before the game. So I'd say meditation and the gym are probably the biggest two.
Our last game of the day isn't just the final game for us, it also could be the final game for Space Station. The fall from grace we just can't stop talking about has reached an all-new stake. Space Station have no more lives left. If they lose today under the right circumstances, then they won't be in the North American League playoffs, and they'll have to brave the qualifier if they want to have a shot of going to a major, which they've done. They did that for Atlanta. It's not uncharted territory, but again, it's something you don't want to deal with. I'm Jacob, he's Foxay, he's Jesse. Last game of the day, OXG were undefeated up until about 24 hours ago, and now they've got Space Station in what is literally their last game of the stage.
Yeah, when we talk about SSG being such a mental fortitude team, I'd love to see how they handle this much pressure being on their shoulders. Not only are they not getting to playoffs if they lose this game, but they're just being eliminated at this point and then having to go through the LCQ. I mean, I couldn't imagine a situation where you go into this thinking, oh, playoffs, you know, no problem. We'll definitely get top 6. Now you're at risk of not getting top 6.
Hey, it would also be a new experience for Space Station, right? I mean, to have this rough of a stage, it's never happened, at least in recent history. Since Ashen joined this team, they've made it to every single major tournament, whether that's SI or the majors.
Yep.
So it would be a shock to see Space Station not qualify to Manchester. As we've said, LCQ is a factor, so they could still make it. But still, this is new ground for Space Station Gaming, and for them to fall in a match like this and then not make it to the Manchester Major through qualifiers would be a shock to them and their fans.
It would literally be a 180 of what happened in Stage 3 of last year. If you remember, Space Station lost their first 4 games. Some of them were overtime finishes, so they still had some points, but then they bounced back, win the rest of them, and then they need to make the LCQ run in order to do it in the first place. They won their first 3 games, and there's the potential for them, if they lose this one, to have lost their last 5. Literally a carbon copy of the previous stage, just completely flipped on its head. And OXG absolutely could be the arbiters of that downfall. They were undefeated until a game against DZ yesterday, and it wasn't just a loss, it was a beating.
It was. I mean, they got completely rolled over by a Dark Zero that we all thought was going to fall to pieces. They looked absolutely at the bottom of their career. But then Bolo comes out, has a perfect game, doesn't die once, and because of that, we see Oxygen Esports come around crumbling on Consulate. I'm not that worried. I do think Oxygen are still the best-looking team inside of North America. I think they should bounce back. One game does not frighten me, but the fact that it was the last game, the fact that it was yesterday, maybe does give some pause for concern.
But it's not the worst thing in the world, obviously, because we want to paint a team that was doing really well in a positive light. The scoreline might be a little bit scary, but there's still tons of things that OXG at this point are doing right.
There's a lot of amazing things to take from OXG in their previous games, especially in their game on Chalet, where they just had amazing executes. It looked like they just never let up against Sonics. Right here, the whole purpose is Newers jumps in and he's going to be the bait. Obviously, he gets a nice pick, but it's the rest of OXG that we're worried about. Look at where they're all set up. OXG's been the bait, but every single push that one person plays, there's always 2 people behind them. So once they kill Newers, they think they're safe. And SQ, the way that they handle problems is they go for these frags and they overpeak, and that's where OXG's players are. There's never one play without 2 people. But when we looked at the game that they played against Dark Zero, that was not the case. Obviously, it could have been the map that had a huge play to it, but Dark Zero just had such an amazing step-by-step process on focusing OXG to force on executes, and every time that OXG went for those executes, a C4, a Solus, something was there to stop them, and we didn't see OXG respond in the fashion that we've seen them do in the first 5 games, which is 2 people pushing at all moments. They were isolated completely by Dark Zero.
Comes down to trust, and even though it's a new team coming through from OXG, they've got some new rosters. They've a lot of these players have played together before, and so that trust came very, very quickly to this roster.
So they're doing pretty good, aside from that DZ game, which they want to forget. They're going to have to wipe it from their memory banks before coming into this game. Space Station, there's a lot of things that they wish they could forget, but now is not the time. That loss on Cafe just yesterday to Beast Coast, really effective first half, explosive start to the second with 2 separate players leading hero plays, and then Beast Coast brought a shield, and it just kind of felt like there was nothing they could do.
They didn't have the adaptation on defense. SSG looks like a story of small mistakes. Their attacks are so strong, they're able to adapt amazingly, but once they get onto defense, it's not really the same. It goes into individual plays.
So for Space Station, there are some things they know they need to fix. We sat down with Iconic a couple days ago as this slide was just getting underway to see if there was anything he thought about the way in which Space Station could recover their stage.
Groups is like, it's mainly about just kind of getting comfortable and getting ready for playoffs. So I feel like right now, like, we're still developing, still trialing stuff. It's mainly just a process, and you have to keep with the process and keep sticking through it. So the way to keep the mental healthy is always to remain in the moment. So I feel like, you know, we have those losses, but we have to learn from those losses and keep moving. So I feel like with us, it's always about putting that next foot forward and just kind of coming back ready to go. So I feel like we took a nice weekend to rejuvenate and we're ready to get back to practice. I mean, our coaches, they push us every day, like in and out of practice, just trying to make us better people, better humans, you know. I feel like it's big because we talk about accountability and stuff like that a lot. It's just good to have like strong heads leading us and just making sure that we're on top of what we need to be on top of. And I feel like it's a key to the success. For OXG, we prepare for all the teams the same. So we're going to come in, watch the VODs, do our prep, and just get after it. Excited to see him.
Space Station need a really big hand because thus far it's been a very drastic slide. Undefeated to start the stage, everything was looking pretty good. 2 consecutive 5-7 losses, probably not the end of the world, but then that game against Wildcard happened and suddenly everyone's like, what the hell is going on with SSG?
Iconic, I believe in him. I believe in his method, I believe in the player he is, but he said it, that they're still trying to figure things out and adapt to things, but this is their last opportunity. At what point are they going to have to figure things out or just completely lose and have to focus on the LCQ?
So, yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean, we saw the 3 games there were 7-5s that they ended up losing. It's really come down to the small mistakes from Space Station. Their last game, when they started to crumble on Cafe, it was round after round after round. We'll take a look at some of them. The biggest thing for me was their inability to deny plants. Whether that was a player like Forrest, who has the main utility to stop the plant going down in the early round, or whether that was stuff like the Yokai drone not getting there in time to stop the defuse kit. Maybe it was a C4, as we see right here, not coming out in time, whether it gets EMP'd or it just isn't able to pop off. There it is. That one's not able to explode. It always felt like they just didn't have an answer to the planter. And even in this one, you know, they've got the Yokai again being played by Faults this time around. It's having some impact, but we can see before they actually are able to deny that plant, Faults gets taken down way too often. The one thing that Space Station would have, which would be the game plan to deny the plant, would be eliminated before they could actually go for the plant stopping. So it's these small mistakes from Space Station. It seems like a different small mistake every single time, which makes it very, very frustrating, but now is when they got to solve it.
Right. It would suggest a 5-7 loss. It's only a couple of rounds, which is the reason why they're losing, but their standing is that they're literally several games behind where they need to be, and they need to get out of a pretty big hole. And Bank is the battleground they have to do it on. OXG get defense first. We saw one Bank with a really bad attacker start earlier in the day. Our SSG cooked here.
SSG's attacks are not the problem, it's their defenses, and we saw from the last game that Wildcard played, it's all about the defenses. And I just don't think right now that SSG has adapted. It still feels like they're playing this individual frag-heavy style on defense, and if you're going to contest OXG right now, OXG is hitting all of their shots. Besides against Dark Zero. The Dark Zero made it a utility game, a plant-focused game. And I don't know if SSG currently has the ability to force OXG into that equilibrium.
Yeah, I mean, we just did a whole clip on Space Station not being able to deny plants. You look at the basement of Bank, that's kind of what the main point of the game is, right?
Yeah.
Tossing those C4s, the Toxic Babes, to try to deny the plants. So it's going to be a tough one. I'm looking at predictions here. I see Fox going for the OXG. I know I'm a bit behind.
Fox?
Is this the first time you've been under 50% the whole time?
I think I've floated up and down.
Bleeding, buddy.
That's not great.
I think I'm 2 behind you. I've got to go auction as well. I think they're the better squad, and I think Space Station's problems denying that plant and on their defenses are going to continue on a map like Bank.
Seems like at the moment it's a 2-way tie for first place. Are you going to go with what Laxine did or go the other way?
No, this isn't the game to risk it. I'm going to keep it OXG. I really do think that everything is in their favor for this game.
You think everything's going their way?
So far, I do. I know Diaz, Gomez, and Yogg used to be very prominent on Bank back on Xset.
That's true, yeah.
So now seeing those 3 together, it obviously wasn't a good OXG map when I was on the team.
Right.
But seeing them together could change the tides.
All right, and again, it's not that any SSG loss means they're totally out of the picture. If they were to get a 3-point win, then they're not completely in the clear either. It's a whole smorgasbord of possibilities for Space Station. All they know right now in their last game of the stage right here is that they need the full 3 points. Can they do it? Sam and Carter will tell us.
I gotta say, I gotta say, okay. I agree with like everything the desk said. The problems with SSG's defenses, too frag heavy, small individual mistakes, close games that end up not getting over the line. I agree with all that. However, I've seen the map, I've seen Bank, and something we have to address This has been OXG's permaban. Well, basically permaban the entire stage. It was their first ban in the first 3 games and against DZ yesterday. I'm not saying they don't have a bank, especially with what Fox said, like maybe Gomez, Diaz, and Yaga bringing in a bank with them, or at least Gomez and Diaz. But this seems to be a map that I think OXG maybe don't really have prepped and are fine showing because they've already made playoffs. And that might give SSG an opportunity. I did want to say that.
It very well might. And I think SSG also have this going for themselves as well. They haven't played Bank either this stage. So it leaves one big old question mark as to what happens in between these two squads. And I'm really, really excited, especially for the last map of the day, Carter. Let's sink our teeth into this and see what happens. We're almost through the ban phase here. We got Monty, Ying, and Kaid removed. What's going to be the last? It'll be Fenrir to try and assist with a few of these swing positions. And that's going to be about it for the ban phase. But as I was saying, Oxygen and SSG, this is bound to be a banger here on Bank.
I mean, it's got to. I mean, this would have been game of the day had Beast Coast not had the resurgence they've had over the past few play days. This would absolutely be the one everyone was waiting for, not only to see if OXG could maintain their dominance throughout the NAL. They've got 2 more games, obviously SSG right now and then M80 tomorrow. But more importantly, see if SSG in their final game of the stage. This is their 8th and last one. This is their final shot to try to save their chances at playoffs. Will they be able to do it against a team that's 5-1? Will they be able to beat the losing streak they have so far? Again, they've lost the past 4 games in a row, potentially with their 5th right here if they can't get it over the line. It has been a dire stage for Space Station, a complete fall from grace. But at least to start, it's their attacks that have looked the better of the comparative sides. And starting out on Locker's CCTV, Sam, doesn't seem like OXG is throwing any curveballs their way.
Yep. I feel like you could put SSG and Sonics in similar boats. Not the same boat.
100%.
Sonics didn't exactly lose their IGL, did they? They just got some new tools for Geo to play with. Whereas for SSG, things have definitely kind of been a rekindling of what we saw from Astralis back in the day. Iconic back at the helm of what is kind of a rekindled roster from what we'd previously seen. And he's still trying to get a solid understanding of what the heck this team does, how they tick, and, understand how the heck they want to try and go about things on these maps. So I think that both of these teams not really having any insight as to how the other goes about it, I think that this is going to be a really great moment for especially Iconic to try and flex just how good of an IGL he is. He doesn't really have anything to work off of, just SSG's grit and their ability to try and win things out here on Bank.
And with OXG being qualified for playoffs again, they can afford to let a game slip away at this point. Not saying that they're not going to try. They obviously guaranteeing that number 1 or 2 seed, getting the bye in the first round of playoffs would be great. But this is still, the implication is there, that if there is ever a time for OXG to have a bit of a dip in performance and not really sweat about it too much, this would be the game, and maybe SSG will be able to capitalize. Minute 10 seconds in. Seen a bit of a utility clear. To clear that top floor, hard breach charges, soft destruction, some momentum gained by Space Station, and it's forced OXG to start rotating back. But aside from that, no real shots exchanged, except some bits of damage done to Newers, but everyone from OXG has backed off down to the bottom floor. The middle floor is in full control of Space Station Gaming's hands.
Oh, this timing is amazing. Oh, man. Iconic.
So cheeky. Just so
That's going to be so frustrating. That's one of those things where one of these analysts sat in here and was like, you know what? I bet that you can't place a secondary hard breach right around the hatch if you put one of these goyos right in the center.
They've got the Zotos on this operation too. This is actually this is such a nerdy strat from OXG. This is disgusting.
Yeah, Hopes and Redeemer, they need to just chill out a little bit. This is too much, boys. Newers is going to be able to pick off Forest too. It even gets worse for SSG. Is not able to contest on the hatches, not able to contest when it comes to firepower either.
Newer is having, if anybody this inside of the NA League is back, it is Newers. Had a rough stage 2 last year, obviously missed a lot of the events, get the first pick on the Forest, but hello? Iconic's getting the diffuser down. Hello? Oxygen. Hello? Hello? Is anybody home? Ashen's just baiting outside a garage. He's able to find Yaga. Not doing a whole lot, unfortunately. But SSG have somehow snuck in, got the diffuser down. One of the toxic canisters had to have missed. Maybe the C4s as well. By the way, Iconic not taking a lick of damage as he puts that diffuser down. So now OXG have to go for the retake. The attack might have just slipped around over the line as Fultz popping out from the elevator. Finds one. Loses his life to DS Lucas. Sprinting into the crosshairs of that Vector. The round is still surely won, though, as Dream, caught with a smoke canister in hand, puts all the work on to DS Lucas with 3 seconds remaining before that case is beyond reproach. SSG get that first round. It seemed like they were shut out of it. Then all of a sudden, the Fuser goes down with OXG none the wiser.
I'm just so gobsmacked by the fact that that was accessible to SSG in the way that it was.
He's laughing.
No, yeah, I would be too, laughing straight to the bank, Carter, with that round. Oxygen, they have nitro cells, they have mirror windows, they've got smokes implemented. Nothing shows up to the table to try and deal with this plant coming out of SSG. You said it yourself, not a single bit of damage done to Iconic inside of that round. Yeah, Oxygen, more specifically Newer, is able to get a pretty big kill there inside of the opener, but that was about it. SSG find a moment in time where not only are they capable of putting the plant down, they're capable of holding Oxygen at bay, practically stiff-arming them in round 1 to make that possible. Very well done.
Fitting time, by the way, with SSG getting that first round to lay fully the stakes of this game. Any win will get OXG top 2. Any win whatsoever will get Oxygen the bye in the playoffs. So they are cruising. They can fully put on the cruise control, turn up the radio. They are chilling this game. But this game means a lot for 2 people. One, SSG. We already mentioned. If they lose this game, they're out of playoffs. But if SSG win in regulation, Sonics are out. Done. Sonic's fate is already relatively out of their hands, but with that 1 round win from SSG, if they find a way to close this out, at one of the many close score lines they've had at this stage, just out of 7-5 instead of losing a 5-7, Sonics will not be in playoffs.
No. Absolutely ludicrous when it comes to that organization as well, right? I mean, such a tenured history when it comes to Siege. But, I mean, hey, sometimes you need to take a reevaluation, and that's what they've done with this recent squad.
Sometimes you got a shitty stage, too. Sometimes
you know,
just suck.
I mean, hey, exactly. Sometimes things happen. It's you and I were talking about this in the green room earlier, but I think it's a perfect moment to bring this up. It's like if you're a football fan, American football for some of the Europeans I'm sure that are watching. It's like being a New England fan. It's like being a Patriots fan. You know, eventually stuff has to fall off the wagon, and for Sonics, it finally has. Although for Oxygen, though, things definitely not for round 2. Ashen going to go down here, but it's going to be immediately traded out for Dream. What? Yogg? An insane find inside of stock. Not something you'd exactly think that he'd be able to win out in that scenario, not given his skill, just given the circumstances. And what the hell is happening? Oh, that's a round. That's a round of Rainbow Six Siege, folks. I really hope that we're doing our jobs as commentators and you feel enticed to buy the game if you're a new viewer. What the hell just happened?
Dream clap after that round. I mean, honestly, we were on the rails. We were on the rails for a decent bit of that round. It's like, okay, Ashen's got the first pick. Forrest has found a gap on Marble Stairs. I like this. I like this from Space Station. And then he just gets fried by Yaga, and it's like, that's really unfortunate. That could have been a huge play to up the tempo for SSG. That's a really unfortunate loss. And then Gomez gets another kill. That's exciting. Diaz shoots Yaga in the face. Okay. Gomez rotating back to the site, fries the guy printer window, and Fultz is in a 1v3. Sure. Why not? I mean, the guns are certainly alive from OXG. That's been the big thing we've talked about this whole stage, has been the performance specifically from Newers, Diaz, and Gomez. The 3 players, well, Yaga as well, but 3 of the players who've really shown up this stage and really shown up in these past couple bank rounds, win or lose, have been really impressive. And the firepower on OXG has been enough to beat competition alone. Even if some of the attacks have some problems, the defenses have some problems, which they've had problems on the attack, they've had problems in the defense. But everyone is so good in such good form this stage, it hasn't entirely mattered. Was round 2 defined by that? Almost entirely.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think Oxygen's capabilities this stage have really centered around their ability to just outclass their opponent. They have so many talented players across this roster, and they're playing along to the beat of their own drum. That's what I love so much about Oxygen right now. And especially their ability to pick up DS and Gomez. Although, you know, it's two players that have time and time again been able to play along with each other in any roster they plugged into, it's still a huge move for Oxygen to be able to pick them up and, you know, play along to the capabilities that they have, to the heights that they have. And it's been very, very well done. So, you know, to that degree, tip of the cap to Oxygen, as they've found some way, somehow, to be able to stride past all of these teams, including M80, who, you know, for any Siege fan, you look at the names on M80 and you're like, wow, so they just went out and got everybody that you could potentially want inside of Rainbow Six Siege.
You see the M80 roster and you're like, how is this team not flawless? They should be winning every game 7-0.
Exactly. You're like, these guys should be winning games in their sleep.
They've got Spoit, they got Citizen. I mean, it's like if you build an NBA team as a kid and you're like, I want LeBron, I want Michael Jordan, I want Kobe. It's like, all right, you just put on a bunch of scorers, but they should probably win games, right? And in this case, M80 have got themselves a nice clean second. They've locked in playoffs. I also think it's important, by the way, keep in mind, so obviously OXG missing out on every major in SI last year, consistently getting like right at 5th place inside of NA, right outside of their spots, though very much deserving in some cases. Yaga was the highest rated player on OXG last stage. Highest rated, and not just on OXG, in the entire league, he was the highest rated player. And then this stage, it is DS, Gomez, and Newers leading the way. And in the stage where Yaga is not the highest rated player in the whole league, that's the one where OXG get the first 5-0 start in the history of the NAL. It's where, sure, they have a loss to Dark Zero, but it's where the previous 5 games don't even look that difficult. When the highest rated player in all of North America in stage 2 of this last year can have a pretty, like, fine, mid-average performance and still get the best start any team has had in the history of NA, that is the level of form these players on OXG are playing at right now. And obviously, of course, we talked a lot about OXG already. SSG in a bit of rough shape for them overall, but Ashen, he's the highest rated player in the league, and it seems SSG more on the fate of OXG last stage than this stage.
Yeah, so talented. I think the key thing is right now for them is that, you know, Iconic is essentially, you know, you want to talk in esports time, he's far removed from that system from when he was implemented inside of what we saw from Collett's last team, which was Astralis, right? Practically a year and some change from that moment in time. And trying to work his way back in, trying to find his pacing, how the team wants to work around him, who's going to be making these secondary calls, how people are, you know, comfortable on their current roles or what have you. That's all things that are up in the air for Space Station. And they'll continue to try and work against. And it's going to continue to be one of those scenarios. It's very similar to what we see out of the Sonics. It's something where you know, they have a lot of different things up in the air right now, and they're figuring out how to bolt these things down. I think the only team that we've really seen hit their stride and find what is just, you know, if you really think about it, just kind of a small showcasing of what is their full capability is Oxygen. And the fact that they pick up these 2 new players and they've looked so stellar for their first 5 games, only dropping 1 so far.
Yeah, only dropping 1. Unfortunately, we are going to have a very quick break as we have a tech pause that's still underway. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. always quick. I always tell you, do I ever lead you astray? Have I ever led you astray? I'm not talking to you, Sam. I'm talking.
You want me to answer that?
I'm talking to the people. I don't want to hear your opinion. It's gonna be lies. It's gonna be untruths, misstatements, and false implications. I'm speaking to the people because I am, Vox Populi and all that. I'm a man of the people. I told you to be quick, and it's quick. We're 2 rounds in. We're on round 3. We had a round from SSG where they suddenly snuck in and got the diffuser down, and then we had a round where OXG just shot everybody. And now, hopefully, we find a happy medium. Happy medium in round 3 is what we're going for.
Oh, man. There was a way to boil down round 2. That might have been the best way.
I got to interrupt. In case you're wondering, remember when I said OXG don't need to take this game super seriously?
Yeah.
There is a Maestro and a Doc on the board. And Dream is not playing Maestro.
They're trying things out, They gotta try and stress test things, see what everybody in the roster is capable of, right? So they're gonna give the keys to the Mercedes AMG over to Yogg, and they're gonna give the keys to the Ferrari over to Dream. I really like that. Diaz is gonna go down though. A nice find here from what I believe is Ashen over on Square. Didn't exactly catch that, but yeah, SSG with the initial frag and Yogg.
That's a Dream Evil Eye right there.
That is an insanely creative way to be able to handle that, and I'm kind of genuinely surprised that SSG was not ready for that Evil Eye there. I figured they'd drum that out.
I mean, obviously, it's you want to say like, all right, you should have droned it out. You should have done your due diligence. But like who's putting Evil Eye in Lone Office?
What kind of a sweaty person?
If we're being honest, who's putting an Evil Eye there? Like, on no planet are you going into round 3 like, oh, they have a Maestro. I got to check behind this random desk in Lone Office in case they have an Evil Eye. I mean, they know about it now. They're able to hack the Evil Eye, and Genano still has 12x Kairos, and Folt still has 3 Selmas to open up this position. For a CEO attack, they have ample hard breach, and it seems like they're just going to send it on in. Smoke bolts go out, forced with the diffuser. Folt's the main entry to create that space, but not the first to die. As Forrest cut down, Folt will catch the diffuser before it even hits the ground, and he'll put it on its transition down to the floor successfully. Post play now initiated. 4v4. Folt's able to find one, but Newers with a nice couple shots on Ashen is able to retake square control. Now Bolts has to turn around and rely on the rest of his teammates to hold down the site. The Azami found out. Yogg now trapped inside of Electrical. Might be able to find one as both players relying on the secondary to get the job done. It's Foltz with the better shots and SSG with the lead.
It's pretty sound from both teams, but a little bit of a clown fiesta at the end of the day with some of the crazier circumstances that we saw inside of that round. Either way, though, SSG are the ones that come out on top of this heap after Foltz finds a nice little 2K there. Not only capable of downing the player working his way up square, but also able to use that secondary to full efficiency inside of Janitor. Very well done there from SSG. You didn't really have a lot of confidence in them swinging it off the north windows in the fashion that they did you?
It is SSG confidence, especially on the attack. Say what you will about SSG. Sometimes they can be a bit overconfident. Sometimes they can make plays when they don't need to. But this team is never underconfident. This team is never scared to make the play. It always seems to be a problem in execution, but never necessarily a problem in actually trying to make a play, actually trying to make something happen. They've always got that intentionality there. They've always got the confidence to crank, as I believe Callout likes to say. I think in the 1 or 2 tactical timeouts we heard, he literally said, remember to crank. It's literally part of the team's foundational philosophy. SSG is known for that. SSG can do it very well. And when it comes to hitting quick executes on a CEO, I can think of no better team who is up to that task than Space Station Gaming.
Yeah. Especially with the re-education of Iconic, he's working his way back into this roster. And I think that he really holds that at his center as well.
I mean, this is basically just reuniting with the old Astralis core, Forest, J90, Iconic, and honestly, Ashen spiritually being a part of that lineup, kind of filling the Smith position, the youngster they brought in who's fully bought into the system. I think Ashen would have fit right on in with the Astralis days on that SI-23 run they went on where they got top 4. He'd have been right there. He'd have been right there, down with everything along the way. Of course, right here, certainly down in round 4, at least through this game so far. 3-2 at the moment. Everybody from SSG, really, or you'd hope would show up. Fultz, JNNO, Ashen having a good performance. Forrest and Iconic, though, definitely the two lowest rated players on the team, both struggling on the entry, oftentimes being negative by like -7 or 8. And here, not Forrest, not Iconic, but Fultz has got the play. He's got right on the hatch, drops down right as the warden goes to that C4. Brilliant read and great timing by Fultz right there.
Space Station on really solid pace here today, especially in this offensive half. I think they've been looking pretty good. Oxygen obviously able to pull the wool over their eyes when it came to that last round, but when it comes to round far, so far has been the Astronauts to take full control of this one, bring Oxygen out into space and see what they're capable of. So far, it's not been too much. They've been snuffed out. Minute and 18 seconds remain. And I will say this, at least for the OXG case, they have quite a bit of utility still stockpiled in the likes of Nitro Cells, Impacts, as well as Smokes on Dream.
And the Vulcan packs as well.
Oh, no!
Ashen putting Newers to 90 HP. JNNO able to find the follow-up. Does flash himself, unfortunately. I think flashes himself again. So maybe we will see SSG with the follow-up, though. Gomez and Diaz Lucas, the Vector brothers, finding a couple kills in that late round, but SSG on the flood. Simply too good at the moment. 3-1 on Bank and looking quite nice on this attacking side.
Yeah, there really wasn't too much to say about that round for either party. A very standard hold there from Oxygen and a very standard take from Space Station. And yeah, we had some semblances of, aggression out of each respective party. Oxygen trying to give some things up early on there, or rather take things away from, SSG, but ended up giving things over instead. And SSG able to convert that, pretty effectively. I think it was really, really well done from Space Station, especially with their clear of the open area space. That take from Fultz was especially creative, getting those drones in there, making that player think that there's going to be a lot of different angles that are going to be worked, and he simply just drops the hatch and ices that guy out. It's very well done from SSG. That's why they're up 3 rounds right now. Oxygen need to try and lean into this kit, lean into what they have kind of in the wings waiting on these defenses.
The Sola's got to be, the number one right there, right? Lean into what they have in terms of this lineup. We've seen some good work from the Zotos going back to that basement round, even though OXG ended up losing it, completely stopping SSG from opening up the small office hatch to look down right into the bomb site to cover the diffuser. They ended up planning anyway. But now with that Solus, you can do a lot of work in the early round that OXG haven't really been doing a whole lot of, or at least not doing a lot of successfully. The Warden being taken out early on last round. SSG on CEO, sure they might lose the opening pick, but they're still able to get a lot of control really quickly, and OXG can't deny it. Now with the Solus, maybe you stall out more time by shooting a lot of the drones, forcing SSG to go into an execute blind or not get the kills that maybe Fultz was able to in the previous round. At least right now, that hasn't really happened. SSG still have 9 drones, and JNNO very confidently has moved up the server stairs and now is an angle into the bottom of square. He has stepped on a goo mine, though, so Dream is not only aware of his position, but a well-placed impact grenade will take down at least, I believe, one of those Selmas from JNNO.
Yeah, he's able to get rid of one. I love that you highlighted Dream earlier because they've definitely, at least for this matchup, put him on oh my gosh. Forrest has completely cleaned out the entire interior of the site. This is squeaky clean. Newers is dead. Dream is the only man alive, and it's only because he's not playing his usual position inside of the heart of the site. He's playing an annex position instead. Space Station, but let's be real, Forrest bodies Oxygen, completely takes control of open area, and it's going to be a flawless round for Space Station as they're ahead 4-1. And I think it will be indeed the timeout by OXG.
A little round 6 timeout. All right, fair enough. When your opponent's potentially going to go up 5-1, not a whole lot of great options. You could either save it for later, and then you go down 5-1, and you're like, well, I don't know if I want to do it at the side swap. But then if you wait one more round, it's match point. You might as well. If you get one more defense on the board, and OXG's attacks and defenses this stage have looked quite good, I think it'll be okay. We'll say, of course, SSG's attacks are looking very good on Bank. This is not simply a case of SSG are good on attack. They are... I don't really know what they're feeling, to be honest with you, because... To be fair, this might be something. I'm focused on the Selmas over on the quad wall. And I think maybe OXG were 2, and then Forrest just hits the site. But SSG are just going for full-blown rushes, full-blown plants, and you would not think this was a team who needs this win to make playoffs or to still have a chance at making playoffs and staving off elimination.
Yeah. I think the thing that has stood out to me so far from SSG is that they kind of want the smoke. You know what I mean? They want to take the fight to Oxygen. They're more than willing to try and stand at home plate and, you know, take a few swings to things. And I really, really appreciate them for that, especially with how these last few games have going. It's been a lot of growing pains for SSG, especially when you have somebody brand new at the helm. It can kind of feel like, yeah, we still have a lot of the tools that we had previously, but when there's an entirely new beat to how we go about things, it's really going to change up how we kind of go about solving problems, how we kind of go about clearing things, you know, a bunch of different circumstances that are going to be a whole heck of a lot for, you know, everybody across SSG to kind of maneuver around. And I think this is the very first game, especially up against a team like Oxygen, where I've seen them so comfortable.
It's also just entertaining, I won't lie to you. Just kind of fun just for the final game of the night. It's physically impossible for me to catch everything that's going on because of how quickly it's happening, so I'll just enjoy the ride. Dokkaebi call goes out, and I think Newer's conditioned at this point to some fast plays from SSG. Might get a little worried that somebody has somehow, I don't know, teleported behind him inside a stock. He's at least got Diaz to back him up on the top of Marble Stairs, so this roam with some teeth and some support if Newers wants to get aggressive. The Specchio didn't do a whole lot of damage to... Of course. I mean, why? He's just in blue. He's just bottom server.
It's like you said, we're not going to be able to catch everything. All of a sudden, Forest? Of course it has to be Forest, right?
And he's leaving.
He works this way all the way up into server, and then he leaves. He leaves. Bolts, easy.
GG.
Easy breezy, beautiful. Newer's dead. They've gotten the pick. SSG... Again, I will say this again. This is the best that we've seen them this entire stage. They are looking so solid on trying to isolate a lot of these high-flying players like Newers on Oxygen.
Yeah, I've had concerns about, you know, how SSG are getting adjusted to the new calling system, how having Iconic, a very vocal player, amongst a legion of vocal players, specifically Forest and Ashen, whether that might clutter the communication. It seems that has happened in the previous games, but right now... You'd think OXG were just kind of sitting, waiting for SSG to push. I mean, Newer's caught completely off guard. Foltz with some great reads in the early rounds so far, by the way. Dropping down the hatch with that Warden back in round 4. Getting really aggressive on the top floor to find the Solus by herself on the top floor. And Forrest, who was down here earlier, realized, okay, there's a pretty solid anchor setup down here. We don't need to hit the site now, but he's still read that it's free and just retakes the control later in the round. So SSG with a man advantage, taking down that Solus, and still with 7 drones to find this remaining utility, and the Clutches too to hunt down these Evil Eyes. They are set up so well for this execute.
They are, but here's the one thing though, or a couple of things rather. We still have not only a solid man count for Oxygen, but 2 operators that still have some pretty great utility. Dream with some smokes. He has a huge moment here. Something that he desperately needs to win out is this garage position, and he's going to lose it instead. Forrest and Fultz with 2 big kills. Forrest goes down, and they don't even need the plant. You can read it on Iconic's face, folks. It was destined. That wasn't something that happened unintentionally. That was completely designed by that man's insane brain. What a great round out of Space Station as they strike at the heart of the site and they make them bleed. Oxygen, only 1 round on the defensive side of things.
Protect your bombs from being used by attackers.
Well, SQ a little concerned with SSG's performance in the first half. As I said, at least based on the info I have and the numbers we have crunched. An SSG win in regulation means SQ are out of playoffs, and they're 1 round away from match point. It's been their defenses that have been the problem, and if we see SSG storm into round 7 and move Space Station to match point, the Sonics might very well find themselves knocked out of playoffs, and... well, Sam and I will be done with the match a lot earlier than we expected.
Yeah. You know, when it comes to these days, Carter, you've been doing this for a while, right? But just for some education for the folks at home, right? You walk into one of these days and you kind of get your own semblance of what the heck you think is going to go on for the day, right? When I sat down today and I looked at our docket, Man, you guys just really can't let me finish my point,
We
can
just
ya?
like you know, I know some people are like, don't go off topic, don't go off topic. Like, it's the first 15 seconds of the round, man, and he's just killed Iconic in open area.
It's just something. But either way, I definitely did not think that this game would be as thrown into one advantage as it is. And as of right now, SSG have 4 rounds to completely toss away, really, in order to figure this out. Now, this very first round, it's already not going pretty. Iconic not only loses his life, but he also loses a zombie, which is an operator you do not want to lose early on, as her utility is completely time-based.
And just generates those Kibas over the course of the round. If you want to hold on to open area, she's so useful. You put a Kiba on some of those desks, and it can already be a maze to hunt down a roamer. Just crouch walking behind those desks. You know, suddenly they're on one side of the room, and if you're not careful, they'll crouch walk all the way to the other. With those Kibas, it makes it a lot easier. You can basically, you have to play whack-a-mole trying to hunt down a roamer in that position. So with Iconic gone, not as much of a problem for OXG on this clear. They've got a 5v4. They've still got a minute 40 seconds left. So even if they're a little slow to take control of this middle floor, they can still find themselves in good time. Only concern, of course, Sam, I mean, you still got the Evil Eyes, you still got the smokes, but with no Vulcan packs, I mean, they might be able to deal with that utility. Oh, hello, J9O. Oh,
Don't speak on it just yet. If you speak on it, things might go wrong, and he doesn't even get a kill because of your words.
I'm sorry.
We'll blame Carter, SSG
sorry.
fans. How dare you? They're going to lose 2 bodies instead. And 10 seconds remain. Oxygen in a great position to try and handle this. Gomez almost threw me off with that M80 sleeve as well. I'm not going to lie to you. I went down for a second. I was like, wait, am I casting the right team? No, I am. And Yogg's going to reinforce that as well, as he'll make sure that Oxygen pull ahead. 3 kills going their way. It's a 5 versus 2 in favor of OXG.
Is this round like the Rainbow Six version of a Thrifty? Like, look at how little utility has been expended to get this 5v2. They used 1 swarm grenade to get the kill on Marble Stairs. Then everything else has just been free. Yaga is down, and OXG aren't exactly long on time. So if Ashen and Janino's positions can work, they might be able to get this round over the line. Gomez put low. C4 goes out. Dream forced to back off, but Newers is able to find the player from the hatch. Ashen spots him, though. Downstream on the floor. That's Diffuser dropped, but he's got to survive with 20 seconds left, and no. DS hunts him down, finds him. Flawless round for OXG. No match point just yet.
I was going to say, don't even bring that up. Oxygen have made so much headway. There's just no way. But they do get that down, though, for SSG's sake. But past that, it's all Oxygen all day when it comes to their first offensive round, and something that they're going to be very happy about, giving them just a little bit of reinforcement in their minds, giving them the capabilities to try and push themselves forward, because sometimes when things look grim, man, it's just difficult to try and fight out these rounds. But now Oxygen know that SSG can bleed after that basement defense.
Know that they aren't just going to stomp them 7-1 like Dark Zero did yesterday. As strong an attack as you could ask for OXG to start. I made the Thrifty comparison, and really, I mean, obviously, Newers gets the first pick onto Iconic for free. Don't know if he was contesting the window. Maybe Newers got lucky with a pre-fire through the barricade. Who knows? It happens either way. And then after that, OXG just used 1 canister from the swarm launcher from Grim. Able to find Gomez, who is aggressively playing with the shotgun. Then get a 5v2, just again, somebody caught beneath the hatch. SSG definitely caught with their pants down in a lot of those engagements, and got to be careful you don't end up making those kinds of mistakes, because remember, you're still 5-2. It is possible OXG can make the 6-round comeback, and if you lose in regulation, you are knocked out of playoffs. It's not that your fate is out of your hands, you are out. So, just 1 round, still have the lead. SSG, got to be careful, because OXG got a lot for very little.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the thing. Although you have these rounds built up, and it seems like you know, Oxygen have this mountain to climb, at the end of the day, it can slip away so very
Just like
quickly.
that.
So yeah, SSG have to be very aware that every single one of these rounds is going to matter just as much as what they were doing on the offensive side as they were trying to build this treasure trove. So now, round 8. Oxygen looking to try and shore up the scoreline as much as possible. They're going to put Yogg back onto a tried and true throughout the stage. He's going to go into the Nook.
On the Nook, and he will fire that FMG-9, so anybody on SSG with keen ears might have heard that and might be aware a Nook is on the board potentially. Grenade goes out, takes down the Banshee on Spiral Stairs as well. We do have somebody playing on the top of that position right around Banana. Maybe he did hear the FMG9. They are at least aware of somebody's main lobby with that utility, so whether they know it's a Nook or not, Jano is certainly concerned somebody could walk up the marble staircase, or sorry, the main staircase, spiral stairs, at some point in the round. Aside from Yaga's position inside of ATMs, though he is being joined by somebody in main lobby, the players in the rappel as well might just try to pinch these players from the spiral stairs position, force them into the line of sight of those players on rappel, and finish the round that way.
Dog. This fight, we all know where it's coming to, and oh man, it just goes wide, doesn't it? J9O gun down Yogg, and not only that, folks, Gomez loses his life too. This round practically over for Oxygen unless they can do something extremely considerable. This has looked like an entirely different SSG here on Bank, and although they've gotten Ashen, still some road to go. Only down one man, though, so a different situation from what was previously presented to them, and they've got some top floor control.
They do have some top floor control, but
oh
by
my
the
God.
way, the site's open area, by the way. Fultz has just cut down Dream on the top floor. I honestly saw how much pressure, and I'm like, is the site upstairs? Did I mess up? No, it's an open area defense. And OXG wastes so much time, try so hard to get an advantage, and not only do they lack one, they haven't even done an iota of damage to the actual site structure. Diaz certainly worse for wear. Impact Grenade puts him to below 50 HP. Newer sprays an entire magazine into the soft wall. Diaz goes to retake the same spot and loses the fight. 6-2 up for SSG, 1 round away, and Sonics are out of playoffs.
Man, at least for Sonic's sake, what a terrible day for the Sonics to, or rather for SSG to hit their stride, right? It's just so unfortunate for them. But SSG, for their own circumstances, they are looking great. They are looking like a completely different team than what we've been seeing previously. Is they've been able to build on top of themselves, figure out how they want to try and go about things, at least for Bank, when it comes to this team structure. Is from the very start of that round to the very finish, SSG are in the driver's seat, and there's nothing that Oxygen's really capable of.
No, and I know that Desk talked about that sometimes SSG's defenses can rely a lot on huge individual performances, but also costly individual mistakes. And when the attack is relatively static, you know, you've got 2 players on the rappel, 1 guy over on top of, I believe, the square skylight, and then 2 people main lobby, but the tip of the spear is just Nook Crouch walking up the spiral stairs. It's pretty easy for J9O, who's already expecting someone to push spiral stairs, to win that fight. It's easy for Ashen to get active when you're on the rappel. There's a very limited circle of movement, and with the super shorty, just a couple well-placed shots, 5v3. SSG do know how to get aggressive. They do know when to take those risks, and in this particular case, with the strategy OXG had, the risks were relatively safe. Up 6-2 now. Fultz all the way down in the basement on this Echo. Of course, if you remember that locker CCTV attack, you know it was not exactly great for SSG. I'm not entirely shocked that we don't see I think as hard of a roam as we saw before.
Yeah. Still willing to take a few aggressive angles like we saw out of Fultz, but nothing too crazy. Just something to try and battle back against Oxygen if they want to go for any early clear, the early map pressure, which they won't, at least on the basement level. They will on the top floor, though. Expected, especially when it comes to Bank, this full clear working its way through with Yaga as the spearhead. Take a few vertical angles, and why not? They more than recognize that Oxygen, or, you know, at least for Oxygen's sake, that SSG is inside of open area, and they most definitely are. Also well aware that there is a player, J9O, inside of elevator too. So Oxygen going to continue to try and assist with this top floor control, but will likely try and work a few extra bodies in on this mid level to assist in clearing this out.
Also, it just occurred to me, this is actually the exact same roam SSG did before, but just because nobody died in the first half of the round, I was like, oh, this is a little different. And it's not. Iconic's fallen back. Janano's still elevator, but OXG should be aware of that, considering they found him in that very position before, but he's fallen back. So overall, I mean, good roam from SSG to start, Sam. Minute and a half wasted. OXG have to pick up, you know, the pace a little bit on this middle floor clear. You've got all the utility alive to deny that plant. This is a great spot for SSG to close it out.
This is getting real risky for Oxygen. They really haven't found a place to try and strike true. They haven't found any area where there's potentially a moment that they can at least try and pull something back across the line. The biggest thing that they've gotten for themselves is a little bit of utility out of Forrest, but he still has a smoke inside of his pocket as he holds down Blue. Now, the big moment here for Oxygen is how do they try and answer this? SSG have forced them into a terrible position, and now they have to try and gun themselves out of it.
SSG, just don't give away picks. Hold your ground. Wait for OXG to push into you. J90 does take a fight, and Newer's cut down. Now is the time to make sure you force OXG to flood into you. Just stand your ground. Just hold a little strong, and you'll eliminate one of the top 6 teams in the world from the NA League playoffs. But DS has cut down Ashen. Dog has cut down Foltz. The Warden now down 2. OXG have retaken the lead. Force has to rotate back as Iconic's cut short. How do they win that? They just drop down a couple hatches, move down a staircase. It seems like SSG can't even shoot back.
No, SSG are capable of keeping Oxygen outside of their realm for some time, but Oxygen made such solid headway when it came to hatches and other entry points that they were able to try and exploit the back end of SSG's setup. They fall into Gold Vault, they get some pretty pivotal kills, yes, but it's kind of traded evenly from SSG until they start to make their solid headway over inside of that elevator area as well as the vault space. And it all boils down to this, that lone player that we see over inside of a server, or rather CCTV. It's going to be Forrest, and we all saw how that worked out for him. Oxygen able to pull that back across the line, and that's a huge round for them. Especially given the circumstances of how SSG are able to try and box them out. Oxygen don't really have a realm where they're supposed to try and win that out. It should be SSG trying to kill them immediately as soon as they make these entries. But instead, it's OXG finding some really big moments, some really big kills, and not even needing the plant in order to pull that one across and keep themselves alive here on Bank.
And while the previous defense, we saw a lot of action on this top floor. Not the previous defense, the one before that, but the previous time we saw a lot of action on this top floor, it wasn't actually really even a CEO defense. This time, very much is. SSG actually holding this top floor with the bomb site on it this time, though a lot of similarities in the setup, especially Ashen on that castle. I really think he'll probably play a similar position that he did on that open area defense, being able to get aggressive on those north repels, whether with the super shorty or with the UMP, also able to fight long angles around square. I'm pretty sure that part of the setup will likely be pretty normal. Only real kind of curveball is maybe the bandit a little bit, but even then, once those batteries are down, Sam, I doubt SSG are going to be holding a lot of different positions aside from, you got your elevator player, you got your banana player, likely somebody on the long angles holding top square. Probably nothing crazy.
Yeah, it shouldn't be anything too wild, especially since it is that top floor, right? You shouldn't be seeing too many crazy things work their way out from SSG because there's a lot of real estate on this top floor that you should be holding down initially. And that's what we're going to see out of SSG, kind of the initial beginnings of a top floor defense as they await Oxygen and see what they kind of want to try and do with this initial portion of the round. And when you know it, going to be a lot of north pressure and Ashen taking down Gomez.
Found Gomez in literally this exact same spot on that open area defense. So different bomb site, but same player killed by Ashen on this top floor. Opening pick again going the way of SSG. The bandit trick for the elevator wall. I love this out of Forrest. So long as they can keep control of main lobby, he is safe to burn those X-Kairos as much as he wants. And it might not even really matter that much in the end. I mean, it matters now, certainly, but Ashen found the second. Newer's down as well. So that Grim to flood the bomb site with bees and intel being gathered for the attack no longer on the board. How do you come back from this with your OXG? You can't really go in for a rappel anymore. That's not likely, Sam. Y'all just got to pray he wins this gunfight as he pushes up the main stairs.
Yeah, and that's the issue now. You're practically asking SSG to create an error, make an opportunity for you to work your way back into this round. Usually the offense trends towards the, or rather this, site rather trends towards the offense usually, but instead it's been defensive favored. And yeah, what a moment there. Or it's going to end up getting traded out, but it's down to the 2 versus 4 and just such an insane round at a space station. DS as well as Dream going to try and work their way up red stairs. DS is going to get gunned down and what? What?
GG! GG!
Ashen with a super shorty will clean up 2 at the top of red. And that's going to be Space Station taking Bank over our #1 team inside of North America.
Ah, the glasses are back. I mean, after a win like that, I get it, man. Very clean win from Space Station Gaming on Bank. That much can be said. However, something that does also need to be said, with that victory by Space Station, as I believe my math is correct, has locked the Sonics out of playoffs because SSG win regulation, 3 points. They go up to 11. So you've got SSG 11, Wildcard 11, Dark 0 9, and then Sonics at 7. Even if Sonics win in regulation tomorrow, they can only get 10 points, which means of our 2 remaining spots, there's at least 2 now with 11. And that, my friends, is a math lesson on how a top 6 team at SI has somehow found their way into the LCQ far earlier than they hoped.
Yeah, what an insane story for Sonics across this entire stage. I'm a little bit baffled at the results here, but you know, for SSG, you definitely got to tip the cap. They looked so stellar today here on Bank. They completely surprised Oxygen. I mean, what else is there to say? They were taking it to some of the best in the business here in NA.
And OXG proving that, you know, they can still have it. They've got some good moments, but while their playoffs fate is sealed, SSG now still looking to get into the fray. That is Sam and I done for the day. Thank you for having us, Cast. I think that's our final day of the NAL regular stage, or the group stage. We will be back for playoffs, of course, but that's it for us today. We have the desk right now to break down SSG's win, but more importantly, Sonic's early exit.
I guess we've learned there's one constant in the NAL. Nobody beats Space Station Gaming 5 times in a row. 4 times it has precedent. It's happened 2 times already over the course of the NAL in just the past year, but that 5th time, just not going to happen. Space Station have not been knocked out of orbit. Instead, they still now have a fighting chance after getting a full 3 points in this matchup, but I mean, Oxygen just didn't even seem like they were there. That's 4 rounds won, right, over the course of just 2 games?
Yeah, I mean, they have completely fallen apart this week. And, you know, you might be thinking, oh, well, you know what, Oxygen, yeah, they're losing these games, but it doesn't matter. They're at the top of the North American League. But now they're in a very serious problem where if they do not show up tomorrow, they will not be in the top 2 position based on how we expect the games to go tomorrow. So they're in a very precarious spot. This was a game they really did want to win to lock down that top 2 right here, right now, but they can't get it done. SSG rolls over them on Bank, and I mean, maybe there's a reason why this was a perma ban for Oxygen for so long.
I wish I could say that it was OXG playing bad, but I think SSG just had a great understanding of what OXG was going to throw at them. Every single attack that SSG was a part of, they went very slow. They knew OXG wanted these fights. So Space Station slowly and methodically set up around the site that they were going to hit. They didn't go for gunfights, and as soon as the plant was going to go down, that's when everybody hit at the exact same time to take the attention away from the plant. Once the plant was down, everyone from SSG just stopped moving, and OXG had to then play as a team. They couldn't rely on their gunfight ability.
So Space Station had a really good game plan. It was something that the casters touched on earlier. Probably the best Space Station overall play we've seen in just a best of 1 with Iconic on this roster. And they also apparently have a CAO, a Chief Annoyance Officer, for some particular reason on Bank. Walk us through it.
Oh yeah, I mean, I thought it was so funny watching Ashen because he was always being a thorn in OXG's side, especially on the basement, constantly gathering information on Garage. If you guys know Basement Bank, being in this position, he is running the DMR, make note of that. He's just constantly shooting the toes or gathering information of Garage. It's such a pivotal point. Sometimes you can lose the site simply by losing Garage control. And he
just does it over and over again.
He just does it over and over again. Every single basement time, he puts his drone in the same spot, gathers information. If somebody's there, he taps his toes away. And even when he doesn't get the kill, right there, he took the attention away from the Garage player for so long that somebody else, I believe it was Iconic, was able to drop from the hatch uncontested and shoot the player in Garage in the back. And that's just the importance of what SSG was doing on every single site, setting up all around, being a little bit of annoying and slowly hitting them little by little until OXG just frustrated themselves out, overpeaked, lost the duel, and then the plant would come through, and that was it.
Yeah, we often talk about Ashen as this big individual fragger for Space Station. He's often the focal point of SSG, the one who's out there on the roam getting a ton of kills, on the roam clear getting a ton of kills. But I think on those basement rounds in particular, it's pretty obvious that he is working within the system of the team, right? He's providing that distraction so his teammates can go for that execute. We still see the pop-offs. The final round, I want to say he got a 4K on the top floor defense, so still having a very successful time when he needs to step up individually, but also can play as a part of that system for SSG. And I think that's why he's been so successful as a new player coming into Space Station. I say new, he's actually been around for a very long time at this point.
Right.
Coming up on a year, if not a year already. But
I get what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, still working his way in for this system. He's been one of my favorite players to watch over the last, year or so. And yeah, it's great to see him continue to thrive.
It was one of those games where we noticed that Dream has been given a lot of freedom, especially in the roles that he played. And we talked to him in an interview, and he spoke about his success where it got him a lot more comfortable out of his shell playing. But in this system and the way OXG was constantly split up, going for gunfights, a lot of the time it felt like they were leaving Dream out on an island, especially with the rest of the players, always out on an island. And SSG was doing such a good job at attacking them with more than one person. And it looked like I was watching SSG play like OXG. It looked like the vice versa. And we talked about how SSG's defenses were the issue, and it didn't really matter because they were able to amount such a lead on attack, playing so amazingly on attack. The adaptation was great. They didn't have to show it on defense.
As officer in the lobby real quick to talk about how this game went. Ashen, if you can hear me, first of all, congrats. That was a hard-fought dub, and it's a good thing to finally get back in the win column. But just walk me through real quick. 4 games lost in a row. Not the first time it's happened for Space Station. You were in this exact same position in stage 2 of last year. But what was the key to pull you out of it this time? You did it once before. Now you did it here. How'd you get the dub today?
Yeah, I think the difference between this stage and the last stage, honestly, is like the problems weren't really like as major as they were in the in stage 2 of last year. I think, it was a lot of small, minute details that happened this stage where, it's just like we had a lot of close games, a lot of 7-5s. But, I think, we have the best mental fortitude in North America, if not the world, out of any team, and just our ability to stick with it. And, playoffs, out of our control. So, we just got to come up here and we just got to crank. And, we had a great game plan for today. We executed it well. And you know what? It's just, it's just good. Got to break that little loss streak. So it's good to get that win.
Great. Ashen, forgive me if I'm wrong, but something that I've been noticing a lot on you guys is on attacks, your adaptability is great. You guys play off of each other really well. Everything is there. But when it comes to your defenses, it feels like there's a lot of positions where it's left up to big individual plays to pull you guys out of a round that you've been able to lose. Obviously not today, but in prior games throughout the season, we've seen you specifically and other players have to go massive to bring back these rounds, and it comes down to a lot of individual plays. Is that something that you guys are noticing on the back end that you're trying to fix, or is that just something that just occurs in the moment of the games?
I think it's something that occurs in the moment of the game. Obviously, we have all 5 of us can have our moments to pop off, in our zones, in our spots. I think yesterday in the Beast Coast game, it was in a lot of these games just more of a matter of not being able to react fast enough and just adapt fast enough. But those first couple games, there are a lot of pop off moments, and I think against those teams where they can be kind of bad at like clearing you in your spots, where that gives you the opportunity to go big. But some of these other teams that they're just like doing cheese attacks or anything like that, you got to play more reactive, and it's just something that we were a little too slow on. We recognize our problems, and we just gotta. It's just all about reading the game at the end of the day, and we were a little slow in those last couple games, but we fixed it.
Heard.
We know what we need to do. So.
Well, Ashen, what you need to do going into tomorrow is absolutely nothing, because your group stage is done. We don't know yet exactly where you're going to be finishing. That depends on what happens tomorrow. But going into the next phase, whether that is qualifiers or whether that is playoffs, you're going to be transitioning more into BO3s. How do you feel as a team going into these BO3s? Because the BO1s have been kind of brutal for you. As you said it yourself, lots of small mistakes. Do you find that as a unit, as a squad, you thrive better in those BO3s, and do you feel that minimizes the chances for mistakes?
Yeah, for sure. I think best of 3s are definitely our domain. Going from last stage, into Atlanta and the invite, all that, that's just, we're a lot more comfortable in best of 3s, and that's where a lot of souls get taken. So a lot of these teams that want to talk a lot of trash and clap back at me, we'll have to see if they want to keep it up in best of 3s, or if they're just going to get gassed out. So it's out of our control if we make it or not to playoffs. Regardless, if we have to go through LCQ, we've done it before. We're here to take more souls. So.
All right, well, we'll keep on waiting with bated breath to figure out if you're going to playoffs or if you'll have to make the qualifier run. But again, you've done the qual thing before. The first time you had any games with Space Station was doing that exact same path. So if you need to, you can replicate the way you got to Atlanta in order to make it to Manchester, right?
Yep. Yeah, we love to do it the hard way, I guess. So, just whoever we play against, like I said earlier, pressure's a privilege. So, we thrive in the pressure. There's been many times where our backs have been up against the wall. We have all the tools we need to deal with it. It's just about all these other teams, they don't know how to deal with pressure like us. So I'm not worried.
Fair play. Pressure is a privilege. One more time, dude. Again, congratulations on the win, but we will be waiting at the same time as you to figure out where you're going tomorrow. All right, dude? Take care.
Yep, thank you. You too.
Space Station stage is now officially done and dusted. No more best of 1s for them to play, regardless if it happens in open qualifier. But I mean, they're not going to perform nearly as bad. They can't be usurped and go into the open qualifier playoffs. It's close qualifier or playoffs for them at this stage. There's no in between.
Yeah, and I've been running the numbers. I've done some mathematics, and I've established that it's very, very, very unlikely that Space Station will end up in those qualifiers. In fact, I've looked through all the possibilities.
All right, Dr. Strange.
I've seen all the instances, and there's only one where Space Station don't end up in playoffs.
Okay, what is that?
That one scenario would be in our first game tomorrow against Dark Zero and Wildcard. The only situation where Space Station do not make it to playoffs is if we get a 7-5 victory specifically for Dark Zero.
Okay.
Because otherwise, if Wildcard win in any fashion, then Dark Zero won't have enough points to overstep Space Station. And then if it doesn't go 7-5, if it's a more dominant victory, then we see Space Station having a better round differential than Wildcard.
Oh, the tiebreakers.
And if it goes to overtime, then again, we're seeing the round differential get better for Space Station. They have a better round diff than we'll see from whoever loses that. Yeah.
Okay, so all Space Station doesn't want is a 7-5 victory for who?
7-5 victory for Dark Zero.
Got it.
Scary, 'cause
so
that's
they
really
are
probable.
now Wildcard's biggest fans for tomorrow, basically.
Yeah, I mean, or even just a more dominant victory would be fine for them. I mean,
Sure, but if wildcard
what
win,
are
they just
the
avoid
odds?
the possibility. Yeah.
What are the odds that you get a 7-5 victory now?
1 in 6 billion.
I think it's pretty high. I can't lie. If any team's going to go 7-5 and bring it to the distance, I feel like it's going to be Dark Zero.
That's fair. That's fair.
I feel like
That's
all
scary.
their games except for the one against OXG and the one they got blew out by Beast Coast.
I don't know, man. There's like part of that is true, but the other part of it, there's also some slight sarcasm to wondering, can DZ go the distance? It's a question we keep on asking ourselves. This is standings after we've gone through everything thus far. Actually, this is scheduled. My bad. Recap on the day. Here's what happened. There are some cases where this would have been a crazy back and forth, but instead, every game felt like it was one-sided from the jump. And what happened? Wildcard, Beast Coast, LG, and Space Station all get dubs. I think all of them either had a 4-2 or a 5-1 half, and then just won the game from that point.
It really looks like the game day of just upsets.
Yeah.
You go into this game day and you would look at it and expect maybe the other team to win, besides maybe Los.
It's not even Los. It was the
LG.
only non-upset.
That
Yeah.
was a very close one, but everything else was such an upset. And not to mention, Lax picked every upset except for the last game where he had to go with OXG. So, I mean, unfortunately for him, he just doesn't step up in the predictions. I felt like he was onto something today.
It was honestly such a day of upsets that you could say, supposedly, if you had predicted all 4 games incorrectly, that almost makes you the smarter analyst of anybody who could have done that.
So being dumber in this position actually makes you smarter unintentionally.
Yes, exactly. You're hitting my point. You're
Wait a second.
now.
You got all 4 games wrong today?
Well, you know what? It's difficult to paint the. I might have. But
We still have that clown
Who
hair
got them
somewhere?
all wrong today? That's
We still have
right.
the clown hair somewhere.
Is it still back there? There's the nose. All of them. Dude, yeah,
That's
like,
tough.
What are you at, 45% now?
We don't have to do the math, do we?
5%?
We have
like
to
a
count
32.
the numbers. Wow.
Do we have
Higher than that. Oh, they did the math. At 47, that's not that bad.
Oh, it was
That's
at
not that
48
bad.
before. It's still plummeting. It's still plummeting.
I can get above 50.
They brought the OXG. The OXG picks up. I mean, that's a
I also love how
rough
your
situation.
philosophy was, okay, Laxing and I are tied, so we'll both go with the same one. But now at this point, because you both got it wrong, it's less about who gets above the other, and if you fail, I'm taking you down with me.
I'm not going to lie. I thought Lax was going to pick SSG, so I was going to pick SSG, but because he picked OXG to make sure that we stay in unison, we could let Jesse get one because he's pretty far down there. But I was like, I'm going to pick OXG. I also, to be fair, thought OXG would have shown a better performance, but SSG really looked like the better team today.
Yeah, you'd think. And also, there's something else we need to announce, and we'll do it with the standings right next to us. There's another team that got knocked out of playoff contention today, and that's the Sonics. Even though there's still one more game for them to play, there's no possibility that they can make a jump up into top 6 now.
Yeah, because obviously the max Sonics can get tomorrow is 3 points. That brings them up to 10. 10 would be enough to beat Dark Zero, but of course, that's not going to get you into 6th place. There's too many teams with 11 or more at this point. So unfortunately for the Sonics, with that result, with Space Station getting their 3 points just now, are eliminated. They'll have to go through the closed or open qualifiers. Because if Los can win their game tomorrow and Sonics lose their game, and they get a crazy round diff, Los could actually jump ahead of Sonics and force them down into the open quals.
Wow.
What a world we'd live in if Sonics got last place. And then had to play. I mean, I think qualifiers are another beast in and itself. Also, best of threes. Everybody loves best of threes.
Yeah.
But Los being able to jump over and just looking at it on paper just doesn't necessarily make sense. This whole leaderboard, if you would have asked me at the start of the season, I would have been like, no, I don't think it looks like this.
Again, both teams that were
think
top
so.
6 at the Invitational, both of them could be in not the playoffs and have to make a qual run. And if that happens, only one of the teams that was top 6 at the Invitational has a shot to make Manchester.
Ridiculous.
What in the world is this league right now?
So what we're trying to say is Los technically would have done as good as Dark Zero and Sonics at the Invitational, right?
Yeah.
Is that what we're saying?
I agree, yes.
Is that what we're... Okay, good. Glad we're all on the same page.
I'm not. Here's schedule for day number 9, the last day of the Super Week, and there are some important games, and there's some that are kind of, we'll figure it out. First game is the one that matters the most. Dark Zero and Wildcard fight to figure out which between the two of them actually has a shot to retain a playoff spot and which one's fighting for their lives against Space Station's point total. And then as we dwindle down, there's still some good ones, especially that second game of the day.
Yeah, and I do want to really highlight the implications for that first game, just to spell it out for everybody. If Wildcard win that game against Dark Zero are out. They are not making playoffs. If Dark Zero win, but it's overtime, Dark Zero are still out. They're not making playoffs.
Yeah.
If Dark Zero win and they get the full 3 points, They're safe, they're going to playoffs, and it will depend on if it's a 7-5 or not, who doesn't go to playoffs alongside them, Space Station or Wildcard. Because there's the 3 teams still in contention, 2 of them will go, 1 of them will not.
Obviously, the OXG M80 game is also for first place.
Yes.
Not to say that one place matters than the other, because they both will get in an advanced spot, I believe, in the
Well,
in the
there
playoffs.
would if it wasn't for Beast Coast being right behind both of them with potential to sneak right in.
Oh, that's true. Beast Coast is there too. But my point was going to be that game for me, even though the first one is very important, that game for me specifically, because of being on OXG, I think it's very important. I would love to see them succeed and get first, and I would personally consider it a fail if they don't get first in like the season.
I feel you, yeah.
And it's like particularly important too, because as Jacob was saying with Beast Coast play Los. I'm gonna make a wild prediction and say they're gonna beat Los.
Really? Whoa!
That would temporarily put them up into first place, which means that whoever loses between Oxygen and M80 would not get top 2, would not get that bye.
That would be pretty devastating, because having that bye in playoffs is such a huge advantage, because all you need is one more win after that point to then secure your spot to Manchester.
And there is a possibility where the team that set the record, the first team in NAL history to go 5-0 in a round robin, doesn't get a first round bye. That is 100% possibility that is on the table. It could happen as of just tomorrow.
It'd be so funny if it's just like the same story, different people, where
OXG does really good and then falls off
goes
again.
to playoffs, loses playoffs, and then it's like, man, like,
I wasn't the problem.
Just validates all of Foxy's career in OXG. That would be something special. Well, I think that's it. Gentlemen, one more day left. We excited?
No.
No.
No, of course we're excited.
Fox says no.
Of course we're excited. That first game has so much pressure on it. It's the game to watch for tomorrow. The whole season is depending for those two
Thank
teams.
the schedule gods that one worked out the way that it did.
Absolutely.
I'm excited as well.
You sound so enthusiastic.
Great addition. Thank you. That was great.
All right, we'll get these clowns off the desk. Thank you very much for joining us on day 8. We're almost done with the Super Week. One more day left of best of ones to close us out, and then we get to playoffs next week. Same time, same place, 5 p.m. Eastern. Have a good night, everybody.